You're listening to Discern, Mosaic Chronicles Book 1 by Andrea Pearson. Copyright 2014 Andrea Pearson. Dedication. To Cotty Loveless, because I just couldn't bring myself to put you in the book, only to kill your character later. Sorry. I hope this works instead, smiley face. Chapter 1. Nicole grasped her necklace and peered up at the heavy clouds before hopping out of her car. She wasn't sure what would happen if the necklace got wet, and she wasn't in the mood to find out. It housed the elixir that had been entrusted to her care a few days earlier, an elixir that literally meant life and death for arates like her. She'd originally carried the vial in her pocket, but it had slipped out multiple times, making her panic that it would be ruined. The necklace worked much better. The rain let up enough for Nicole to jump out of her car. She kept her fingers tight around the elixir, her other hand clutching her purse, and ran toward her apartment building. Just as she reached the main doors, her boyfriend Austin called. "Hey babe," she said, stepping inside and shaking the rain out of her hair. They had a date that night, and she'd been looking forward to it for a while. It would be the last time they'd see each other, until after Christmas break. "I'm on my way," he said. "Sorry it's taking so long." "No worries. I just got back." "So?" Austin paused. "We need to talk." "That sounds serious." Nicole took the elevator to her floor. He chuckled. "Not about us, about you." And channeling without a focus. "There's no rush, we can get to it whenever." He hesitated again. "I guess you're right. But I'd feel better knowing you're as prepared to defend yourself as possible." Nicole stopped outside her apartment and pulled her key out of her purse. "All right, let's go over the essentials tonight then." "Sounds great. Love you." "Love you too." They ended the call and Nicole unlocked the door and entered the apartment. Lizzie, her roommate and best friend, still sat on the couch watching TV. "You didn't move once while I was gone, did you?" Nicole asked. Lizzie grinned up at Nicole, her eyes bloodshot. "You've got a lot to catch up on. Some of the episodes are freaky, but don't worry, a lot of them are super cheesy." Cheesy is good. On a dare from Austin's roommate Nate, the girls had purchased all of the X-Files DVDs a couple of weeks earlier. Neither of them had seen a full episode before, they'd been too chicken. And it had been fun to figure out what the rest of TV land had experienced several years earlier. "Austin's on his way. You sure you don't want to invite someone over?" Lizzie shrugged. "Nope. Being between boyfriends isn't a horrible thing, you know." Nicole snorted. "Like it'll last long." "It never does with you." Lizzie chuckled, then turned back to the episode. Nicole put the finishing touches on dinner. Flame-broiled filet mignon, sautéed onions, mushrooms, green beans, and a side of mashed potatoes. She couldn't wait to dig in. The apartment had smelled heavenly all day. Her mom had employed a cook the entire time Nicole had been growing up, and this was the first time she'd prepared mashed potatoes, let alone something as extravagant as flame-broiled filet mignon. She hoped it turned out well. Austin knocked at the door before letting himself in and entering the kitchen. Nicole smiled at him. She still couldn't believe she was lucky enough to be his girlfriend. Not only was he talented and smart, but he was attractive too, and excellent at making desserts. He set a plate of chocolate chip cookies on the counter, then approached Nicole with his arms open, enveloping her in a bear hug. Nicole breathed deeply, pleased that he'd worn her favorite cologne. She held on tightly. "I'm going to miss you." "Same," he mumbled, his face pressed into her neck. He backed up a little, letting his lips find hers. Nicole sighed inwardly, enjoying the sensation of butterflies flipping in her stomach. She rested her arms on his shoulders and melted into him. Suddenly, the butterflies began twisting violently, and Nicole gagged, breaking away from him. She tasted bile at the back of her mouth. Nausea did not mix with kissing. "What's wrong?" Austin asked. "Sudden upset stomach." "Do you have a fever?" He placed the back of his hand against her forehead. You feel fine? I am fine. It's nothing. She put on a cheerful face. It's going away already. Shall we eat? He shrugged and grinned. I'm starving. Good. Lizzie joined them, and the three set the table and loaded their plates. The filet mignon was a little dry, and the potatoes a little salty, but in all, it wasn't a failure. Nicole would definitely be tweaking, then cooking this one again. After dinner, Lizzie went to her room to check email, and Nicole and Austin sat on the couch to talk. Austin slid his arm around Nicole, and she nestled into him, enjoying the peaceful tiredness that comes after eating a good meal. About channeling without a focus. You're really close to doing it already. She nodded. I hope so, I feel like I am. It's a lot like channeling with the wrong focus, which you've kind of done already, with your brother's cello over Thanksgiving break. So, it feels a little muddled, basically? Yes. And you have to concentrate harder to get your magic to come to you. You'll need to practice a lot of breathing techniques. The sooner you get in control of your body, the sooner the magic obeys you. Breathing, concentration. She sighed. I wish it wasn't so abstract. I know. You'll be fine though. After your breathing is mastered, very slowly open up your mind to your magic. Don't invite it all in at once, you don't want to overdo it. For some people, channeling without a focus can happen in a huge rush, causing permanent damage. We won't know if that's you until you start trying, so it's better to be hesitant at first. Also, it sometimes helps to imagine yourself playing your cello. Try that if the magic doesn't come quickly. After a while, you'll be able to pull the right amount of power to yourself, without needing to use proper breathing techniques or without having to imagine anything. Once you've mastered calling your powers, simply ask them to do your bidding. A grin colored his voice as he said, and that's when the fun begins. She smiled, leaning against him. I've got a question about what happened back at the farmhouse. How could I control the whirlwind when my sub-ability is to silence things? People's sub-abilities are usually where things start, but you've sort of skipped that step a few times. Once you've mastered it, you'll be able to do more magic without hurting yourself. He rubbed her cheek with his nose. I recommend learning about the other sub-abilities of wind aura tays and figuring out how to do those. That'll give you access to the entire element. Nicole giggled as he began kissing her jaw, starting at her ear and going toward her mouth. He brushed back and forth several times, almost getting to her lips, but moving away at the last second. Nicole sighed, shivering from his contact and teasing. Finally, tired of waiting for him to get there, she turned toward him and pulled him into her arms, placing her lips on his. As soon as she started kissing him, the nausea returned, but she ignored it, not wanting the moment to be interrupted. A headache soon followed, but she pushed it away. Suddenly, Nicole's eyes opened without her bidding. What she saw made her scream, jumping away, trying to pull Austin with her. A huge worm, a foot around and at least 5 feet long, floated in the air toward her, landing on the back of the couch. Millipede-like legs sprouted from its sides, and it crept toward her. The worm wasn't the only thing that had entered the apartment. Tentacles reached toward her from underneath and around the couch. One brushed against her leg, grabbing at her jeans. A horned being with red eyes raised itself into view, more tentacles appearing. Nicole screamed again. What's going on? Austin asked. You can't see them? She pointed to the worm on the couch, watching as it sprang into the air and floated in her direction. He shook his head, letting go of her hand and stepping toward the couch to inspect it. No, Austin. But the minute he was no longer touching her, the creatures disappeared. Nicole hesitated. They're gone? Austin looked back, his expression confused. I never saw them. He approached her. Are you sure you're feeling okay? She shook her head. Austin reached up and touched her forehead. Nicole gasped when the creatures reappeared, the worm nearly coming in contact with her cheek. A splitting headache crashed down over her skull and spine. Stop! Don't touch me! She was yelling at the worm, but Austin must have thought the command was directed at him because he stepped back. And again, the moment he was no longer touching her, the beasts disappeared. Her headache also went away. Nicole sat on the other couch, putting her face in her hands. "I don't understand," she wailed. Austin waited a moment before sitting too. He didn't make contact with her. "What's going on?" She sniffed. "The minute we started kissing, my eyes popped open, and I saw horrible creatures reaching for me, coming at me. Then, when we weren't touching anymore, they disappeared. And when I touched you again, they came back?" Nicole nodded. "Why's this happening?" Austin knitted his forehead. "I wish I knew, babe." Nicole looked at him, wanting to reach out for him, hug him. "Maybe we should call it quits for the night. Talk again tomorrow. My flight for Missoula leaves at 6. Her shoulders slumped. She'd forgotten that. "Well, give me a call." Austin promised he would, then raised his hand as if to cradle her cheek, thought better of it and dropped it. "I love you." "I love you too." It took Nicole hours to fall asleep that night. Even talking about what had happened with Lizzie, who'd had her earbuds in and hadn't heard Nicole screaming, didn't help her relax. She wished Rebecca would come. Surely, the woman would have an answer for the situation. But no spider appeared and Nicole finally gave up, forcing herself to let go. The next day, Lizzie and Nicole flew to Texas for Christmas break. Nicole only stopped by Lizzie's place in Dallas for a couple of minutes before heading home. She was still discouraged and upset about the events of the night before, and didn't want to be social. The minute she walked into her bedroom, she filled her tub and took a long bath, then lounged in her room until Derek, her oldest brother, came knocking on her door. "Nicole," he said, his voice muffled. "You okay?" She opened up and invited him in. "Yeah, I'm fine. But I need to warn you about something." Derek sat on her settee at the foot of her bed. "What's going on?" Nicole sat next to him and put her face in her hands. "Where to start?" "Oh, Derek, tons." She peeked through her fingers at him. "My boyfriend and I had something scary and freaky happen last night. I'm not getting a lot of sleep. I carry something with me that has its own power source." "Oh, and did you know that Mom and Dad are Terrians?" His eyes bugged. "No, I didn't. How'd you find out?" Long story? Nicole still wasn't sure what she could share with other people, and she didn't want to get into it if she didn't have to. But weird things are happening now, and I need at least one of my siblings to know what's going on. If only some of it. "Okay." He watched her, waiting for her to continue. "I'll be doing stuff over the next while that will totally be going against my character. You'll think I've lost my mind. Chase won't notice, and Paul and Julia will be overjoyed. That should tell you enough." She groaned, then turned to face him. "But know that it's all for a reason. I can't tell you what that is yet, but if I come to you needing support and a hug, just give it without question." She glanced at her hands. "If that's all right, of course." Derek shrugged. "Sure. No problem. I'm here for you." Nicole smiled at him. She loved how uncomplicated he made things. No questions, just acceptance. "I could use a hug now. I have to go talk to Tiffany and pretend to be on her side." They stood and Derek enveloped her in a huge hug. "Good luck, sis." "Where is she?" "In her office." "Oh, and dinner's going to be ready in an hour. That's why I came to find you. Give you a heads up." "All right." They left her room together. Once outside Tiffany's office, Nicole took a deep breath. She squared her shoulders and prepared to enter. "This is where it begins, Nicole," she whispered. She pushed the door open and stepped inside. Tiffany was at her laptop. She didn't look up at first. Nicole knew better than to interrupt. She stood near the door, waiting to be acknowledged. Finally, Tiffany shut her laptop. Her eyes scanned Nicole's appearance, then landed on her daughter's face. "You've changed." Nicole shrugged. "Don't shrug, Nicole. Act like an adult." I don't know what you want me to say. Yes, I've changed. Have a seat. Tiffany steepled her fingers over her laptop, elbows resting on top. Nicole sat across from her mother, then waited. Tiffany's eyes searched Nicole's face. You've given thought to our conversation, I can tell. Nicole nodded. Yes, I have. The conversation Tiffany was referring to had happened over Thanksgiving break when Nicole had learned that Rebecca and Captain Christopher Price were her great-great-grandparents, and that a huge sum of money had been saved for their next heartache descendant, who happened to be Nicole. Well, I've also talked to Rebecca about it. I know what her plans are. And you're okay with it? Nicole took a breath. I'm getting used to the idea. I understand why she wants to do it, though I think she's oversimplifying things. Destroying all heartaches would solve a lot of problems in the world. But not all heartaches are bad or evil. They did nothing to earn their powers. Abilities like that should be earned, not left to chance. Nicole knew that arguing with her mother would defeat the purpose of trying to get her to believe that Nicole was having a change of heart. So she only nodded in response. And you're okay with it? With what? Having me destroyed too. Tiffany hesitated. Not really. You are my daughter, after all. But as I keep my eye on the ultimate goal, fairness and equality for all, it's easier to push aside my feelings. Nicole blinked. That was the closest Tiffany had ever come to expressing affection for her child. I'm willing to not get married, to not have kids, if it means staying alive. I've barely started living, mother. I'm not ready to die yet. The lies and half-truths rolled off her tongue much easier than she thought they would. Rebecca had been right. As long as Nicole told as much truth as possible, the lies would be easier to disguise. I understand. I'm sure Rebecca and her group will listen to your plea. Rebecca said that you and Dad are members of the Tarian group. Tiffany tilted her head. I'm surprised she told you. So it's true? Of course. She said I'd find out soon enough. She's right. Tiffany grabbed a calendar, pulling it near. In fact, you would have found out next Wednesday at the annual Christmas Eve party. Nicole raised an eyebrow. It's weird to me that the Tarians celebrate Christmas. Tiffany waved that off with a flick of her hand. It shouldn't be. Christmas has been a part of the culture here much longer than Tarian groups have existed. Why didn't you ever tell us? Tell you what? That you and Dad are Tarians. It wasn't important. What? Yes, it. Nicole closed her eyes, taking a deep breath. She couldn't afford to lose her patience now. Not when things seemed to be going so well. Time for another lie. Okay, we'll discuss that later. For now, I'd like to learn more about their philosophy. That can be arranged. We were planning on presenting you to our local chapter at the party. On Christmas Eve. Tiffany nodded. Yes. In the meantime? She unlocked a cabinet next to her and pulled out a file. Go through this. Acquaint yourself with the members of our group. You'll want to know their names and positions before Wednesday night. Nicole took the folder, laying it in her lap. She wanted to open it then, but decided that doing it in the privacy of her own room would be better. Can I take it? As long as you don't lose it or get it dirty. Nicole held back an eye roll. Thanks. Tiffany opened her laptop, signaling the end of the conversation, and Nicole got to her feet and exited the room, shutting the door behind her. She checked the time on her phone, 30 minutes before dinner would be served, and returned to her room to examine the file. The first sheet of paper had a list of board members. The next several pages went into detail about those members: pictures, contact information, family, known heartache relatives, and prior activity in the group. Dad wasn't on the board, but Nicole was unsurprised to see that Tiffany was the secretary. She'd always been good at keeping things organized, including her emotions for her children, which she kept securely tucked away. The last few pages gave information about all the other Tarian groups around the world. Only an address was given for each. Nicole took a picture with her cell of the information on the Seattle group, noticing that the address was incomplete. In fact, all of them were. Only a city, state, and zip code were included. In a big city like Seattle, a zip code would help narrow things down, but not enough. There were groups on every continent. Most were in Europe and North America, with South America and Africa coming in next. Asia and Central America had the least number of groups. Nicole wondered about that. Asia made sense. A lot of it was led by communist governments that would probably prohibit a group like the Tarians. But why Central America? Maybe they were humbler and nicer, and actually appreciated their arrates. Nicole flipped back to the information on the board members. She noticed that one other couple had given birth to an arate, a boy named Greg who was a couple years older than Nicole. Did he know his family was involved? She'd find out eventually, if not at the meeting next Wednesday. Chapter 2. Nicole spent the week studying that list of people. She memorized everyone's names and faces, their roles, and even what they'd done in the Tarian group before their current positions. She hoped this information would come in handy, even though she'd be spending most of her time in Seattle. Once she returned to Caton, she planned to look up the Tarian group there and possibly join them. The thought of becoming a member of such an evil organization made her skin crawl and stomach roil. But if she was to perform her duties well, take over leading them, she had to gain their trust somehow. She didn't think just having Rebecca come in and say, "Here's your leader, follow her," would be good enough. Yes, some would be okay with it, but others would still distrust her. And for good reason. Rebecca was planning on betraying them all in the end. Wednesday night came quickly. Nicole allowed Tiffany to have her designer make her a new dress, a sleek bright red thing with gold accents. It was floor length and had a sheer overlay that made her feel feminine and pretty. Dad wore a tux, and Mother a navy blue evening gown. They were so stunning together that it made Nicole wish Austin were with her. She closed her eyes to the pain that thinking about him brought. She still hadn't had a visit from Rebecca, and didn't know if she'd get nauseated and see creatures every time they touched from now on. Usually, Dad drove himself around, but this time he hired a driver to take them to the party at the home of the Dallas Tarian president. Nicole didn't need to look at her cheat sheet to know that the president's name was Walter Crenshaw, that he was married to Jean, and that he'd been president for 10 years now. She'd known Walter and Jean for many, many years as some of Dad and Mother's best friends. A knot twisted in her stomach, reminding her of all the lies her parents had told. Such hypocrisy and deceit. They arrived at the Crenshaw's house, and waited for their driver to come around and open the door. Nicole noticed that others had hired drivers too, which mildly surprised her. Was it all for show, to see who was the most affluent, or was it simply customary? This wouldn't be the first time Nicole had stepped foot in the Crenshaw home, or their ballroom, where tables had been set up along the edges with space for dancing in the middle. But it was the first time she'd be going, knowing full well who everyone was. She took a breath, calming her nerves, realizing that she would be doing a lot of lying tonight. She hated that. The Crenshaw's butler opened the front door, then announced them to the group. Nicole stood behind her parents as they posed, smiling for a cameraman. Walter approached, shaking Dad and Tiffany's hands. His eyes landed on Nicole, and he tilted his head, glancing back to Tiffany and Dad. "She knows?" Mother nodded. "And she's interested." Walter raised his eyebrows. "Indeed?" He stepped past Tiffany and enveloped both of Nicole's hands with his own. "And why are you interested now?" Nicole glanced at Tiffany. "Let's just say things have come to light that make me question a lot of things." "That's wonderful, dear," he said. Walter gave her a warm smile, and Nicole's stomach twisted again. She couldn't believe that such a nice and friendly man, someone she'd looked up to for years, could entertain such horrible fascist beliefs. How had she never noticed the gross feeling that followed him now? Tiffany threaded her arm through Nicole's as they stepped past Walter. "Well done, my dear." Nicole couldn't ignore the pride lacing her mother's voice. If she understood things correctly, turning into an evil, murder-planning harpy was what would finally earn her mother's pride. Ridiculous. Disgusting. Horrible. And Nicole could only smile like it pleased her. Most of the evening went smoothly. Maybe Nicole was expecting too much, but apparently no evil Arates would be sacrificed that night. A few times, she jumped when someone touched her, but they only wanted to get to know the daughter of Tiffany and Charles Williams. When they learned she was an Arate, they were especially surprised. She quickly became the most popular person there, as others vied for her attention, wanting to know for themselves why she was there and if she truly believed that Arates should be killed. She found that her usual answers, she was having a change of heart, and wanted to learn more about the Tarians, satisfied everyone. It wasn't until almost the end of the evening that Nicole gasped in shock when she sensed a magical pulse that could only mean one thing. Another Arate was present. The pulse was faint, the Arate wasn't strong, but it was unmistakable. "What's wrong?" Tiffany whispered. "There's another Arate here," Nicole whispered back, setting down her dessert fork. Tiffany glanced around the room, her eyes landing on an older couple who just entered the door. She turned to Dad, motioning to the newcomers. "The Huffs are here." Nicole raised an eyebrow. Sally Huff was the vice president of the organization, and the only other member who had an Arate child. Greg Huff was attending the Tarian meeting. It looked like she'd meet him tonight after all. Tiffany put her hand on Nicole's arm. "We've been meaning to tell you that you aren't the only Arate who's changed sides. In fact, Greg has been attending Tarian meetings for years now." "His parents told him what they were?" Nicole whispered. "Of course. He's known since he was a child." "Why didn't you tell me about all of this sooner?" "Things were different for you, Nicole." Nicole couldn't see how, but she turned with her mother and watched as the Huffs were announced to the group, and then went around the room saying hi and being greeted warmly. She still couldn't believe how these people could act so civil and open when they had such evil thoughts. She wouldn't forget what happened to Austin's older siblings for going against Tarian wishes. Nicole's eyes were drawn to Greg. Maybe it was the slight magical pulse that flowed off him, but it could also have to do with the fact that he was downright gorgeous. His features individually weren't terribly impressive, but all together, they made a very attractive man. Greg's hair was blonde, almost silver, and his eyes very dark brown. He was tall, tan, slender, and walked with an arrogance that made him look like he was the most important person in the room. His expression was dark and brooding. Even when he smiled, the smile didn't reach his eyes. But something about his confidence, the way he held himself, attracted Nicole. She'd always been a sucker for confident men. After a moment, his dark eyes flitted across the room and landed on her. Had he sensed her magic? From that moment on, his gaze rarely left hers. Nicole tried to watch him discreetly, but when Tiffany elbowed Dad and motioned in her direction, she realized how obvious she'd been. It was then that she noticed that her parents glowed with pride. Weird. Nicole reminded herself that Austin was her boyfriend, that he was a good person, that Greg was a member of an evil organization. It should be enough that her parents seemed to want her to hook up with him, to discredit him as a possible boyfriend. Still, she found herself hoping he'd join them at their table. What was she thinking? She didn't know anything about him. What if he was married? Besides, her reasons to ignore him should have been enough. The Huffs finally reached the table where Nicole and her parents sat. Greg's eyes didn't leave Nicole's until he'd pulled out the chair next to her and sat. Then he turned to the food being placed in front of him by a server. "Long ride into town?" Dad asked Sally as she also took a seat. She chuckled. "Oh, you know. We had to swing by Greg's apartment. He was busy with—" "Never mind that, Mom," Greg said. Sally chuckled again. "Fine. I won't share your activities." Greg glanced at Nicole. "Parents," he said loudly. Nicole gave him a half smile. "Yeah, parents. Whatever." She didn't think they had any notes to compare in that department. So you're an heartache, Greg said, then put a bite of chicken in his mouth. Yes. Nicole wasn't sure what else to say. Sally looked at Nicole. Your mom said she was thinking about bringing you. Glad to see you here. It's good to be here, I guess. Everyone has been very friendly. Greg leaned toward her. Believe me, you'll get used to the two-sided behavior eventually. One minute the people are sharing cocktails and laughing near a fireplace, and the next, they're executing a member for losing an important paper. Other businesses would simply fire someone or reduce their hours or pay, but here they take things a lot further. Tiffany and Dad rolled their eyes, and Sally put her hand on Greg's arm. Stop trying to scare her. Greg shrugged. She'll find out soon enough. A quartet in the corner of the room started playing. Greg downed his glass of wine in one gulp, then pushed away from the table. He held out his hand to Nicole. Shall we dance? Nicole glanced at Tiffany and Dad, wondering if they were okay with her leaving. Go ahead, dear, Tiffany said. Nicole nodded to Greg and took his hand. A server pulled her chair back, and she got to her feet, being careful not to tread on her dress. Greg took her to the center of the dance floor and pulled her close. He placed one hand on her hip and held her right hand in his left. They waltzed for a few moments without talking. Nicole tried to control the flutter of nerves in her stomach. She felt eyes on them and glanced at the tables that surrounded the dance floor, noticing that most of those present were watching. They can't take their eyes off you, Greg said. I don't blame them. You're exceptionally beautiful. Nicole looked at him. And the fact that the only two heartaches present are dancing together doesn't have anything to do with it? Greg shrugged, his hand on her hip tightening as he pulled her closer. He stared at her openly. I'm barely an heartache. Never had much need for powers when I knew they'd be taken away eventually. They're not just going to take our abilities away, they're planning to kill us. He grinned. So? We'll just live shorter lives. He placed his cheek against hers and breathed deeply. Which is why I choose to enjoy myself. He let go of her hand and wrapped his arms around her, his lips brushing her earlobe then trailing down her neck. Nicole pushed back, raising her eyebrow at him. You're too forward, Greg. I just met you, and you don't know anything about me. His gaze swept her dress, body, taking everything in. I don't need to know anything about you to know I like what I see. His dark eyes rose to meet hers. Why are you here? The question was sudden, pointed. Nicole hesitated before answering, realizing he was probably spying for his parents and the entire group. It's complicated. Then simplify it. Nicole glanced away, letting him twirl her. When he brought her close again, she took a breath. I've had several experiences lately that have me questioning a lot of things. Why is it that only the fourth child has powers? Who gave us these abilities? Why can't we share them with others? And do we even deserve to have them? She laughed. Don't get me wrong, I love using my magic. But that doesn't mean I don't question the equality of the system. Greg nodded but didn't respond. Nicole couldn't tell if he'd bought her answer. Technically, everything she'd said was true. But what she'd hinted around, that heartaches needed to be stripped of their powers, was definitely not true. So you use your magic? Greg asked, a playful smile teasing the corners of his mouth. Care to demonstrate? Nicole snorted. Not a chance. He pulled her close again and trailed his hands down her back. A private demonstration then. I like the sound of that. Nicole rolled her eyes, trying to pull away to see his face. Greg, I have a boyfriend. So? What does that have to do with anything? He leaned forward, brushing his lips across her right cheekbone. His hands massaged her back, and his breath tickled her ear. Nicole swallowed, and for a moment she didn't have an answer for him. She blinked. Austin. I'm done dancing for the evening. She pulled away from him and crossed the now full dance floor back to her seat. Tiffany glared at her. What was that all about? She hissed quietly enough so the Huffs couldn't hear. Nicole leveled a stare at her mother. I don't know what you're talking about. He obviously likes you, Nicole. Why did you rebuff him? Because he's slimy and a player. I don't spend time with players. That's going to have to change, you know. Is it? Tiffany motioned to Sally and raised her voice. Tell her, Sally. Sally blinked, obviously confused. About what? Her and Greg. Oh, of course. Sally turned to Nicole. Greg's decided to date you. Nicole snorted. Oh, has he? And when was he going to tell me? Tiffany put her hand on Nicole's arm. You are going to do it. Who died and made him king? Greg sat down next to Nicole and turned a flirtatious grin on her. Oh, I'm not royalty. I don't need to be to get what I want. He trailed a finger down her arm. I'm positive it'll work out because Rebecca decided it. Nicole's jaw dropped, and for a moment she couldn't recover from her shock. Rebecca. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, she'll tell you eventually, Greg said. He put his arm across the back of her chair. But you might as well get used to it. Tarian headquarters has already approved. That means we're pretty much married already. He reached over and draped his arms around her, nibbling on her earlobe. It's been a long time since I've been with a blonde. Let alone a blonde arate. I look forward to consummating our marriage. Nicole pushed his face away, revulsion swelling up in her throat. Let me go. He laughed and tickled her, then tightened his hands around her waist. I will. Eventually. Nicole squirmed, trying to get away, and then looked at Dad for support, her eyes begging him to help. All right, Greg, Dad said. You've had your fun. Let her go. Greg raised an eyebrow but did as he was asked, releasing his hold on her. Yes, sir. Nicole pushed away from the table. I'm going home. Did I come on too strong? Greg asked. If so, I apologize. He winked at Nicole, and she glared at him before turning to her parents. I'm serious. I'm going home now. I refuse to be in the same room with him anymore. Tiffany glanced at Dad. I suppose it's fine if we leave now, right, dear? Dad sighed. Yes. He looked across the table at Sally. Tell Walter we took Cole home and we'll try to return later. Nicole kept her head high as she strode out of the ballroom, up the stairs and through the front doors. She didn't wait long after they'd gotten in the car before starting on her parents. What was that all about? There's no way I'm marrying him? And why do I need to, anyway? We all know what's going to happen when Rebecca gives word. He and I will be gone, and a stupid marriage to a stupid creep will be pointless. We don't know all of Rebecca's plans, Tiffany said. She glared at Nicole. That was an embarrassing show of emotion back there. What is going on with you? Oh, I don't know. Possibly the fact that my parents are planning my marriage to a freak, and actually want me to be okay with it after he spent the entire evening groping me. You're being melodramatic, Nicole, Tiffany said. He'd only been with you for maybe half an hour. Ridiculous, Nicole said, staring out the window. Rebecca had better show up soon, or there'd be some serious consequences. I don't want to talk about it anymore. He's not all bad, Dad said. Just get to know him. Nicole didn't respond, and her parents took the hint. The rest of the drive home was quiet, and she was grateful to find Rebecca waiting in her room when she got there. Nicole didn't say anything. She had a hard time even looking at the older woman as she prepared for bed. You're mad at me, Rebecca said. What happened at the party? Nicole took a breath, undoing the clasp on her necklace. Why couldn't you have warned me about the creep? And that you've promised me to him? Creep? Rebecca's expression showed confusion. Greg huffed. Oh, him. Rebecca laughed, getting to her feet. There must be a misunderstanding. Really? Do explain. All right. I told Greg that if he agreed to work with you, you might become open to the idea of marrying him. She rushed on. But let me assure you, I have no intention of ever allowing him to do that. Because we'll both be dead? Rebecca's face paled and she hesitated, then rushed to comfort Nicole. Dear, of course not. You already know my plans, and they don't require you to die, or any other heartache. He doesn't know everything, though. He's in a spiral of self-destruction, and I've been doing as much as I can to get him out of it. He's the only other heartache in the Tarian organization, so you'll need to work together to destroy the embryonic manipulator. So I do have to spend time with him. Yes, and I'm sorry about that. It's obvious he disgusts you. More than you can possibly know. Nicole finished getting into her pajamas and climbed on her bed. So I don't have to marry him? No, but you may have to play along. Just a bit. There's no way I'm giving him any part of me. He'll take everything he can get. Yes, he will. Guard yourself around him. And I have to warn you, once he sets his sights on a girl, he rarely gives up until he's broken her. Nicole moaned. Why do I need his help? Because the task will be incredibly difficult as it is, but it will be impossible without help. Not only that, but the elixir must be poured into the machine by 2 hands from separate heartaches. The elixir needs you, but the task can't be completed without Greg. Without the help of another heartache, you mean? Yes. Then why can't I pick someone else? Why can't my boyfriend do it? Rebecca hesitated. How are things going with Austin anyway? The way she asked caught Nicole's attention. She obviously knew something was up. Why do you ask? Just wondering. Her eyes flitted to Nicole, then away. If something hasn't happened, then expect it to shortly. You mean like seeing disgusting creatures while kissing him? Rebecca turned to Nicole. Yes. And headaches, intense nausea, sneezing. I haven't sneezed yet. Why are the great ones doing this to me? They don't like distracted anointed ones. And, I hate to say this, but it's probably permanent. It'll get worse and worse until you're completely unable to even hear his name mentioned without experiencing violent physical reactions. Nicole felt the blood drain out of her face, and she slumped back against her headboard. Permanent? Why? I don't know all their plans, but there's a strong chance they'll want you to do more for them once you complete the task I've asked of you. What do you mean? I'm not doing anything else. I'm already tired of being a guinea pig. She sat upright. And why didn't you tell me any of this sooner? I was worried it would make you back out. Really? Well, you're right. I'm about ready to back out now. Don't think I'm too far into this project that I won't. Rebecca sighed. I understand why this upsets you so much. You've had it rough lately. I'll see if I can get a message to them to lighten up after all this is over. In the meantime, focus on other people. Nicole felt tears pricking her eyes, but she refused to cry in front of the older woman. I'd like to be alone now. All right. I love you, dear. Nicole nodded, but didn't respond. Rebecca disappeared. Still, Nicole struggled with letting her emotions spill out. She loved Austin, and as far as she was concerned, she always would. He was the first guy she'd felt like this about, this burning happiness that didn't disappear when they weren't in the same room. Nicole turned off her lights and curled up in her bed. She'd have to talk to Austin soon. She dreaded that conversation. Chapter 3. Nicole's flight back to Seattle was long and exhausting. She knew Lizzie was dying to hear how her visit home had gone, but she couldn't muster the energy to fill in her best friend just yet. The girls unpacked in their apartment in silence, then slumped together on the couch, preparing to watch movies all day. After they'd finished the first one, Nicole finally talked to Lizzie about everything that had happened. Lizzie's reaction to the Greg situation was similar to Nicole's, complete disgust. And he's already called once and emailed 3 times since Christmas Eve. Nicole put a pillow over her face. I can't stand him, Lizzie. And with the problems Austin and I are having, I don't know how much more of anything I can take. What problems? Remember when I saw things while he was kissing me? Well, apparently that's going to be permanent. Nicole groaned. If what Rebecca said is true, I'm going to have to break up with him. She told Lizzie about her conversation with Rebecca. Lizzie made a sympathetic sound. I'm so sorry. He'll understand, I'm sure. I know he will. And that's what sucks. Any other guy would freak out and never forgive me. She moaned, then attempted to push aside her depression. Next movie? The girls watched 2 more before Nicole finally got up the courage to call Austin and invite him over. There was no way she'd break up with him over the phone. The moment Austin entered the apartment, Nicole's nausea struck, and she had to run to the bathroom. Austin waited for her in the living room. Still hasn't gone away. She shook her head, then stared at her feet, sitting on the opposite end of the couch from him. And it's not going to, she whispered. They aren't going to allow me to date you anymore. Austin didn't respond for a moment, and Nicole finally looked up at him. His eyes glistened, but the expression on his face was compassionate. I'm sorry, sweetie. Nicole nodded. Me too. Her heart broke as she watched the emotions of sadness, anger, hurt, disbelief, and finally acceptance play across his face. How long will it last? Rebecca says the great ones want me to be free from you forever. She's going to see if they'll lighten up after the elixir thing has been resolved. We probably won't even be able to be in the same room anymore. I don't see any alternatives, Nicole said. Just being with you now makes me want to throw up again. Austin chuckled humorlessly. I've never had that kind of rejection before. Nicole didn't respond at first. She blinked back her tears. I want to keep in touch with you as long as I can. Thinking about losing him, about not being able to study with him, hug him, kiss him, made her heart ache all over again. She'd finally won him over. Picturing him with another girl made her breath catch in her throat. She forced that image away. She wouldn't do that to herself. We can try, but it might become problematic. Austin reached for Nicole, then dropped his hand. Can you date other people? I don't know. Rebecca didn't say. Then I suggest you try it. I don't want you to be alone. Nicole closed her eyes, trying to ignore the headache that had just come. I don't want you alone either. She looked up at him earnestly. Let's promise to try again in a year. And date other people in the meantime? Yes. Austin rubbed his face. Okay. Nicole decided not to tell him about Greg. It would only upset him and make him feel helpless. There wasn't anything he could do to fix that situation. Austin got to his feet. I guess I should go now. Nicole nodded, unable to speak due to the bile rising in the back of her throat. Austin hesitated, then placed a quick kiss on her cheek and stepped back, but not before the visions opened up again. This time, they didn't stop until he left the apartment. Austin sent Nicole a text the next day, saying he'd gone to visit Albert, Prudence, and Orson in Moses Lake. They were happy, healthy, and missing Nicole. They asked her to come visit them sometime. Nicole wasn't able to respond. Even reading the message made her puke. She had Lizzie send a text from her phone, telling him how much Nicole appreciated the update. Austin replied to Lizzie, saying he'd text her with any updates from Elizabeth, who was spying on Rebecca. She hadn't come to him with information yet, but he was sure it would happen soon. Nicole signed up for classes, deciding to repeat the ones from the last semester since she'd been unable to finish any of them. She breathed a sigh of relief when she learned that none of her courses overlapped Lizzie's schedule, as her friend and Austin were taking many of the same classes. Nicole wouldn't accidentally run into him. 2 weeks later, after her first class with Coolidge, Nicole approached her teacher to make an appointment. She wanted to update him on everything that had happened over Christmas break. Coolidge had an opening right then, so they walked together to his office, conversing about the events at Albert's manor. Apparently, Albert had decided to flood the land where the farmhouse used to be, and put a lake there, since he could still see glowing things at night. He wanted as much separation between him and the stuff as he could get. Nicole couldn't blame him. The spores that had been delivered by the meteor had nearly killed her and her friends. Not only that, but if they multiplied enough, they could create portals to other dimensions. She knew there had to be links between dimensions in many places around the world, but having even one less possibility felt good. He believes the water will keep the spores from growing, Coolidge said. Nicole nodded, taking a seat across his desk from him. Understandable. It wasn't until the well was emptied that they really started spreading. Exactly. How's the land surrounding the meteor site? It hasn't overcome anything, or grown healthy again, if that's what you mean. Yet another reason why Albert plans to put in a lake. I'd do the same. Coolidge leaned forward, steepling his fingers. How was your visit with your family? Nicole groaned. Disastrous. My parents are horrible. They had me go meet their Tarian friends, along with a disgusting, flirtatious guy they think I should marry. He ruined my evening. But you're dating Austin. Nicole shook her head sadly. Not anymore. She took a breath, then quickly filled in her professor on what had happened where Austin was concerned. I'm sorry to hear this. Coolidge folded his arms and leaned back in his chair. And yet, there are plenty of worthy young men on campus. I'm sure you'll find someone eventually. That's the thing. Why are the great ones so opposed to me dating, or even being near Austin? My guess is that they'll react the same way, as soon as I create strong emotional ties with anyone else. What about Lizzie? Nicole shrugged. I don't know, I don't understand. I'm just as close to her as I am to Austin. It doesn't make sense. Love seems to change a lot of things. Perhaps Lizzie isn't as strong a threat as Austin. He tapped his lips. Austin is also a very powerful Arate. And if their goal is to destroy Arates, they'd naturally want you to stay away from someone who could so easily sway you. But Rebecca says their goal is to destroy the embryonic manipulator, not Arates. The Tarians want to get rid of Arates. And the Great Ones at some time were in agreement with the Tarians on that subject. Yes. Good point. Nicole dropped into her thoughts for a bit. She only trusted Rebecca because the woman had asked her to, and she'd been right about so many other things so far. But what if she was lying to Nicole? Nicole shook herself. That was a bridge she couldn't cross until she'd learned the truth. And Elizabeth was the only one who could learn what that truth was. Who knew how long it would take for the woman to find enough information? Nicole glanced up at Coolidge. I wanted to see you for another reason. What's that? I need to meet local Tarians. My parents had a list of all the Tarian groups around the world, but no address for any of them, other than the city and zip code. Nicole pulled a folded sheet of paper from her pocket, putting it on Coolidge's desk and sliding it toward him. Here's that information. Would you be able to figure out where they meet? Coolidge glanced at the sheet. Possibly. It's in the neighboring zip code from here. His eyes fell to a slip of laminated paper that had fallen out of the folded one. You're still carrying that around? Nicole nodded. I can't help it. I want to figure out what happened to her. She's probably dead, Nicole. I know. The person they referred to was named Anna Morse. She was an elderly woman Nicole had played the cello with while she was in Ohio learning to channel her powers. The woman, or her apartment building, had been possessed, and Mrs. Morse had spent nearly an hour writing an account of what had happened to make it that way. This bit of paper was all that remained, and Nicole carried it everywhere with her. Coolidge sighed. I'll do my best with this, he said, indicating the folded sheet. He met Nicole's gaze. And about your situation with Austin. Make sure not to drop by my office without an appointment. As long as you always have one, I'll be able to ensure he's not around when you come." Nicole nodded. "Thanks. I appreciate it." She got up to go, then remembered one other item she'd planned to discuss with him. "I want to learn all of the wind sub-abilities." "Lofty goal, there are hundreds of them." "I know. But I want to master my powers before anything happens with the elixir." "You won't need to learn them all. Once you're able to perform 5 or 6, the rest fall easily into place, allowing you to move on to the next element." Nicole smiled. "That's the best news I've had in ages. I was prepared for it to be a daunting task, and this makes it easier." "Yes, it does." Coolidge got up and pulled a book off his shelf. "Try this one first. If it doesn't help, the library has a good selection." Nicole thanked Professor Coolidge and put the book in her backpack. He shook her hand. "I'll email you when I get more information on the Tarian group." Nicole thanked him again, then headed to the cafeteria for lunch. As soon as she'd sat down with her tray of food, Nicole opened up Coolidge's book. Her eyes widened as she flipped through it. She doubted she'd need anything else to finish learning wind abilities. It even explained the science behind many of the sub-abilities. Most of them pulled from the pineal gland, as she'd already learned, but some of them were triggered by other areas of the brain, such as the pituitary gland and the medulla. The pineal gland was where the magic originated, but other areas of the brain helped control the powers. Fascinating. The sub-abilities were listed alphabetically. Under each one was a list of other sub-abilities of wind magic that would be easiest to learn. Nicole wasn't sure what the official term was for hers, so she went to the topical guide and looked up sound. She found it about halfway down the page. Noise cancellation. Nicole opened up to the corresponding page number and quickly scanned the listing. Apparently, it was one of the most difficult to master and even to discover. Most wind arates who had noise cancellation as their sub-ability never learned to channel. She found herself grateful it was where she'd started, but knew it was also why she'd struggled so much in the beginning. Nicole found that the medulla, which helped control breathing, also helped control this ability. Which made sense, since she'd needed to learn to focus her breathing before she could channel properly. The other sub-abilities that were supposed to be easy for her to learn were then mentioned. She studied that list, trying to decide where to start. Music and noise pitch. Speed of sound. Volume of sound. Intonation of instruments, humans, animals. Noise creation was the hardest for wind arates, whose powers started with noise cancellation. That made sense. After thinking it over, Nicole decided that the easiest thing to do would be to start at the top of the list and work her way down, learning them all that way. For most of these, she'd need someone to practice on. Austin's face appeared in her mind, and she had to close her eyes and take a breath to push away the slight nausea that hit her. She couldn't tell if the sickness was due to the heartache she now felt or the effect of the great ones. It was probably both. Nicole glanced at her phone. Her next class was about to start. She used a clean napkin to mark her spot in the book, packed up her things, and left the cafeteria. Nicole knew Lizzie was doing it to make her feel better, but she couldn't handle the frequent updates her roommate gave her on Austin. Especially when she learned about his first date with someone else a few weeks later. She didn't know if it should make her happy or sad. She wanted him to be okay, to be able to move on, not to be lonely. But thinking about him with another girl else, happy with that other girl, caring for her, upset Nicole too much. The only solace she found was in the fact that Austin really had sworn off Savannah, his ex, for good. Nate, Austin's roommate, confirmed that to Lizzie. The two hadn't seen or spoken to each other since October, when Austin had last broken up with her. Unable to deal with it anymore, Nicole asked Lizzie to stop giving her updates on Austin. They were too painful and started causing her to be ill. But even stopping the updates turned out not to be enough. Eventually, she even had to ask Lizzie not to hang out with Nate anymore. "I can always tell when you've been over there," Nicole said. "I know you try to hide it, but there's this." This feeling around you that tells me you've seen Austin. I've had to throw up twice now because of it." Lizzie sighed dramatically. "I suppose it wouldn't hurt to give Nate a break. Besides, the only reason I've been over there so much lately is for you. To keep an eye on Austin. Even if I can't tell you what's going on in his life, I want to know so I can protect you in some way. And I really appreciate it. I need a clean break. Is that okay?" Lizzie shrugged. "Sure. Nate's not my only friend. Besides, now that he's dating someone else, it's time for me to stop hanging out with him so much. How are things where guys are concerned?" Lizzie's face brightened. "Oh my gosh, there's this super hot guy in Fire 202 who is totally awesome. He's got these fantastic brown eyes. His name is Jake. He's really tall. Compared to you, anyone is," Nicole said with a laugh. "I know. But he's even much taller than Austin. Austin isn't the tallest guy out there, he's barely over 6 feet. And Jake is 6 feet 5 inches. Nicole laughed again. "Does he like you?" "I think so. He kissed my hand today all flirty-like, and asked for my number. He's texted 4 or 5 times so far." "Yeah, he likes you. Is he a decent guy?" Lizzie lifted one shoulder. "Seems to be. A lot of the time, unless the guy is like smacking a girl around right then, I can't tell anyway. Other than the creepy feeling they sometimes give off." Nicole chuckled. "And we always avoid the guys who hit girls in public. Let alone in private. But that's much harder to find out." The two grinned at each other, then finished making dinner. "Made any progress with other sub-abilities?" Lizzie asked around a mouthful of pancake, butter and syrup. Nicole nodded. "I'm able to change the pitch of noise and music for inanimate things, but I really do need to practice on a living person." Lizzie raised her hand. "Oh me. Pick me. When do you want to practice?" The girls picked a time that weekend, then finished their dinner, talking about Jake and 2 other guys Lizzie had noticed that week. As she was getting ready for bed, Nicole emptied her pockets, placing the items on her nightstand. She was about to change her clothes when she noticed something odd about the laminated piece of paper she carried in her pocket. She picked it up, looking at it closely. The writing was still unintelligible, but it had changed. She flipped the slip of paper over and gasped, letting it fall to the floor. "Lizzie!" Nicole shrieked, running to her bedroom door and throwing it open. "Lizzie!" Her best friend popped her head out of her room. "What?" Come see," Nicole said. She dashed back inside her room, followed by Lizzie, picked up the paper and handed it to the girl. Lizzie's eyes rounded, her jaw dropping. "Holy smokes! What does this mean?" Nicole took back the paper, looking at it again. "Nicole." That was the only thing written, where before, the entire paper had been covered with illegible scraggly writing. "Call Professor Coolidge," Lizzie said. Nicole nodded. "Good idea." She picked up her cell and quickly dialed Coolidge's number, hoping it wasn't too late. Coolidge answered on the 4th ring, right before voicemail picked up. "Yes, Nicole? What's up?" She quickly explained the situation. "Any idea why it would do that? Or how?" There was silence on the other end for several moments. "I don't know. Watch and see if anything else changes. I'll do some studying on my side. This is definitely weird, though." Nicole agreed to keep her eye on it, knowing she'd be checking it every 5 minutes from then on. They ended the call. She checked it frequently over the next several days, but nothing changed. It still only said Nicole. Was Anna Morse trying to get in contact with her? Or was it someone or something else? Did it mean she was supposed to try to find the woman, or was there more coming? Maybe Mrs. Morse would write her a note 1 word at a time. Or maybe the Great Ones had gotten their hands on Anna Morse's things in that crooked street in Ohio where Nicole had stayed for 3 weeks. Maybe they were trying to manipulate her yet again. Either way, She needed more information. Nicole was so grateful the Great Ones didn't seem to care that she still kept her best friend around. Or Professor Coolidge, for that matter. She wasn't about to question why, and hoped it wouldn't change in the future. Over a month passed before Nicole heard back from Coolidge about the local Terrians. During that time, she didn't see or hear from Austin. She found herself thinking about him less and less during the day, and that was a relief. But nighttime was still really difficult. She spent a lot of time crying, not understanding why it was so hard to get over a breakup this time. After class one day, Coolidge gave her a slip of paper. On it was written an address and a time. "The next Terrian meeting," he said quietly as students rushed past them. "This Saturday." Nicole thanked him and tucked the paper into her pants pocket next to Mrs. Morse's laminated slip. That evening, Nicole and Lizzie brainstormed solid reasons for Nicole wanting to betray Arates. The only things they could come up with was the fact that it wasn't fair that only Arates had powers. That it was too random, that those with magic weren't necessarily the hardest working or the most worthy. And the one that Nicole sort of agreed with, but also disagreed with, that the powers were too dangerous for just anyone to have. In Nicole's perfect world, everyone would be born with Arate abilities. Now that she'd been channeling without a focus for over a month, and sensing the powers of magical items and people for much longer, she couldn't imagine living any other way. She didn't want to live any other way. The meeting was in an abandoned warehouse. Fitting, in a stereotypical way. Why they didn't put it in the top of a high rise with a fantastic view of Elliott Bay was beyond her. She couldn't give them too much credit by way of brains and creativity, though. Coolidge warned Nicole that she might not be the only Arate in attendance, and she decided to go cautiously, sensing for other magical people. What would she do if she found they'd turned their backs on Arates? Or that they hadn't, that they were spying like her? Nicole agonized for several hours over whether she should wear a disguise and use a fake name or not. She finally decided to go as herself, Nicole Williams of Lucas, Texas. Arate. It would be easiest not to lie from the start. And eventually, if things went according to plan, she'd be leading them anyway. It would be better to start making a name for herself early, instead of having to explain later why she didn't come clean in the beginning. She didn't tell anyone where she was going when she left for the meeting. Not even Lizzie knew where it was. Now that Nicole carried the elixir, she knew Rebecca couldn't see her every move, or hadn't foreseen her every move 100 years ago. That gave her a bit of comfort, and the sense of some much-needed privacy. Nicole pulled into the gravel parking lot next to the warehouse. She glanced around at the other people also pulling up just then, glad to see she wasn't the only one wearing normal clothes, another decision she'd had a hard time making. She was positive the evening gown for Christmas Eve had been for that special occasion, and had decided on jeans and a hoodie, her usual Seattle clothing. Her gut hadn't led her astray, most everyone else was wearing jeans and a warm top too. Nicole tucked her hair back into her hoodie and zipped up when it started drizzling. The warehouse exterior was faded red brick. The sidewalk leading to the main doors was broken up, and she had to watch where she was going. "New here?" a man asked, opening the door for her. She glanced up, shocked that he'd recognized a new face so quickly. "Yes." She wasn't comfortable expounding on that, even though the man was apparently waiting for an explanation. "My name's Jonathan. I'm the secretary of our local chapter." He held out his hand as they passed through the doors. "Nicole Williams." Nicole shook his hand, surprised to find it firm and warm. Weren't bad guys supposed to be bad? Fishy? Limp handshakers? "You'll want to introduce yourself to the president," Jonathan said. He nodded in the direction of a makeshift stage, where several rows of chairs had been set up. "We won't go over our regular items of business until all new members have been introduced." Nicole thanked Jonathan, then headed toward the stage, wondering if she was supposed to meet the president now or wait. She decided to take a seat on the third row and wait to see what happened. She watched as about 30 people, none of whom were RAs, filed into the warehouse, taking seats around her. Lights had been wired along the edges of the room, and she could hear a generator outside. Most of the windows were broken, and graffiti covered the walls. Garbage littered a large part of the huge interior. Several moments later, a gray-haired man stood and held up his hands, silencing the crowd. He cleared his throat. "Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for coming. I'd like to invite all visitors to approach the stage at this time to be signed in. We'll begin in 5 minutes." Nicole got to her feet and glanced around, feeling her cheeks burn when she realized she was the only one standing. 30 pairs of eyes zeroed in on her as she walked toward the stage. The gray-haired man extended his hand, eyeing her curiously. "I'm Andrew." He pointed to the woman behind him. "That's Shayna. She's my wife and the vice president of our group." Nicole nodded to the woman, who smiled in return. "I'm Nicole Williams," she said in a quiet voice. "This isn't my first Tarian meeting, but it's the first time I've been interested in joining." "Very good. Where have your other meetings been? And what interests you about our group?" Nicole breathed a sigh of relief as people behind her started whispering, obviously getting bored. "I need to be completely open with you. I'm an RA studying at Caton University." The man's eyes narrowed. "Why are you here?" Nicole swallowed, realizing that the next couple of minutes were crucial. She needed this man on her side, needed him to trust her. "My parents are Tarians. Over the past few months, they and another relative have been teaching me things that make me wonder at the fairness of the situation we're in. I'm not positive I should be an RA, let alone anyone else. I'm undecided as to whether RAs should all be killed, but I don't like the idea that someone has immense powers because they're born with them and didn't earn them." Andrew nodded. "A good argument. What do you intend to do with our group?" "Learn as much as I can before making a decision. Be involved. Help where possible. I love my parents and want to make them proud. They feel I have a bright future with the Tarians." "Who are your parents?" "Charles and Tiffany Williams." Recognition flooded the man's face. "You're Tiffany Williams's RA daughter?" Nicole nodded. Andrew rubbed his chin. "We can't divulge sensitive information in this or any meeting until you've completed an initiation. I'm willing to do whatever you need me to do." "Good." Andrew looked back to Shayna and beckoned her to join them. Shayna also had gray hair. It was spiked all over the top of her head, and a section above her left ear was shaved. Nicole hid a smile. Shayna was at least 70. It seemed she was doing her best to keep her age out of the fashion equation. "Nicole here is the daughter of Tiffany Williams. She wants to join our group. She's an RA." He cleared his throat. "Do you think for her initiation, He trailed off, his eyes intense. Shayna nodded. "Yes. It'll be perfect for her." Andrew invited Nicole onto the stage and had her sit next to Jonathan. "Have her fill out her information. Shayna and I will decide on her initiation." Jonathan nodded, pulling a piece of paper and pen from his briefcase. He gave them to Nicole, asking her to turn in the paper at the end of the meeting. She was to stay by him until the meeting concluded. She wasn't sure why, probably to make sure she didn't take notes on topics discussed or something. The meeting went okay, from what Nicole could tell. It was orderly, people were polite, and several reports were given. Nicole had no idea what was going on though, since everyone was using code words. She figured it was because she was present, and they didn't want her to know something sensitive. What she did understand was when Andrew turned attention to the coming of a future leader. He talked about Mrs. Price frequently, how she was preparing this person. How it would be someone powerful. When Andrew said this, several hands shot up in the air. People wanted to know if it was the guy in Europe, who was indeed very powerful. Nicole refused to look up and meet eyes with anyone. It seemed only she knew that the power Rebecca referred to was not position, but magic. Oh, she hoped she'd be able to help these people see the error of their choices, as Rebecca seemed to think was possible. Nicole finally returned her attention to the paper she was still filling out. It asked questions she'd expected. Name, address, number, email address. It asked if she was related to any heartaches. She circled self and nothing else. She didn't want them to know that her great-great-grandmother was an heartache just yet. And besides, great-great-grandmother wasn't even an option. Once the meeting concluded, Jonathan took the paper from Nicole, and Andrew shook her hand, telling her he'd be in contact with her. She left feeling almost like she hadn't really accomplished anything. But she knew that was silly. First impressions were important, and hopefully she'd left a good one. Her thoughts turned to the initiation she'd be asked to perform. Would they want her to kill an heartache? Turn in a friend? Destroy some powerful heartache treasure? She hoped whatever it was would be something her conscience would allow her to do. Otherwise, she and Rebecca would need to have a chat. Chapter 4. Nicole shut her book for Professor Whitman's class over 2 hours after she'd opened it. She couldn't believe how much reading that woman required. The quizzes were insane. They seemed much harder than the ones Lizzie had taken the previous semester. Perhaps Whitman felt she had something to prove after she'd bought a poisoned crown off eBay several months earlier, which made half her class faint and the other half throw up. Nicole recognized how important it was that she pass this class. It was easily the most difficult of the required courses she was taking. Professor Coolidge's was hard too, but it wasn't ridiculously hard. Nothing he assigned felt like busy work, unlike most of the projects in Professor Whitman's class. Rubbing her eyes, Nicole rested her elbows on the desk in the library, realizing her brain had had it, and she wouldn't be able to finish her homework that day. At least not for the next few hours. Nicole? She turned, glancing at the speaker. Toby. Nicole got to her feet, and after he'd set down a pile of books, gave him a hug. How are you doing? Long time no see. It had been 4 or 5 months, actually, since their last study session. Before her trip to Moses Lake. I'm doing great. How about you? Nicole shrugged. She really didn't want to delve into everything, and hoped he'd be okay with a short answer. Fine. How's school? I graduated in December. His eyes twinkled with excitement. It's been great. No homework. Nicole laughed. Boy, wouldn't that be awesome. She tilted her head. So, what are you doing here then? Toby indicated the books. Returning leftover books. I'll probably have a huge fine, but I just couldn't bring myself to come once finals ended. I really needed a break from being here. Nicole laughed again. I understand. How are things going with Austin? She glanced away, lifting one shoulder. We're not dating anymore. Oh. Sorry about that. Nicole sighed. It's how it goes sometimes. Toby cleared his throat, tucking a hand into his jeans pocket. His gaze stayed on her face, and for the first time ever she noticed his eyes. They were brown, not as dark as Austin's, but a pretty shade. She recalled that her initial reaction to him had been that he was cute. She found that still held true. Toby took a breath. So, this might be horrible timing. Actually, I know it's horrible timing, but would you want to go get ice cream with me? He motioned to her closed books. If you're done here, that is. Nicole smiled at him, remembering how he'd asked her out before, but neither of them had followed through with it. I'd like that. And yes, I'm done. Just finished reading for Professor Whitman's class. My brain could use a break from her brand of busy work. Oh man, I can't tell you how nice it is not to be in that woman's classes anymore. Toby's face split into a grin that Nicole knew didn't entirely have to do with his relief over being away from Whitman. He returned his books while she packed up her things, then they left the library together, chatting easily about his graduation. Toby took Nicole to an ice cream parlor, in an area of Seattle she'd never been to before. The parlor was quaint, quiet, and the ice cream good. She promised herself she'd return someday, possibly with Austin and Lizzie. Well, with Lizzie for sure. Remembering Austin made her ache just a little, but she recognized it was time to move on. At least as best as she could. She was on a date with another guy, after all. How did things go in Moses Lake? Toby asked. Nicole shook her head. Well, where to begin? You don't need to talk about it if you're not comfortable. It's fine. It was just really insane. What have you heard already? Well, Coolidge talked about a meteor. I heard something about a family nearby getting sick. And that's about it. Yes, the Gardners. They got very sick. Some of them died before we were able to do anything. That's awful. How were you able to help the others? Nicole decided a shortened answer would be best, leaving out key details she wasn't ready to share yet. We used our heartache powers. It turns out that the meteor brought some sort of living creatures with it, spores that grew and multiplied. We got the remaining family members away and destroyed the spores. I've heard that Albert, the man who owns the property, is putting in a lake to cover the place where the meteor landed. I don't blame him. Was he close to the family? Very. He took it pretty hard. The parents and oldest child died. Only their 17-year-old girl and a 10-year-old son survived. Toby whistled. And you were there for all this? Nicole nodded. It took her a moment to speak past the lump in her throat. Yes. It was awful, watching the family go downhill and being pretty much unable to do anything at first. They refused to leave, even as they were deteriorating. She took a deep breath. But we were finally able to convince the father that his kids needed to get away. Not before Sterling, the oldest son, died though. Toby shook his head. That's so crazy. Tell me about it. They finished their ice cream and chatted as they left the store. Nicole actually was enjoying her time with Toby. She found herself looking into his light brown eyes on more than one occasion. They were serious, only brightened by the occasional smile. Relaxing around him was easy. He was so open and honest about himself and his life and family. He didn't get frustrated when she asked him questions, and he even asked her questions in return. He was so different from Austin. Toby really wanted to get to know her. And because of their study sessions the year before, they weren't having that awkward first date feeling. Where's the necklace from? Toby asked as they were walking to his car. I can't really talk about it, Nicole said, giving him an apologetic smile. You seem possessive of it. You hold and touch it a lot. Nicole nodded. It's pretty important. Toby glanced sidelong at her. Is it a source of magic? I swear I'm not imagining pulses coming from it. You're not, it does have its own magic source. Nicole rushed on when she saw the expression of disappointment on his face. I don't wear it to be stronger, I promise. It actually borrows powers from me. She paused. Sorry, I've said too much. Can we talk about something else? The person who entrusted me with it asked me to keep it private. As long as it's not dangerous or hurting you in any way. He unlocked her door, then turned to her. You've changed a lot, Nicole. You're more serious now, more somber. I hope eventually you'll feel comfortable telling me why. Me too. And Nicole was surprised to find that was the truth. They got in the car, and neither said anything as Toby drove back to campus. The silence wasn't uncomfortable. In fact, Nicole hadn't been uncomfortable at all the entire time they'd been together. She directed him to her car, and when Toby pulled up alongside it, he glanced at her. I enjoyed myself. I'd like to see you again, if that's all right with you. Yeah, she said. That would be nice. They made sure their numbers were still in each other's phones, then Nicole got out of the car and waved as Toby pulled away. She didn't start her car immediately, even though it was fairly chilly outside. She stared out the windshield, thinking over the date and how it had made her feel. Toby definitely wasn't Austin. He didn't stir in her the same feelings of passion that Austin did. She sighed. Maybe that would change. She knew, though, that she was still holding on to hope that the end of the elixir would also mean the end of this ridiculous situation with the only guy she'd really loved. Nicole received an email from Andrew, the president of the local Tarian chapter, that evening. He needed her to meet him and his wife as soon as possible. He'd be waiting to hear from her. Nicole immediately sent him a reply, and Andrew responded just as quickly with the address of where they were. He was giving her half an hour. Deciding it wouldn't be smart to leave without at least someone knowing where she'd gone, Nicole forwarded his email to both Coolidge and Lizzie, knowing they'd read through the entire thread without her having to ask them. Then she packed up her things and left. Andrew wanted to meet in the lobby of one of the 4-star hotels in downtown Seattle. Nicole gave her keys to the valet and walked inside, glancing around for the couple. She spotted them immediately and approached them at their couch near the fireplace. They both rose to their feet and shook Nicole's hand. Andrew motioned to the couch opposite them. Then, glancing around to make sure no one was listening, he leaned forward, clasping his hands and looking at Nicole intently. The presidency has discussed the initiation we'll be asking you to perform. Shayna also leaned forward. It's not so much of an initiation, more of a task that we haven't been able to perform ourselves. Andrew nodded. It requires the help of an arate. And we haven't had an arate volunteer in years. Many, many years, Shayna said. Nicole could totally understand why arates wouldn't want to join the Tarians. They weren't exactly known for their compassion toward the more powerful beings. A long time ago, Andrew said, an instrument was gifted anonymously to the Tarian group. It's a powerful device, one that alerts our kind to the approach of an arate. In order to do this, it has to be in physical contact with the skin of a regular human. Well, an arate stole it from us many years ago and has kept it in his basement in Pennsylvania. We need you to fly out there, retrieve it, and bring it back to us. Nicole nodded. Why does an arate have to do it? Shayna sniffed. Because of the spells used to keep it in place. Only an arate will be able to break them. Trust me, we've tried, Andrew said. Nicole hesitated for a moment, trying to see if there were any traps in this initiation. She couldn't see anything, though, and decided to say yes. Okay, I'll do it. But first, I need you to get me as much info on this guy as possible. I can't go there not knowing what to expect. A relieved expression crossed Andrew's face. We will, definitely. And we'll give you a floor plan of his house, along with the location of the item and every trap leading to it. It's called the Alerter, by the way. Why is he holding on to it so tightly? Because he knows how important it is to us. If we have it, no arate can approach without us knowing. Shayna nodded, watching her husband. She turned to Nicole. And, as you probably have figured out, we'll also be able to enter places knowing exactly how many arates are present. Yes, that had occurred to me, Nicole said. The fact that this thing is in Pennsylvania means it might be something all Tarians would want. I mean, if it were here in Seattle, it might pertain to only this group. Yes, correct, Andrew said. Once you bring it back, it will belong to me. Many others have tried to get it but have failed. There's an unspoken rule that whoever is successful will become the next owner of the Alerter. Why do you think I'll succeed? I haven't even finished my first semester at Caton University. Because you're an arate, Shayna said. Nicole bit her lip. For a group that hated arates so much, Tarians definitely had a lot of faith in her kind. Do I have to do it alone? Or could someone help me? The president narrowed his eyes. Why would you want that? I'm surprised you need to ask. As I already told you, I'm still in my first year. I restarted late, and don't have nearly as much experience as other arates. I know it's an initiation, but for the first time in many years, you have an heartache knocking at your doors, wanting to be admitted to your group. It makes sense that you'd allow them the best chance of success possible. Nicole's voice became earnest. I wouldn't have to tell the person what they were doing. I mean, I could even tell them that the guy is testing his security. I have a friend who would take something like that very seriously. He would try his hardest to find any weaknesses in the traps. The president half smiled. Anyway, this guy would consider changing sides? Nicole snorted. Not a chance. He's very much in love with being an RA. As long as he doesn't suspect anything, go ahead and let him help. Andrew leaned forward. But I need to tell you, take this initiation seriously. If you aren't successful, there won't be any second chances. He nodded at Shayna, who pulled a phone out of her purse and started a video before handing the device to Nicole. Here's our customary way of dealing with failures. Nicole watched the video. She recognized Andrew, Jonathan, and Shayna smiling and laughing with a man whom they addressed as Richard. The tone was light, the atmosphere upbeat. How do you feel you did, Richard? Andrew said, putting his hand on the man's shoulder. Richard shrugged. Well, it could have gone better. He turned pleading eyes to Andrew. But I promise, I'll get it done next time. Andrew shook his head, making a sympathetic sound. I'm sure you would have. Richard's face paled. But Andrew suddenly punched the man in the face. Blood spurted from his nose and he bent over, holding it. Jonathan hit him from behind, and after several more punches from Andrew and Jonathan, Richard was on the floor in the fetal position. They kicked him repeatedly, until it was obvious the man was unconscious. Then Shayna pulled a gun from her purse and shot Richard in the chest 4 times and in the head once. Nicole's stomach clenched as she watched several others join the presidency. A few of them kicked the corpse over and over again. Finally, Andrew said it was done. They bagged and lifted the body. The video went shaky as the person recording followed the group out of wherever they'd been to a river. Nicole watched as they tossed Richard's body into the turbulent waters. The screen went blank. Nicole stared at it for several moments before handing the phone back to Shayna. So no second chances. Andrew smiled warmly at her. You won't need one. You'll succeed on your first try. Despite the friendliness in his tone, Nicole sensed the threat behind his words. Fine. But I decide when I've finished the task successfully. I'll stay in Pennsylvania as long as it takes to get that alerter. She stared Andrew and Shayna in the eyes. Not until I leave Pennsylvania will we consider ourselves done. The same goes for a failure. Deal? Andrew's gaze never wavered. Deal? Yeah. Nicole couldn't trust these people. She would do whatever it took to make sure Coolidge was the RA who accompanied her. Andrew and Shayna got to their feet. We look forward to working with you, Shayna said, her blue eyes clear of malice. Personally, my vote's with you. Thank you, Nicole said. I appreciate that. I'll get the information to you as soon as possible, Andrew said. You'll need to pay your way to and from Pennsylvania, as well as for any equipment you might need. Fine? Nicole realized this was what that money Rebecca and Christopher Price had been saving was for. Time to figure out just how much she had access to. Andrew pulled up a calendar on his phone. Plan on leaving in 2 weeks. Take as much time as you need. They said goodbye, then Andrew shook Nicole's hand and Shayna gave her a hug. Nicole waited until she was nearly home before calling Coolidge. I'm going to need your help, she said. She wished she could include Austin too. It took several hours and many phone calls to get the correct bank account information from Tiffany and to sign in to the bank online. But once Nicole saw the total amount of money in the account, she slumped in her chair, staring at the screen. Holy cow, she whispered. She couldn't believe it. Not even her parents had access to this kind of money. Well, they did. She couldn't believe the amount of self-control Tiffany and Dad must have exhibited not to touch this money. It definitely showed their devotion to the Tarian cause. Rebecca and Captain Price had managed to invest $50,000 over 100 years ago. Aside from the period during the Great Depression, the account had been blessed with many, many years of good returns, and the total now sat at just over $2 billion. $2 billion. Nicole rubbed her eyes. Nothing would be outside her reach with this money. The things she could do with it: destroy the embryonic manipulator, easy. Buy the land underneath the contraption, definitely. She bit her lips, thinking about all the costs that would be involved with this task. She didn't feel guilty using the money for anything Tarian related, including the trip to Pennsylvania, and Rebecca had already instructed her to use it for living expenses she'd incur. Nicole quickly dialed Tiffany on the phone. "Mother, we need to complete the legal process of getting this money into accessible accounts." "Yes, I know." Tiffany hesitated on the other end. "Why the need for it now?" Nicole took a breath. "I'm joining the local Tarian group. The initiation they need me to perform will cost money. Rebecca told me to use it for..." "Yes, for anything." "I know. And I'm not to question you." Tiffany snorted. "It's not like you could possibly spend all of it in your lifetime anyway. You lack the creativity." Nicole rolled her eyes. She knew what Tiffany was actually saying. In the next year, Nicole would be dead, and her mother would have the rest of the money. Tiffany didn't wait for a response. "Let me talk to your father. We'll have our accountant manage the funds. We'll need you to fly down here to sign things. Or you could fax everything to me, and I could overnight the signed documents back. I really do need access to the funds soon, and I can't take time off school right now. Not with the upcoming trip to the initiation." Tiffany noticed Nicole's hesitation. "I'm sure you'll tell me all about whatever it is they're having you do. Send my love to Andrew and Shayna." Nicole ended the call and stared at her phone. It suddenly occurred to her that what she'd seen on Shayna's phone wouldn't shock Tiffany. In fact, Tiffany's presidency probably had a similar way to deal with people who failed to complete assigned tasks. Nicole felt sick to her stomach, thinking about her mother pulling a gun on someone who simply wasn't able to perform well on the first try. Regardless of what happened over the coming months, Nicole vowed to herself that she would never become that calloused. That she would never lose the sense of humanity that was swelling in her chest now. Nicole and Toby went on several dates over the 2 weeks while Nicole prepared for her trip to Pennsylvania. She liked Toby. She definitely enjoyed spending time with him, but she knew she still wasn't able to be completely open with him. She'd already told far too many people about her situation. Toby must have realized there were important things Nicole was withholding from him, but true to his word, he was patiently waiting until Nicole was ready to share them. In fact, he was patiently waiting for a lot of things. He hadn't even held her hand yet, and they'd gone on at least 4 dates. Was he waiting for her? And if so, how did Nicole feel about that? Would she be able to cross the more physical contact line? Was she attracted to him enough for that to happen? She didn't have answers to these questions yet. And she knew part of it was because she was still hung up over Austin. She probably always would be. Nicole and Coolidge spent several hours studying the information on the house in Pennsylvania that Andrew forwarded to her. It was an ordinary place and not too big. Standard for a middle-class family. Old, built in the 1800s, possibly the 1700s. Nicole found herself excited to explore it, though she knew that probably wouldn't happen to the extent that she wanted. Nicole told Coolidge everything about the initiation, and it turned out Coolidge actually knew the guy. They wouldn't even exactly be breaking in, due to the circumstances surrounding the alerter. She didn't feel guilty talking to Coolidge about everything. She had never promised Andrew and Shayna she wouldn't. She'd only said he wouldn't need to know, and they hadn't asked her to promise it. Perhaps they figured she'd keep the information to herself. Or maybe they knew she'd tell him. Either way, it helped that he fully understood the task they were about to undertake. Coolidge spent as much of his spare time as possible researching the elixir. He figured out who had created it and contacted that woman. She told him the process she'd gone through and what materials she'd used. Coolidge was sure having as much info as possible would help them in breaking through the traps and locks that held the elixir in place. Nicole was surprised to learn that even though he knew the man, those traps would still be there and they'd still be expected to get through them. Nicole focused on midterms while Coolidge arranged to buy the equipment they'd need, which wasn't much. Nicole insisted on paying for it, and Coolidge seemed to be fine with that. Lizzie drove them to the airport, with Nicole munching on the homemade blueberry muffins that Hala, Coolidge's wife, had sent with them. Coolidge leaned forward from where he was sitting in the back seat. "I got an email from Jerry, the heartache who has the elixir, last night." "What did he say?" Nicole asked. Coolidge shrugged. "He's not terribly happy about us coming, even though he knows me. But he did say he'd make sure he and his wife are out of the house for 12 hours. He says that's all we'll have, and if we haven't figured out a way through the traps by then, we're out of luck. If we do make it through the traps, we can take the elixir." Nicole shook her head. "I know it's you, but I can't believe he actually agreed to us practically stealing the thing. Like I said, he wasn't happy about it. But I did get the impression that he's tired of protecting it. In his mind, if we get it, we deserve to keep it." Lizzie glanced over at Nicole. "Too bad you're handing it off to the very group he's protecting it from." "Oh," Coolidge said. "He also mentioned that Terrians have tried to steal it every month since he put it in his basement years ago. Apparently, he offers the deal to everyone who tries, Arate or Terrian. Every time, without fail, when he comes back, he has bodies to deal with." Lizzie cringed. "In his basement? That's horrible." Nicole smiled. And cliched. "Bodies in his basement. I wonder what he tells the authorities." "If he tells them," Lizzie said. Nicole and Coolidge chuckled, and for a moment they discussed the different ways Jerry could tell the cops why he was calling yet again to report dead bodies. Soon Lizzie dropped them off at the airport, making them promise to contact her regularly. Nicole and Coolidge boarded their plane. Several hours and one stop later, they landed in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, where they rented a car and checked into a hotel near the airport. Since it was only 4 in the afternoon, they decided to drive to York, where Jerry lived, so they could get an idea of the house and neighborhood. The area was quiet and quaint, probably a pleasant place to live. Nicole admired the nicely manicured yards and pretty box-like houses that were just a little too close to each other for comfort. Despite that, the overall feeling was one of contentment. She could understand why someone would settle down there. After driving past the house a couple of times and picking up food from Arby's, Coolidge and Nicole headed back to their hotel. They ate while poring over plans for how to handle the traps. Coolidge urged Nicole to continue memorizing the order in which the traps would appear, just in case anything happened. At 9 o'clock, realizing they had to get up early the next morning, Nicole retreated to her own room. She gave Lizzie a call, wishing she could talk to Austin too, then felt guilty for wanting to, especially now that she and Toby were technically dating. She had a hard time swallowing that concept. Toby sent her a text, wishing her luck. She hadn't told him a lot about what she and Coolidge were doing, and he didn't ask. She was amazed at his patience and hoped it would last for a while yet. Finally, Nicole got into bed and forced her brain to calm down enough to sleep. Chapter 5. Coolidge knocked on Nicole's door earlier than planned the next morning. She opened up, almost ready to go. She pushed her nervousness aside and exclaimed in surprise when Coolidge handed her a box of food. "Eat up. You'll need the protein." Nicole thanked her professor. The egg and cheese biscuits were still warm. And there were 4 of them. She'd really have to work hard to pack them in. She finished pulling her hair back, then followed Coolidge to the car while munching on her breakfast. Coolidge glanced over at Nicole after he got on the highway heading toward York. Something occurred to me last night that we'll want to talk about. What's that? You'll need to take care of the traps that fall naturally under your ability. I know I'm more experienced, but we both need to be ready to expend a lot of magic at once, and it would be better if we pace ourselves. If I'm working on all the traps, I won't be able to help if a trap appears that we don't know about. Good point. Nicole had been expecting and hoping to have the opportunity to do something, but she realized Coolidge would be better at most everything. Now, though, she had permission to help. That would make her more comfortable. She glanced down at her papers with the knowledge that she'd need to use her powers too. Which ones will you take on for sure? The wall, the sand, and the acid mists. You'll do the sound one. Nicole raised an eyebrow. I could do the acid mists. I can control wood, remember? Oh yes, you're right. Okay, I'll be back up on that trap just in case. Nicole nodded. The rest of the trip was silent, and soon enough Coolidge stopped in front of Jerry's house. Ready? He asked. Nicole took a deep breath. Yup. They got out of the car, and Coolidge pulled a duffel bag from the trunk. The front door was unlocked, and they entered hesitantly. True to Jerry's word, he and his wife weren't home. Nicole was surprised to see a baggie of homemade cookies on a table by the door, along with a friendly note from Jerry's wife. She said the energy in the cookies would help. Can we trust them? Nicole asked. Coolidge opened the bag and stared at the cookies, a thoughtful expression on his face. Yes. Nothing dangerous here, unless she used way too much salt or something. But they should be fine. Nicole pulled one out and took a bite, grateful Coolidge was an earth arate, since it gave him the ability to sense different food properties. Oh, delicious. Now I feel even worse about stealing from them. Don't, it's your initiation and your future. She agreed. Have I even told you why I'm joining the Terrians? I figured it had to do with that. He pointed at the elixir hanging around her neck. And your grandma. I didn't want to pressure you. I'm supposed to lead the Terrians to destroy the embryonic manipulator. Why do you have to lead them to do that? Nicole hesitated. That was a good question. Well, I'm Rebecca's descendant and she wants the group she and her husband created to have a change of heart. She let her voice trail off. And that just seems like a really stupid reason now. She leaned against the wall and looked up at the ceiling. I really shouldn't trust her. I mean, her intentions seem to be good, but I can't ever tell if she's lying. And what if she really is leading me to my death? Coolidge studied her for a moment, his brown eyes serious. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. You'll help? Of course, Nicole. I take care of my students. Even when they're involved in something that doesn't concern you? Austin is in love with you. And he has quickly become one of my best friends. I promised him I'd do whatever I needed to make sure you were safe through all this. Nicole put a hand to her head and sank to the floor, the sudden nausea and headache almost making her lose her breakfast and the cookies she'd just finished. No. Please. Don't talk about him. Still having a hard time with that? She took a breath. I don't know that I'll ever get over it. Neither said anything for a moment, and Nicole found herself grateful that no one would come barging in on them while she recovered on the floor. Coolidge finished off 2 cookies while waiting, then said, Aren't you dating Toby? She looked up at him. Did I tell you that? You let something slip a week ago. He also stopped by my office, concerned about you. Nicole unsteadily got to her feet, glad to find that the nausea was dissipating. She was surprised Toby had talked to Coolidge and not her about the situation, but it didn't upset her. Yes, we're dating, I guess. I mean, he hasn't kissed me or anything. Nicole's face flushed. Should she really be having this sort of conversation with her professor? It felt unprofessional. Informal. Weird. Have you told him it's okay to make that sort of move? He's probably waiting for the go-ahead from you. No, I haven't. She sighed. I'm such a mess. And understandably so. Coolidge popped another cookie in his mouth, then took a swig of the lemonade the woman had left on the little table. It's your business, but he seems like a nice young man. He is. They fell into a comfortable silence and munched on cookies. Once they'd finished off the treats and Nicole had written a thank you note to the man's wife, they found the steps leading to the basement and descended. Coolidge pulled out the house plans. They've changed things around here. The plans showed a big room at the foot of the stairs, but instead, they were in a small cellar lined with shelves of food and wine. A door led off of the room, and they went through it into a larger area, though not as big as that initial one should have been. Coolidge flipped a switch, and the room was bathed in light. Maybe they converted the room into two, Nicole said. It's a possibility. He put the map in his pocket. Either way, I don't want to follow this too closely, just in case other things have changed too. For all we know, that's one of the traps. The man rearranges the basement after every visit. That would be expensive and time-consuming. Indeed. Coolidge walked around the perimeter of the room, stopping in front of a wall with faint scorch marks all over it. I'd bet this is where the traps begin. He pointed at the scorches. It's obvious the Terrians really did blow their way through. And that's what we'll be doing, right? Coolidge tilted his head. He didn't answer at first, then he glanced back at Nicole. No, it's not. We have to be flexible, especially when faced with new information. He stepped to the wall and put his hand on it. The Terrians blew up the wall, not realizing there's actually a door here. And explosives. Nicole blinked. Interesting. Can you sense the door? I feel its print. I feel where the molecules long to be, what their state was when he purchased the materials. This was originally a cement wall with a wooden door in the center. Like the cabinet in my office that I used to lock up your leather journal, the wood, cement, and explosive molecules have been forced to blend with each other until they've become one unit without seams. So, if we'd followed what the Terrians said to do, we'd have blown ourselves to pieces. He nodded. No wonder the Terrians don't get very far with these traps. But many have gone almost all the way. Yes. Probably due to luck. He looked at her. You might want to stand back anyway. I won't know how sensitive the explosive is until I start moving things around. She did as he suggested and watched as Coolidge put his hands on the cement. He shut his eyes and concentrated for several moments. Nicole felt the magical pulses building around him. Then suddenly the surface of the wall turned to liquid. At first it looked like it was shimmering, until Nicole realized that the wood and cement were separating and joining with like molecules. Pretty soon, several large chunks of cement and wood were drifting toward each other. 5 minutes after Coolidge started, a door formed in the middle of the wall, and liquid dripped down the surface of the cement that surrounded that door. Nicole smelled gasoline and wondered how the owner had masked its smell earlier. Maybe he'd pulled the molecules apart enough for them not to really be considered gasoline. Coolidge stepped back, breathing hard. That was difficult. Worse than the cabinet? He gave a short nod, and Nicole waited for him to catch his breath. She wasn't impatient. They had just over 11 hours after all. After a moment, Coolidge looked back at her. Thanks? Then he opened the door and stepped away so they both could see inside. The light switch Coolidge had flipped earlier probably controlled the lighting throughout the entire basement because this room was also bright. The air just inside the door shimmered, and Nicole and Coolidge met eyes. They both knew what trap this was. She stepped up alongside him. Should I use the door? Coolidge glanced around the room. And that one too, he said, pointing to the other door. It's the only wood easily accessible down here. Nicole nodded. What they hoped for was that the acidic mists would have enough of a proton exchange with the wood to render them harmless to humans. Nicole wasn't sure what she'd do if they ran out of wood. Either of them could possibly go upstairs to get more, but running around carrying heavy wood would tire them quickly. I haven't controlled wood since Arches, she said. At Coolidge's worried expression, she rushed to continue. But I've almost completely mastered wind, so I don't think it'll be so much of a stretch. Coolidge cocked his head, his mouth open. Wait a second. You said you've almost mastered wind? How? When? Nicole shrugged, half smiling. The book you gave me. I started with the sub-abilities listed under my own, and worked my way down. She glanced at the elixir necklace. I think this really does help strengthen my abilities. It must. Most students don't learn that quickly. I was expecting you to take until your third or even fourth year of college to master that much. Nicole knitted her eyebrows. I just hope the abilities will stick around once I don't have the elixir anymore. They will, Coolidge said. And that thing isn't the only reason you've come so far, so fast. The powers surrounding you, the ones that belong to you, have become much stronger even since Arches. Nicole, I knew you would be a powerful heartache the first day of class last semester. The moment the leather journal called to you, and I sensed that magical draw, the connection between you, I knew there was a reason it needed you. I just didn't know if it was a good or bad one. We still don't, I guess. He shook his head. No. But as your professor, I'm proud of you. And I do have to say, I'm excited to see what the future holds for you. He shot her a glance, then looked away. I know I shouldn't say this, especially not right before you need your powers and strength, but there's a certain someone out there who is the perfect match for you, emotionally and magically. He'll wait, however long is necessary, until you're free to be with him again. Nicole bit her lip against the headache that pounded behind her eyes, but she refused to think of him. She pushed back the emotions that suddenly poured over her at Coolidge's words, not daring to hope her professor was right. Coolidge didn't say anything more, and Nicole waited until the headache was gone before breathing deeply, her hand encircling the elixir out of habit. After making sure she was in as much control of her body as possible, she reached out to her magic first, then sent it to both doors, asking them to disintegrate and fall to the floor. She hesitated, not wanting to push herself too far or too hard, and it took a long time before the task was completed. Once both doors were in sawdust piles on the cement floor, she wiped the sweat off her forehead and gratefully accepted the water bottle Coolidge handed her. After she'd pinched herself to make sure she could still feel pain, Nicole pushed outward with her magic again, until she had a firm mental grasp on the sawdust. Then, starting with the pile closest to the acidic mists, she encouraged them to take flight and billow into the other room. After she'd told the sawdust what to do, Nicole didn't need to concentrate so hard anymore. She was able to see if the first set of wood particles were effective against the acid, before starting with the second pile of sawdust. They were, and it was really awesome to watch. As the first bits of wood entered the room, the acid seemed to draw to it. There were sudden puffs of smoke as the two mediums combined. The sawdust disappeared, but so did some of the mist. Soon there were many mini smoke explosions, as more of the sawdust flew into the acidic mists. The first pile of wood depleted, and Nicole sent the second pile in after the first with the same results. The doors weren't enough, however, to remove everything. Coolidge tapped his chin, thinking. The shelves in the cellar, he said. We'll have to empty them first, Nicole said. Which will be exhausting and might take a long time. Yes, so let's get started. They returned to the cellar and began pulling canned fruits and vegetables from the wooden shelves. After 20 minutes, they had 2 entire shelves empty. Nicole reached to these with her magical energy and asked them to dismantle themselves as she had the doors. This time, she didn't require them to become complete sawdust, sure that chunks would be just as effective against the acid. This last bit of wood was enough to clear the entire room. What would have happened if we hadn't gotten rid of all the mist? Nicole asked. One of us would have had to go through it, hoping to attract enough of the acid to allow the other to get through unscathed. That's awful. And painful. Coolidge nodded. Yes, it wouldn't have been pleasant. Deadly even. He patted her shoulder. You did a good job. How are you feeling? Nicole pinched herself again. Well, I've lost the ability to feel pain. I'm not surprised. Let's take half an hour to eat and recuperate. Good idea. They'd only used an hour and a half of their allotted 12 hours, which meant they still had 10.5 hours to get through the next 2 traps. They decided to eat on the stairs instead of sitting in the basement. Nicole was glad it was Coolidge's idea. She didn't want to come across as a wimp, but she had no desire to sit in the gasoline that now puddled the floor of one room, or sit in a room that might still have some acidic mists in it somewhere. And cellars always had spiders in them. Nicole had had enough spiders to last a lifetime. Way more than a lifetime. "Why did you decide to teach?" she asked, after finishing a bite of beef jerky. "I'd only planned to stay on at Caton for 1 semester. The dean over the Arate magic department bribed me to come just that long." "He bribed you? With what?" "A magical item, of course." Nicole smiled. "I'm not surprised. Why did you stay on after that first semester?" "He bribed me again." Nicole laughed at that. "How many times did he have to bribe you?" "Who says he isn't still?" Coolidge, who was sitting several steps down from her, looked up and grinned. "I'm joking. He bribed me for 5 years. I really don't like teaching. I know students say I'm good at it, but it's only because I'm passionate about the material. During my 5th year of teaching, I met a student with extreme amounts of potential. She blossomed practically overnight, and it was incredibly rewarding teaching her and helping her unlock that magical potential." "What happened to her?" "She's off teaching English in China." Nicole didn't know if that disappointed him or not, given the girl's powers, and she didn't ask. "Teaching is good. She's the biggest reason I was able to get that cabinet for your book. She's become even more powerful now than she was while under my tutelage. She's a huge help to the Chinese people. Not to mention that she has access to some of the rarest, most valuable magical artifacts in the world." "So that's how you decided you liked teaching?" He shook his head. "I still don't like it. But the occasional student who shows immense amounts of potential really is a joy to teach. Austin has needed hardly any instructing, which is why we've become close friends. But you've been fun to teach." Nicole felt her cheeks coloring. "Thanks. I hope I don't disappoint everyone." "You won't. Besides, even if you do, everyone will be dead and isn't likely to learn it was you who disappointed us all." She smiled at the irony in his statement. "Thanks?" Coolidge nodded, then continued talking. "I don't mind being at Caton University now. I've taught there for 22 years, since I was 24 years old, and I've found that the university sometimes hears about projects and research before the general populace. I make sure to keep my finger on the pulse of the Arate community and take side jobs as often as I can. My passion is being involved in expeditions, trips, and projects like this one." "I'm glad you agreed to come," Nicole said. "I wouldn't have passed it up. In fact, if I'd heard about it from other people, I would have insisted on coming." He paused. "Arate powers atrophy if you don't use them. I can't afford to have that happen. My livelihood depends on my ability to manipulate and sense the different elements." "What did you major in? Did you go to Caton?" Coolidge shook his head. "I didn't even go to college. I still don't have an undergrad degree, though I've received multiple honorary PhDs." Nicole raised her eyebrows. She'd always thought he'd spent many, many years in college getting where he was now. "How did you learn everything?" "I was homeschooled, and my parents taught me diligently and provided me with plenty of books and opportunities. When I was a teenager, they hired tutors. Neither of my parents is an Arate, but because they knew my obsession with magic wasn't likely to go away, they made sure I was always surrounded by magical people. By the time I restarted, I was able to hit the ground running because I truly understood how everything worked. I found my focus and mastered earth magic within a couple of months." "That's really impressive." "Yes, well, it's not so different from your story. You've mastered wind magic now without a focus, just months after learning to channel. Have faith in yourself. Have faith in your dreams. Don't set your sights on anything less than what you really want. What I really want, I can't have right now. No, but everyone needs to learn to sacrifice. To put their desires aside for the interest of other people for a time. Nicole chuckled. So you're telling me to do everything I can to achieve what I want, and you're telling me to set it all aside for others? I know it sounds like a contradiction, but it really isn't. Most people learn more about themselves, their characters, and how to handle extreme situations when doing things they don't want to do. Or when serving other people. It's fine for you to focus on your own things while working on projects like this one. Sometimes they might seem like they're at odds with each other, but most of the time, I think you'll be surprised at how naturally they go hand in hand. Okay, I think I understand. Coolidge started packing up the leftover food. Ready to go? Nicole pinched herself, it hurt. Yup. All right. They got up and returned to the room where the mists used to be. Nicole was grateful when they were able to walk through it without being burned by random bits of acid. Coolidge pulled his notes out of his duffel. The next trap should be one involving noise. He looked up at her. That's you again. Are you fine going so soon after the last one? Nicole nodded. I'll be okay. This shouldn't be difficult, not if it really does involve silencing things as the notes say. Okay. Coolidge waited for a moment, then pulled open the door at the end of the second trap. The moment he'd done so, a high-pitched wailing shrilled through the air. Nicole's first reaction was to clap her hands over her ears. She'd wondered if the sound would start small then gradually get louder, but apparently, that wasn't going to be the case. The sound being produced was in a room that encouraged amplification, and already Nicole struggled with finding the source of the noise with all the reverberations. The sound would grow until it became completely intolerable, then deadly, bursting eardrums, causing brain damage and other lovely things. Coolidge grabbed Nicole's hands, yanking them away from her ears. He shouted something at her, but she couldn't hear him well enough to know what. Forcing herself to focus, she stepped into the room. She tried to draw her powers to herself, but the din was so overwhelming she couldn't concentrate. And the noise only got louder and louder. Coolidge stepped next to her again, and once more yelled something. He pointed to her left ear. She reached up and touched it, her fingers coming back red. Had her eardrum already burst? The sound was fuzzier, but still present in that ear. Now wasn't the time to worry, it was the time to act. Nicole whirled back toward the room, and again clamped her hands over her ears. She chanted her focusing techniques to herself, forcing her breathing to get under control, her magic to recognize her call. After what felt like several minutes, Nicole drew enough power to stop whatever was wailing at them. She pushed her magic toward the source, and suddenly the room dropped into complete silence. The ringing in her ears felt just as loud, if not louder than the din of before. Coolidge yelled something at her, but again, she couldn't understand. She raised her hand to her right ear and felt around the edges, but her fingers came back clean. So only her left ear had been damaged. Oh, she hoped it wouldn't be permanent. At least she didn't have to endure the pain for now. Following Coolidge's example, Nicole sat on the floor to wait for her powers and hearing to return. Gradually, the ringing went away. Coolidge handed Nicole some gauze, which she used to clean up the blood crusting around her left ear. She thanked him. Finally, when her right ear had recovered enough to hear, Nicole spoke to Coolidge. Do we have a time limit? Will it start shrieking again if we don't move on? I don't think so, but we'd better keep going just in case. The next one is up to you. Not just me, you'll need to hold perfectly still. To get to the fourth trap, they had to go around a corner and into a narrow room. It looked like this was leftover space, like the other rooms had used up most of the basement, and Jerry was doing his best to make use of what he had. The narrow room ended where a metal tube that was only 5 feet in diameter started. Nicole already knew without looking that the entire inside was coated with a fine layer of sand. She turned back to Coolidge. "So, you're going to float me into this?" 5 feet looked a lot smaller in person than in concept. "And I can't touch any of the tube's surfaces? Or lethal gas will be released." "Great." She looked back at the tube again. "I'll hold perfectly still." A thought occurred to her, regarding the smoothness of the tube. What if my clothes snag? Coolidge set down his duffel bag and opened it up. "Put these on." He handed her a pair of pants and a shirt made from Kevlar. "They won't rip. Should fit tightly over what you're wearing." Nicole looked at the sizes of the pants and top. "Oh, I don't think I'll be able to wear them over my clothes." "Fine. Go change in the other room. I'll wait here." Realizing she didn't have a choice, Nicole walked around the corner, but she felt awkward stripping down in a random man's house with her professor nearby. The Kevlar pants were tight, very tight, but they did fit. The shirt was actually a form-fitting tank top, for which she was grateful. The sleeves on her tee, though short, would have been problematic. Anything loose would be dangerous. The tank attached with Velcro straps, eliminating the need to pull it over her head. Speaking of which, her hair would need to be pulled back tighter. Nicole undid her ponytail, then redid it into a tight bun. There. That would work. She returned to Coolidge. "Ready." Coolidge had his eyes closed. He was breathing deeply, obviously trying to get ready for what he was about to do. Nicole looked at the tube. It went on for about 10 feet, then turned to the left. She couldn't see the end of it. Coolidge must have opened his eyes and seen her inspecting the trap. "You'll have to let me know which direction to lead you once you're out of sight. I don't want to do this by braille." "I'd appreciate it if you didn't," Nicole said. "Let's get going." "What first?" He tapped his chin, his expression thoughtful. "Would you rather go in back facing up or down?" "Back up, on my stomach." "Then lie that way now. That'll help me not expend too much energy. Plus, it'll be easier to move you when you're already in position." Nicole did as he requested. She felt the Kevlar strain against her, as Coolidge commanded it to rise, lifting her body. Arrettes didn't have power over living flesh, but skilled ones could control the molecules in fabrics to an extent. This wasn't the first time Nicole had seen Coolidge do something like this. Back when they'd been in Arches, he'd slowed Austin's fall from a height of probably 20 feet. Nicole rose in the air until she was level with the tube, which sat on top of about 2 feet of cement. It wasn't lit, nothing interrupted the fine layer of sand on the interior, but Nicole could see well enough due to the bright lights on either end. Judging by how the light at the opposite end reflected into the tube from the bend, the whole thing couldn't be more than 14, maybe 15 feet long. Plenty of room for mistakes. "Don't move at all," Coolidge said. "Just your mouth and small head turns. Warn me if I'm leading you close to any of the sides." "Okay." She slowly floated into the tube, watching as sections of it passed below, careful not to twist or fight the weird feeling of hanging from the clothing. Several minutes passed, and Nicole only moved 4 feet into the tube. "How are you doing?" she asked. "Fine." It came out as a grunt. Just then, Nicole saw the danger they were in. When Coolidge overdid it with his magic, he lost the ability to hear. Once she turned the tube corner, everything depended on her being able to relay instructions back to him. What would they do if he couldn't hear those instructions anymore? "How comfortable would you be with picking up the speed?" she asked him. "Not very." He paused, then spoke again. "Too much energy to go faster." "Fair enough." Nicole felt sweat gathering in the small of her back. It was then that she realized another potential problem. Her hair was tied up, her clothes were snug, but nothing would stop a droplet of sweat from falling. Memories of the movie Mission Impossible raced through her mind. She forced herself to calm down, to stop thinking about the possible disasters that might happen. Yes, the Kevlar was warm, uncomfortably so, but she wouldn't be able to catch a droplet of sweat if she didn't know it was forming and about to fall. She couldn't worry about that. The bend in the tunnel was approaching, and Nicole could feel her body slowing down. "How sharp a turn is it?" Coolidge called to her. "Pretty sharp. I won't be able to get around it lying flat like this." "Can you see what position to get in to make it around the corner?" "I think so. How does it work? Do I just bend and hope my clothes let me?" "That should be fine. If I can sense which way you're going, I'll try to give you slack." "Okay, starting my bending now." Nicole slowly rolled onto her right side, watching below and above herself to make sure she wasn't at risk of touching any surfaces. As she continued forward, she pulled her knees to her chest a little at a time until she'd cleared the corner. "All through?" she called back. Coolidge didn't respond. "I'm through," Nicole shouted. "Good," he finally yelled. Nicole knitted her eyebrows, realizing he was already struggling to hear. "Great." The end of the tube was only 4 feet away, but would she make it? She was slowly moving upward more than she should be. "I'm going too high," she shouted. No response. She yelled it back again, and again, Coolidge didn't answer her. Nicole panicked, her breaths coming in gasps. What to do? What to do? Her head was only a foot from the top of the tube now. She glanced down, making sure her shoes weren't about to hit the bottom. She still had about 2, maybe 3 feet. Why did Coolidge have to lose his hearing when he overdid it? Why couldn't he lose another sense? Nicole was nearing the top of the tube. It was only a few inches away now. She dropped her head as far as it would go, barely clearing. But now her shoulders were in danger of hitting it. Suddenly, Nicole's body changed direction. Coolidge must have figured out he was leading her off course. She sailed out of the tube without brushing any part of it. The room she'd entered was long and narrow, maybe 20 feet. "You can stop now," Nicole yelled back, before remembering he wouldn't hear her. As she expected, she continued forward. Not only that, but she was speeding up. Was he losing control completely? She was going fast, too fast. The opposite wall was coming up quickly. She'd be crashing into it soon. "Stop, stop, stop," Nicole shouted. No response. An idea suddenly hit her. He was controlling her clothes, not her body. As fast as she could, she started undoing the Velcro that held on the tank top. The last strap came off with a rip, and Nicole realized her mistake too late. She should have undone her pants first. The top half of her body rushed downward, banging and dragging her head against the cement floor while her lower half hung in the air, still moving too quickly toward the wall. She struggled with the Velcro on her pants, trying to see through the pain and the stars that glittered her vision. It was hard work, keeping her head from dragging while dealing with the pain of it slamming into the floor. She wished she'd worked out her abs more to make this easier. As it was, her stomach was pinched over the straps, making it difficult to undo them. Finally, and just before she smashed into the wall, she got the straps undone, then yanked her feet out of her shoes. Her hips wriggled free of the tight fabric, and the weight of her body pulled her clear of the pants. She fell to the ground, rolling to a stop and watching as the now empty clothes slammed into the wall and pushed against it, practically bouncing over and over, hanging in the air. That was far too close. She lay on the cold cement in nothing but her underwear and socks, breathing deeply, trying not to cry with relief that she'd actually made it through. Wow. She'd made it. The realization of this caused her to jump up and shout with joy, before the pounding headache took her breath away. She calmed herself, not wanting a high heart rate to add to the pain, then glanced around. Where was the alerter? The room was empty, save for a clown in a box in the corner. It grinned at her, motionless, inanimate. After looking around the room again, Nicole approached the clown. Was it guarding the alerter? "What is your name?" the clown suddenly asked, making Nicole shriek. "What is your name?" it said again. "Nicole." "Are you an Arate?" "Yes." "Very well." The clown's head dropped back away from her, its mouth opening until it gaped grotesquely. An oblong item rose inside its throat, the top of which had a small ball attached with brass snakes coiled around it. Nicole pulled the alerter out of the clown, feeling weird doing so. She knew the clown wasn't going to gag, but still. It was kind of gross. The moment the alerter was in her hands, the lights in the room flashed off and on several times, finally ending in an even more brightened state. Nicole heard something behind her and turned. All the sand had fallen to the floor of the tube. Did that mean it was safe to go back through the tunnel? There wasn't another way out of this room that she could see. As Nicole pondered the situation, her Kevlar clothes finally dropped. Maybe the flashing lights had caught Coolidge's attention. With a gasp, and realizing that Coolidge might be coming after her, Nicole raced back to her clothes and thrust them on as fast as she could. Coolidge jumped out of the tunnel, just as Nicole finished doing up the straps on the tank top. "You got it," he shouted, obviously still struggling with hearing. "Hallelujah." Nicole nodded. Without a problem. She didn't want to tell him he'd nearly slammed her into a cement wall, which had forced her to undress to prevent it. Awkward. He held out his hand, and she passed him the alerter. "Curious object," he said, his voice still abnormally loud. He fingered the patterns that ran along the handle leading to the spherical top, with the snakes twisting around it. He glanced up. "Do you mind if I keep it for now? Until we get to the airport? I'd like to continue learning as much about it as I can." Nicole nodded again. She pointed to the tube, a questioning expression on her face. Coolidge glanced at it. "Yes, let's go now." It occurred to Nicole that Jerry might have an alarm on the clown. He might know that they'd removed the alerter. Should they wait around to talk to him, or leave as soon as possible? Probably leave. Nicole didn't want him to have any opportunities to try to take it back. She followed Coolidge through the tube, gathered up her clothes, then they passed through the other rooms and up the stairs. The house was still empty, and without a backward glance they shut the door behind them, got in the car and drove away. At first Nicole was worried about Coolidge driving while he couldn't hear, but she realized none of his other senses had been removed. He could still see and make decisions, so she relaxed into the seat and let the stress of the morning eke out of her system. The clock on the dashboard said it was only 11. They'd taken 3 hours to get through all of the traps. It was Saturday, and they wouldn't be flying back until tomorrow morning. Nicole didn't want to stay away from home for that long, but she also knew that canceling their flight and finding an earlier departure would be a wasteful expense. They were just pulling up to their hotel when Coolidge sighed in relief. "Can finally hear again," he said. "I hate it when that happens." "Does it happen often?" He nodded. "I'm constantly pushing myself to the edge of my limits." Nicole frowned. "But didn't you and Austin say that doing so would cause eventual, or even immediate brain damage?" "Yes," he said as they got out of the car. "But there's a way to know if you're going too far. Generally, once your sense has left, you have 30 seconds more before permanent damage happens. As long as you keep track of those seconds, you'll be fine." Nicole's shoulders tensed. She'd come very close to that point of damage on more than one occasion. Unless something's currently hurting, it's hard to know when I'm no longer feeling pain. "I've considered that, and yes, yours is more dangerous. It's unlike hearing or eyesight where you know the moment it's gone." He glanced over at her as they entered the hotel. "I have a friend who loses the same sense as you. Whenever he's about to use extreme amounts of power, he puts a special bracelet on his wrist that constantly causes him pain. It measures the amount of adrenaline in his system and increases the pain as the adrenaline goes up, thereby allowing it to be near the front of his thoughts at all times. I could look into finding one for you, if you'd like." Nicole's stomach turned at the thought of using something like that. Like most people, she hated pain. But if it was the only way, she might have to get one. "Has it scarred his wrist?" "Not that I know of. It doesn't actually puncture the skin." "Then how does it cause pain? And how does it measure his adrenaline?" Coolidge smiled. "Magic doesn't need to follow medical science, remember?" Nicole chuckled at herself. "Yeah. As for the pain, it sort of shocks the nerves. Delivers an electrical pulse. That sounds awful. Yes, it does. They paused outside their separate rooms. Coolidge pulled out his phone, probably to check the time. I'd like to go visit a friend, but I hate to leave you here alone. I brought homework. And if I need to get out, I can walk anywhere. I'll be fine. Very well. I'll be in late tonight or possibly not until the morning, so I'll see you right before we leave. Call or text if you need anything. With the day decided, Nicole knew she could still enjoy herself even though she wasn't home with friends. She showered first, then got caught up on homework. Once she'd done that, she decided to watch movies and eat pizza. It was the first time in a while when she'd enjoyed being alone, and it felt really good. Sunday morning, Nicole got up and packed. She and Coolidge drove to the airport, where they dropped off the rental car, then boarded their plane. Chapter 6. Toby was waiting outside Nicole's apartment with a huge bouquet of flowers when she got home. She gasped in delight and gave him a hug. "Thank you so much," she said. "They're beautiful." She unlocked the door and let them in. Lizzie wasn't there, she was probably out with friends. Toby took her suitcase from her and wheeled it down to her room while Nicole pulled out a vase for the flowers. She was arranging them in fresh water when Toby returned. "How was your trip?" Nicole smiled. "A success." "Good. Was Coolidge able to help much?" Nicole hesitated, unsure exactly what to say. "Yes, a lot. If he hadn't been there, I would have failed." "I'm glad he went then." Toby seemed distant, and Nicole remembered 2 conversations she'd had with Coolidge. The first that crossed her mind was about Austin, how he'd wait however long necessary until he and Nicole could get back together. But the other conversation, the one about Toby, pressed more urgently on Nicole's mind. She really hadn't given the guy permission to kiss her or even hold her hand. But he'd made it obvious that he would welcome those sorts of developments, with a frequent hand on her back, a quick touch of her elbow, and even the one time when he'd slipped a wayward strand of hair behind her ear. Nicole took a deep breath. Austin would wait for her. But would that ever work out? They had no guarantee that it would, and no way to overcome the influence of the elixir. And the elixir was simply too important for her to toss aside. Could she hold on to Austin forever when they couldn't be together? Was she willing to live her life, however much of it remained, alone? No, she wasn't. And no matter how much she loved Austin, Toby was an excellent guy. He treated her well, he was intelligent, they had a lot in common, and he was cute. All important things for a successful relationship. And she knew she really hadn't given him a chance, not like he deserved. "Lots on your mind?" Toby asked, glancing sidelong at her from where he leaned against the counter. Nicole turned to him, putting a hand on his arm. "I'm sorry. The weekend was pretty crazy, and I've had a lot to think about." "That's fine." He gestured to the flowers. "I'm glad you like them." "I do." Nicole stepped to him and put her arms around him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Thank you again." Toby encircled her with his arms, and Nicole closed her eyes, willing herself to take the jump. She knew he wouldn't reject her, that he'd been waiting for something like this to happen. And she really did need to instigate it. But why was it so hard? Finally, realizing that Toby was probably wondering what was going on, Nicole slowly pulled back until she could look into his eyes. "You've been very patient with me. And I really appreciate it." Toby reached up and brushed a finger down the side of her face. "You're worth the wait," he whispered. Nicole hugged him again, then pressed her lips against his cheek, trying to get up the courage to do the same on his lips. Toby's intake of breath told her he wasn't expecting that. He held perfectly still, whether from shyness or because he was afraid to scare her away, she couldn't tell. Nicole finally made it to his lips, finding them warm and supple, inviting. She kissed him gently, searching, trying to see how she felt about what she was doing. Toby didn't give her the chance to think for very long. Suddenly, his arms tightened around her, one hand encircling the back of her head, holding her close to him. He hungrily took control of the kiss, his lips exploring her face and jaw before returning to her mouth. Nicole sighed, feeling her shoulders relax. She raised a hand to his hair, knotting her fingers in it as his kiss intensified. A random thought crossed her mind. That this was nice. That she was enjoying it. Whoa. She was enjoying it? She couldn't believe that. But it was true. Toby's urgency slowly dissipated, and his kiss turned gentle again. Then he pulled back, placing his hands on her cheeks. "Thank you," he said, gazing into her eyes. Nicole nodded, smiling up at him. "So, are you up for a date this weekend?" "Sure," Nicole said. "Anything special happening?" Oh. Friend? I guess that's what she is asking someone out who she's wanted to go with for a long time. She knew that you and I were, dating." He sent Nicole a questioning expression, and she nodded, making him grin. Well, she figured it would help her break the ice with this guy if another couple was there. "Sounds fine. I haven't doubled in a while." "Me neither. I'll pick you up at 6 on Saturday?" "That's perfect." A dreamy expression crossed Toby's face, and he wrapped his arms tightly around her, his lips finding hers again. Then he released her and said goodbye, leaving the apartment. Nicole unpacked in a daze, not knowing what to think. She heard Lizzie get home, but wasn't ready yet to tell her friend what had happened. The kisses really had been nice, and she was surprised to find that she really was attracted to Toby. It wasn't nearly as much as her attraction for Austin, but it might grow into something like that eventually. She scolded herself. She needed to stop comparing Toby to Austin. It wasn't fair to herself or either guy. They deserved to be judged on their own merits and not against each other. Besides, with what was going on with the Great Ones and the Terrians, it seemed unlikely Nicole would be able to date Austin ever again. Lizzie knocked on the door, and Nicole invited her in. They sat on Nicole's bed for several hours, talking about the events of the weekend and Nicole's few minutes with Toby that evening. "I can't believe you kissed him," Lizzie said, a somewhat accusatory expression on her face. "Oh, so now you're disappointed?" "Austin. And I can't date. And for who knows how long." Nicole reached over and grabbed Lizzie's hand. "I need my best friend to understand. I'm lonely, Lizzie. I need support and encouragement right now. We have no guarantee that any of us will be alive after this year is over. And Toby is a great guy. He deserves a chance." Nicole playfully swatted Lizzie. "Besides, like you're one to talk. You have a new boyfriend every week." Lizzie snorted. "Only because I haven't found the one." "You have." "That might be true," Nicole said, "but he might be lost to me." "Oh, Nicole, don't be melodramatic. Don't give up hope, we'll get this figured out eventually." Nicole nodded. "I'm going to give Toby a chance in the meantime. He really does treat me well." "And you enjoyed the kiss?" Nicole felt her cheeks redden. "Yes. More than I thought I would." Lizzie squealed. "Tell me about it." And so Nicole did. After another 10 minutes of giggling and teasing, Nicole finally begged for some sleep, and Lizzie retired to her own room. Nicole had just finished brushing her teeth when a spider appeared next to her, announcing Rebecca's arrival. Nicole rinsed her mouth and put her toothbrush away before turning to find the woman sitting on the edge of the bathtub. "Hi, Nicole." She sent her granddaughter a smile, which Nicole returned. Rebecca got to her feet and followed Nicole to her room. "How have things been?" Nicole shrugged. "Good. I just got back from a trip to Pennsylvania." Rebecca raised an eyebrow. "Oh? Did it go okay?" "It was fine," Nicole said, changing into her pajamas. "And I know you're too polite to ask why I went, but it was for my initiation into the local Terrian chapter." Rebecca's jaw dropped. "Your initiation?" "I figured I'd start getting to know people in the group. Find ways I can assist without telling them why or what my purpose will eventually be." A large grin spread across Rebecca's face. You took initiative. This is fantastic, Nicole. I'm so proud of you. Nicole got onto her bed. I really do want to be as helpful as possible. And I want these people to care for me, to want to follow me when the time comes. They will? Rebecca also sat on Nicole's bed. In fact, I came to talk to you about the upcoming World Convention for Terrians. I'll introduce you there as the new leader I've been preparing them for. When is it happening? The end of May. Nicole glanced at her phone's calendar. A month and a half. She took a deep breath. Wow. This is going fast. Rebecca patted her knee. I know, dear, and I'll be here to help as much as possible. But I'll do more than just offer moral support. You need to know everything the Terrians are currently working on. I'm having Tiffany prepare a report that she'll give you after your final exams have ended. Study it, memorize it. The more capable you look, the easier it'll be for the Terrians to follow you. Nicole agreed. Neither said anything for a moment, and Nicole glanced at her grandmother. So I've been wanting to ask something for a while. How is it that you're able to touch me if you're dead? Technically, I'm not able to. Doing so requires me to use a small amount of my heartache powers. I have to command the molecules that make up my essence to change enough to come into contact with you. Nicole raised her eyebrows. That sounds hard. Why go to all the effort just for simple contact? A wistful expression crossed Rebecca's face. I want to have a healthy relationship with you. I want to be able to hug my granddaughter as often as I need to. I save a bit of my energy every day just so I have enough to make these simple gestures. I would never have known. Is it hard? Well, let's put it this way. I'm dead so I can actually control my own molecules. But it requires enough power that I have to leave soon after and sleep for several hours. I do appreciate it. It makes a difference. Nicole leaned against her headboard and stared at the wall opposite the bed. When will we tell the Terrians that I'm destroying the embryonic manipulator? Not until after it has happened. I still don't understand why I need to lead them, only to practically desert them later. It's a last-gasp chance for me to reclaim my group and put them back to rights. I'll forever regret their choices these past several years. Please allow me this one chance, Nicole. And if it doesn't work, I'll do everything in my power to protect you. Nicole nodded. She wasn't positive how reassuring that was, but she still had no reason not to do as the elderly woman requested. How much longer until Austin heard back from Elizabeth? I sense you've got a lot on your mind. I'll let you rest now. Thanks, I have to get up really early. Nicole glanced at her clock. In 3 hours, in fact. Oh goodness, child. I'll be going now. Sleep well. Nicole said goodbye, then got under her covers and drifted off soon after Rebecca left. Once school ended the next day, Nicole met with Andrew and Shayna in the same hotel as before to give them the alerter. Nicole pulled the device, now wrapped in a scarf, from her purse and handed it to Andrew. His eyes rounded and he looked up at Nicole in awe. You really did get it. Of course. Andrew pulled the scarf away, returning it to Nicole, and he and Shayna stared at the alerter with reverent expressions on their faces. Nicole had to hide her eye roll at how ridiculous they were acting. If she didn't know otherwise, she would suspect them of idol worship. It works, Andrew said, indicating the small red light that had appeared on one side of the sphere at the top. What does that mean? Nicole asked. That you're an Arate, Shayna answered. She pointed at Nicole's stomach. See? It's marking you. Nicole looked down, surprised to see a laser point on her shirt. Wow. What's its maximum distance? Why do you want to know? Andrew asked. Nicole shrugged. Just curious. It didn't work for me. Of course it didn't. It only works for regular humans. And we don't know what its range is. Could be only 20 feet, could be a few miles. Shayna sent Andrew a withering glance. It wouldn't possibly have a range of that distance. There are more Arates than just Nicole within a few miles of us. Oh yes. You're right, dear. Andrew tucked the alerter into his briefcase, then glanced at Nicole. I'll let you know about each meeting ahead of time. So, I've made it into the group? Both of them looked surprised. Of course you have, Shayna said. You've definitely earned it. Andrew rested his briefcase on his lap. Was your friend interested in the device? Nicole thought for a moment, trying to decide on the best answer. Not as much as I'd thought he would be. He did mention liking the decorations on the outside though. Good. Andrew shook Nicole's hand, then helped his wife to her feet. We'll be in touch, he said. Toby picked Nicole up that Saturday right at 6. She had spent extra time getting ready. She really wanted to look good for him. It surprised her how much fun she had doing her hair and makeup. It had been a while since she'd prettied up. They chatted comfortably the entire way to the Italian restaurant where they were meeting the other couple. Once they'd exited the car, Nicole took Toby's offered hand, and they entered the restaurant. The owner of the restaurant greeted them, asking how many were in their party. We're here meeting a group, Toby said. Under the name of Jackson. Molto bene, molto bene. The man nodded to a brunette with long fake eyelashes, and the girl beamed at Nicole and Toby. Right this way, she said. They followed her down the narrow aisles between tables. She paused, waiting for a few servers to finish carrying trays of food past them, and a busboy to move a huge platter of dirty plates. Just then Toby grabbed Nicole's arm. Oh, Nicole. I'm really sorry. For what? She glanced at him. He shook his head, chewing his lip. I didn't have anything to do with it. She didn't say anything. Please believe me. Okay. She looked past him, trying to see what he was talking about. Then her eyes widened when she spotted Judith Ann sitting across from a dark-headed guy, whose back was toward her. Jackson, she said to Toby. Judith Ann Jackson is your friend? Sort of friend. And you know her? Of course I do. She said she didn't recognize your name. Oh, of course she didn't. Well, you know her date too. Nicole's eyes shifted back to the guy, and she realized she recognized that head. She gasped, a hand fluttering to her mouth. It was Austin. Her stomach dropped to the region of her feet, and her heartbeat increased exponentially. Austin finished talking to the waiter and glanced back, probably wondering where the other couple was. His eyes met Nicole's, and his eyebrows shot up as he took in her comfortable position standing next to Toby, their hands entwined. Pain, confusion, then frustration registered in turn on his face, before it was all replaced with a blank expression. Let's just get this over with, Toby said, giving Nicole another apologetic look. She nodded, but couldn't find any words to reply. The busboy and servers had long since moved, and the woman was impatiently waiting for Nicole and Toby to follow. Nicole chose the seat across from Judith Ann, realizing she couldn't possibly sit across from Austin. Weird that she wasn't nauseated yet. In fact, she felt completely fine. Hadn't the Great Ones figured out who this guy was? And the thought made Nicole's heart hurt. Was she over Austin enough for the Great Ones not to care anymore? That couldn't be possible. She still mourned him occasionally. But maybe she'd moved on enough for it not to alert them to his presence. The thought pained her heart a little. The only thing she could do with the situation was to put on a smile and pretend that Judith Ann's horrible, spiteful actions didn't hurt. Realizing she hadn't yet said hi to Judith Ann, Nicole turned a patronizing smile to the girl. I'm so glad Toby and I were able to help you out with this situation. We wouldn't want you to be uncomfortable on your first date. Judith Ann's mouth popped open, and she glanced at Toby with a betrayed expression before glaring at Nicole. Yes, well, some of us recognize good meat when we're near it. We don't drop it and walk away. Oh, you believe what you want to believe, Judith Ann. You will never know the truth. I'll bet Austin loves being referred to as meat. How are your therapy sessions going? That's none of your business. You're right about that. Nicole spread her napkin across her lap before turning as the waiter arrived, giving him her full attention. The group ordered and the waiter left to get drinks. Nicole realized she was procrastinating looking at Austin. She didn't know why. Maybe because she didn't want to see what might be there. Would she be able to tell if he'd moved on completely? That he didn't love her anymore? Toby cleared his throat. So Austin, how are classes treating you? Fine. Austin didn't expound, and not for the first time Nicole wished he were a wordier person. Someone needed to fill the awkward silences, and it couldn't be her. She would end up saying more vitriolic things to Judith Ann that she'd regret later. After at least 10 minutes of awkward small talk, the atmosphere at the table finally relaxed enough for Nicole to take a breath and find something appropriate to say. Mrs. Whitman doesn't seem worse for the wear after her experience last year. Nicole allowed herself to seek out Austin's eyes at the same time that he glanced at her. They locked gazes, and Nicole felt a surge of energy between the two of them. Her entire body warmed. With that one exchange, Nicole knew that Austin was still in love with her. His eyes said more than any word ever could about the longing he felt for her, the desire he had to hold her, touch her. She ripped her gaze away and focused on Judith Ann. I don't suppose you heard what happened. Obviously Judith Ann had, since she'd been there. Judith Ann looked like she was trying to figure out why Nicole was asking. I'm talking about last semester, when she made most of her class puke or pass out. Judith Ann nodded. Yeah, I know. That was a lot of fun. Nicole's eyes wandered to Austin. Yes. Lots. Toby cleared his throat, then took a drink. I hadn't heard about it. Would you fill me in? So Nicole told him about the crown Whitman bought off eBay, trying to turn herself into an heartache. Instead, it had made her high, and the heartaches in her class sick. Toby grinned. Awesome. She's definitely had that coming for a while. What happened to the crown? Coolidge took it, Austin said. Made the man return her money. Where is it now? Judith Ann asked. Nicole and Austin both shrugged, and they smiled at each other at their common response. Only Coolidge knows, Nicole said. And it actually never occurred to me to ask. Their food was brought and Nicole dug in, grateful that she still wasn't feeling nauseated. She couldn't believe her luck. Austin was only a few feet away, but it wasn't affecting her negatively yet. Maybe the great ones had given up. And what if they had? Would she break up with Toby and return to Austin immediately? Thoughts of doing so sobered Nicole. She cared for Toby and didn't want to hurt him. But she was still in love with Austin. Curse Judith Ann for forcing them to be in the same room. Nicole looked up mid-bite when she felt Austin's gaze on her. His expression was questioning, and Nicole could tell he was asking how she felt. She half smiled, lifting one shoulder. It was then that she recognized that Toby was talking about his plans now that he was out of college. It had never occurred to her to ask him what he was going to do. She felt guilt stab her in the stomach. She was the worst girlfriend ever for him. She and Austin had talked plenty of times about their future plans. But she and Toby? She never thought beyond that day or that week. Once I take and pass the bar exam, I'll start applying for positions at law offices all over Seattle. Toby's eyes rested on Nicole. I'd like to stay in the area if possible. She could sense the intent behind those few words, wanting to date her, maybe even marry her. See where things would go. She wasn't ready for that sort of commitment. She couldn't concentrate on the idea of being with Toby forever, not when Austin was so close right now. I'm sure you'll do well on the bar, Nicole said. You're intelligent. Oh, I know I will. I've always been good at tests. My concern is how competitive this area is right now. It's like everyone within a 20-mile radius who's ever been interested in becoming a lawyer has just passed the bar and is rushing to find work. I've been sending out feelers for weeks now without results. Nicole put her hand on Toby's arm. Cross the position-finding bridge when you get to it. For now, let's focus on getting you through the exam. Toby gave her a grateful smile. Thanks. Nicole took a bite of food, feeling Austin and Judith Ann staring at her. She'd felt awkward reassuring Toby, like she was doing someone else's job. The feeling that she was cheating on both Austin and Toby nearly overwhelmed her. What a mess she was in. Finally, after plenty of awkward small talk and several exchanged glances with Austin, everyone finished dinner. By unspoken agreement, no one ordered dessert, and pretty soon, Toby was paying the check and excusing himself, probably to go to the little boy's room. "How are you doing?" Austin asked Nicole the moment Toby was gone, ignoring Judith Ann. She shrugged. "As well as can be expected. Sorry about tonight." He sent a glare to Judith Ann, whose jaw dropped. "I definitely didn't have a hand in planning it. In fact, I wasn't even told about any of it until she showed up on my doorstep, begging for help in changing a car tire." "It really is flat," Judith Ann said. "Yes. Flattened right outside the restaurant where you'd planned our double date. I had to get you to come somehow," she said, folding her arms. "You're not even dating her anymore, but you act like you are." Austin's eyes sought Nicole's, searching her face. "I'll always be unavailable to others, so long as Nicole is alive." Nicole smiled at him, butterflies she hadn't felt in her stomach for a long time coming to life. The urge to reach across the table and yank his lips to hers nearly overwhelmed her. Austin turned back to Judith Ann. "And don't get any ideas about making her sick or something." She sniffed. "I wouldn't stoop that low." "Somehow I doubt that." Toby returned just then. "Ready?" he asked Nicole without returning to his seat. She nodded and got to her feet, hesitating before following him. As Nicole was passing Austin, he grabbed her hand. "No visions?" "No." She gasped as a sudden bout of nausea slammed into her. She pulled her hand away, gave him an apologetic look, then hurried to catch up with Toby. Apparently, Austin's touch was enough to alert the Great Ones to his presence. She couldn't help but wish he hadn't stopped her. How much time could they have spent together before those beings found out what was going on? Or would her emotional attachment, which was growing once again, clue them in? She wouldn't ever know. And the expression on Toby's face as they walked to his car said just how much he regretted the evening. He drove her home in silence, with Nicole wondering what to say, whether she should reassure him or even possibly break up with him. Why did dating have to be so hard? No, that wasn't a fair question. Most girls didn't need to worry about horrible visions opening up to them, massive migraines striking, or bouts of nausea making them throw up when the guy of their dreams was around. Why did dating have to be so hard for Nicole? "I'll call you tomorrow?" Toby asked when he dropped her off at her doorstep. Nicole nodded. "Yes, I'd like that." "Then, you aren't upset about tonight?" "Of course I am. But it wasn't your fault, and I'm not going to blame you for Judith Ann's despicableness." Nicole took a breath, realizing something then and there. "And I'm definitely not going to break up with you over it." Toby's relief was obvious, especially when he leaned his head against her shoulder. "I can't even tell you how glad I am to hear that. I was positive our relationship was ending the moment I saw who Judith Ann had brought." Nicole put her arms around Toby. "I need to be honest with you. I am still a bit hung up over him, but I do want to see where things with you go. I like you, Toby. And I've really enjoyed spending time with you." Toby put his arms around her and kissed her on the forehead. "Thank you," he whispered. He lowered his head and kissed her lips. "Sweet dreams." Nicole said goodbye, then let herself into her apartment, surprised that the date had ended so early but grateful nonetheless. She really had a lot to talk about when Lizzie got home. She couldn't believe Judith Ann. That girl was ridiculous. "What?" Lizzie exclaimed after Nicole told her who Toby's friend had been. "Judith Ann. Does Toby not know how much you two hate each other?" Oh, I can't stand her, but I obviously don't hate her. If I hated her, I would have let her die in arches. This is true, Lizzie said, taking a bite of ice cream. And I think Toby figured out from our conversation tonight that Judith Ann and I don't like each other. Yeah, I'll bet. Lizzie was quiet for a moment, savoring her choice of rocky road. So there's more, Nicole said, sending her friend a glance. More than Judith Ann? Yes. Guess who her date was? Lizzie's eyebrows puckered as she thought over the options. Nate? Jake? Nicole laughed. No, none of your guys. She brought Austin. Lizzie screamed, making Nicole laugh even more. Oh, she loved her best friend. What would she do if Lizzie weren't there to make the horrible evening better? I can't believe she brought Austin. What a witch. Nicole chuckled. Seriously? How did he act? Was he into her, or does he still want you? He still likes me. Lizzie whooped. I knew it. It's only been a few months since we broke up, you know. Yeah, true. And he's not ever getting over you. I just know it. Nicole leaned back against the couch and took a bite of her chocolate ice cream. Coolidge said the same thing. Lizzie's eyes rounded. When did you talk to him about Austin? Was that weird? Gross. Ick. I can't imagine talking boys with a professor. It was fine. I didn't know it, but Coolidge and Austin are practically best friends. Apparently, Austin talks to him about everything. Coolidge said that Austin will wait for me for however long it takes. Oh, that's so cute. It definitely made me like Austin more. As if I needed that. Nicole slumped, staring at the ceiling. Lizzie, if I never get back with Austin, will you promise to follow him for the rest of his life and make sure he's okay? You want me to marry him? Heavens no. There's no way I'd be able to follow him around unless I marry him. 'Cause that's just stalking. And weird. Nicole sighed. I know. Don't worry, I'm not serious. Better not be. Lizzie picked at a piece of lint on the blanket covering her lap. Have you talked to Rebecca about Austin lately? No. Last I heard, she was going to talk to the great ones and try to convince them to lighten up after everything with the embryonic manipulator is finished. That would be nice. Nicole didn't respond, and after a few minutes, both girls finished their ice cream and started doing homework. Nicole received an email from Andrew, informing her of the next Tarian meeting where he'd be introducing her as the newest member. It was Wednesday night, which Nicole thought was odd. She just figured they'd always meet on weekends, not including Christmas Eve, which was obviously an exception. She hoped the meeting wouldn't go late. She had school the following morning and didn't want to miss any more sleep than necessary. The next Tarian meeting was much different from the first one Nicole had attended. It wasn't held in the same place, and she didn't recognize any of the people. Not even the secretary was the same. Did Jonathan quit, or did Andrew have several presidency members who floated around? Andrew invited Nicole to sit on the makeshift stage next to him and Shayna. When he got up to start the meeting, Nicole noticed several eyes on her. She ignored them, listening to Andrew. He first invited any new members to join him at the stage. When none moved to do so, Andrew motioned to Nicole. We have a new initiate. He glanced at her. Nicole, won't you join me? She got to her feet and stood next to him. He put his arm around her shoulders. This is Nicole Williams, our newest member. And she did something no Tarian has been able to do before. She stole the alerter. The response was varied. Several people gasped, some clapped, and many had suspicious expressions. If she got it, where is it? A man called out. Good question. Andrew pulled the alerter from a small shelf on the back of the cheap podium. He held it up. This time, pretty much everyone in the room clapped. How did she get it? The same man asked. Does it work? Andrew grasped the alerter around the middle, and a soft ticking started. The same red light as before shone on Nicole, this time probably on her face somewhere since she couldn't see the red dot on her clothes. Yes, it works, Andrew said. He chuckled. And it's telling us that Nicole is an heartache. Several people gasped in shock. Some jumped to their feet, murder in their eyes. Nicole controlled her urge to run while trying to look confident. Andrew held up his hands. Yes, we already knew she was one. She was up front with us. Her being an heartache is the only reason she was able to get the elixir where so many of us have failed. How do you know you can trust her? It was that same man. He was standing, still looking like he wanted to tear her apart. Nicole hoped she wouldn't ever be alone with him. One of them wouldn't survive. Andrew raised an eyebrow and stared at the man until he returned to his seat. She performed the initiation. She retrieved the elixir and brought it back. Don't our bylaws state that any person who successfully completes their initiation will be accepted into the group without hesitation? The man nodded. I'd like to have Nicole tell how it happened. Andrew stepped away from the podium, gesturing for Nicole to take his place, which she did. She took a breath. I'm going to assume that most of you know the traps and circumstances surrounding the elixir? Pretty much everyone nodded. Well, I'd never heard of it. And when Andrew sent me the information, it was apparent that I couldn't go alone. I brought another heartache with me. A man who has more experience than I do, but who isn't as interested in Tarian and heartache clashes as I am. He doesn't have any stake in this, like I do. The man sneered. What kind of stake could you possibly have in our cause? Nicole chose to answer only part of his question. She wasn't ready to bring Rebecca into the picture until Rebecca herself did it. My parents are Tarians. My mother's family has been for several generations, and she's the secretary of the Tarian group in Dallas, Texas. Someone in the audience snorted, and Nicole was surprised it wasn't the man who'd been antagonizing her the entire time. You expect us to believe that Tiffany Williams is your mother? A woman said. That you're her heartache child? Nicole stared at her, neither smiling nor frowning. Yes. The room fell into silence. Nicole really had had no idea how well known her mother was. She was afraid to find out what Tiffany had done to earn her reputation. And what had she been saying to everyone about Nicole, for them to know Tiffany had an heartache daughter? The man who set up the traps made it so it would be impossible, literally impossible, for a regular human to retrieve the elixir. Only an heartache would have been able to do it. No one said anything, so Nicole continued. I was able to get through 2 of the traps without my colleague's help. He took care of the 3rd, then helped me through the last, the tube coated in sand. How'd he do that? The heckler asked. He lifted me through it by the clothes. The man nodded. There was a last trap that no Tarian could have ever passed, regardless of their tools or experience. Nicole waited a moment, then said, it was an enchanted statue that asked if I was an heartache. Only when I answered with an honest yes, did it allow me to take the elixir. Nicole put her hand over her heart. Andrew and Shayna know that I still struggle with the idea that all heartaches need to be destroyed. But I want you to know I truly believe that most heartaches don't earn their powers, and many others abuse those abilities. I almost died trying to get the elixir, and I know many of you have lost loved ones to that same task. I wish more than anything that I could have known earlier, and might have prevented their deaths by getting the elixir sooner. This is why I've joined the Tarians. It's not fair that I have powers and you don't. Most of the crowd cheered and Nicole hid a smile in her immense relief. She returned to her seat, and Andrew took the podium. He started handing out assignments, and right away, people began vying for Nicole's help to complete said assignments. Nicole wasn't sure what the projects were, since they were all mentioned in code that she'd hopefully be learning soon. She half smiled at the irony of the situation. Tarians wanted to destroy heartaches, and yet, here they were fighting over who would get her help. It was ridiculous. Nicole turned down helping with all of the tasks. I'm still in college, she said. I need to focus on my education. I won't say no to any tasks that are assigned to me directly, but it's important that I not fail school. Why? Someone asked. Nicole got to her feet again. Because I haven't told anyone that I've turned. I'm not ready yet for them to know that I'm betraying them. She took a breath. And also, if I can somehow convince the Tarians to help me find a way to share my, and all other Arate powers with regular humans, I might have a future. I won't have to die in the next several months. In which case, I'll need my education to continue successfully. She held up her hands, silencing comments and questions. My first goal is to share the powers. I need you to know that. But if that isn't possible, then I and all other Arates will need to be destroyed. In either case, the more education I get where my abilities are concerned, the better. I'll be a much bigger help if I know as much as possible about Arate powers, even if I only live for a few more months. Nicole sat down again. She couldn't believe how smoothly the lies had fallen off her tongue. The meeting ended without her being assigned a new task. She was perfectly fine with that. She had enough going on as it was. And maybe Andrew wanted her to prove herself more. He didn't need to worry. He had no idea how far into this charade she'd gotten herself. The next day, Nicole checked her laminated piece of paper out of habit. Nothing on it had changed in so long, she'd almost forgotten why she kept looking. But something had changed. It now read, "Nicole, please come. I need you." She gasped, clutching it in her hand, and ran to the living room where Lizzie was doing homework. "Anna Morse needs our help." Lizzie looked up, her eyes glazed. "Come again?" "Here." Nicole thrust the piece of paper into her roommate's hand. Lizzie blinked a few times, staring at it. She glanced up at Nicole. "This is supposedly from Anna Morse?" "Yes. And she needs me. We have to go now." Lizzie tilted her head, frowning. "No, we don't. You can't possibly know that this really is from her. Not only that, but you've got so much on your plate already. Finals, boyfriend issues, Tarian stuff. And don't you have that convention coming up?" "Yes," Nicole said impatiently. "But this might be more important." Lizzie handed the paper back. "I'm going to say that yes, it is important. But is it more so than what's going on where Rebecca is concerned?" Nicole hesitated. "No, probably not. At least not right now." "And how would we locate her? I mean, last time we tried, we couldn't even find the street she lived on." Nicole slumped onto the couch next to Lizzie. "I know. I'm not trying to discourage you, I'm trying to be realistic. Call Coolidge and tell him what's going on. He might have more information by now." "Good idea." Nicole slid her phone out of her pocket and dialed the professor's number. He answered almost immediately, and Nicole told him what had happened. "That's phenomenal," he said. "I really can't believe it's changed again." "Me neither," Nicole said. "I mean, it had been so long since the first part happened. If it really is a message from her, we need to figure out how to contact her." His voice became distant-sounding as he thought out loud. "The last place you saw her was in Ohio. I wonder if Steve Nielsen would be able to get more information on that street. He'd have better connections there than I would, and could probably get to the bottom of this fairly quickly." Coolidge's voice became clearer as he spoke directly into the phone. "I'll go ahead and give him a call. Explain the situation to him. I'll let you know as soon as I have more information." Nicole thanked Coolidge, then returned to her room to finish her own homework. Chapter 7. At the next Tarian meeting, Nicole was given an assignment, the nature of which surprised her. She and 2 other people, a woman and a man, were to go door to door and car to car hanging Tarian flyers. The Tarians were recruiting? How did the general Arate populace not know this? And if they did, why was no one speaking about it? As soon as Nicole left the meeting, she sent Coolidge a text, informing him of the change. He called her immediately, asking her to keep track of as many of the assigned tasks as possible. Nicole agreed to do it. She fell silent for a moment, trying to decide if she should stay in the parking lot or drive somewhere else to talk. "I'll call you back in just a minute. I'm going to find a more private place." She drove for several minutes, hoping Coolidge would be okay with the wait, then turned down a side street, pulled off the road and put her car in park. "Back," she said after he'd answered. "It's also occurred to me that we may not know exactly how many people are Tarians." "What do you mean?" Coolidge asked. "Their group is small, always has been." "Yes, but there's been a completely different set of people at every meeting I've attended. The secretary has been switched out 3 times now, and I don't think it's because he's getting fired. I think it's because this chapter has multiple branches, and the leaders of the group don't want anyone knowing just how many supporters they have. I mean, has any Arate ever taken a Tarian seriously before?" "I see your point. And if we always underestimate them, they won't be far off from gaining a victory. Besides, you've assumed in the past that Rebecca is being honest with you. We can only guess right now as to what's really going on." Nicole was silent for a moment as she contemplated this. He was right, and she felt powerless to do anything about the situation. "What should I do?" "Continue going to the meetings. Like I said, try to keep track of as many tasks as you can. Watch where they're recruiting. See if there are any patterns. And be careful, very careful." Nicole agreed, and they ended the call. She tucked her phone into her purse, then pulled back to the main road. The meeting had taken place Saturday afternoon, and she had a date with Toby that evening. Her assignment was to take place the following day at 3 o'clock. The date with Toby was a good distraction, and Saturday ended quickly. After what felt like only a few hours, Nicole was meeting the Tarian people, a woman named Meredith and her husband Kurt. Kurt was short with thick glasses, and Meredith was tall and skinny. They made an odd couple, especially their personalities. Meredith was talkative and nervous around Nicole, while Kurt was solemn and rarely said anything. Nicole couldn't tell if he was distracted, annoyed with her, or just annoyed at the task. Meredith brought tons of flyers, and they started by walking the parking lots surrounding a few shopping centers, putting flyers underneath wiper blades. Meredith said she had a lot of questions about Nicole, but she only ever asked one. "Do you like having powers?" Nicole glanced at the woman, trying to gauge the intent behind the question. "Most of the time, yes. But I don't like not understanding everything completely. How the powers are created, how they find me. That sort of thing." After that, Meredith didn't bring up anything Arate again, and Nicole wasn't sure if it was because Nicole's answer upset her, or because she really didn't have anything else to ask. Once they'd passed out half of the flyers, they spent 20 minutes stapling rubber bands to the others. Then they drove to some very tall apartment buildings, and after sneaking inside of one, started at the top floor and went door to door, hanging flyers on knobs. As it was the middle of the afternoon, they didn't run into many people. But Nicole jumped when the door she was about to hang a flyer on opened. A magical pulse surrounded the man. He was an Arate. He stared at Nicole. She stared back. He was unkempt, wearing a white tank top that rolled up over his large belly. But the man had the confidence around him that Nicole had come to associate with many Arates. Perhaps it was the fact that elements, even if only a small aspect of them, obeyed their command. He took the paper from Nicole, read over it, then glanced at her. "Aren't you on the wrong side?" Nicole's cheeks warmed. Meredith and Kurt stared at her curiously. "Aren't you?" Nicole asked. She pointed at the paper. "Come learn more about us." Then she turned and walked away, Meredith and Kurt on her trail. Several long moments later, she heard the man shut the door, and she breathed a sigh of relief. "What was that about?" Meredith asked. "He was an Arate." "So?" "It's the first time I've run into one since turning my back on them. It's weird, that's all." After that, Meredith fell quiet, like her husband. Without her nervous chatter filling the silence, Nicole's brain was free to roam, to feel the shame in her actions. Oh, she hoped this would all work out in the end. They were nearly to the first floor when they ran out of flyers. Meredith took out a notebook and wrote down which apartment they'd ended on, and the three left the building, going their separate ways. It took several hours for Nicole to rid herself of the gross feeling that accompanied her after the run-in with the heartache. Was she ready to do this? To be the face of the Terrians for however long it took? She'd be opening herself up to a lot of public shame and ridicule. Only those closest to her, Lizzie, Coolidge, Austen, would understand why she was doing it. Would she be okay with that? She didn't know. Nicole finally decided to come clean with Toby. After what had happened with Meredith and Kurt, she couldn't bear the thought that only two people she interacted with on a regular basis really knew what was going on. "Are you sure you want to do this?" Lizzie asked 10 minutes before Toby arrived. "You've been a nervous wreck all day." Nicole smoothed her hair for probably the 20th time. It was Friday. Finals were happening in 3 weeks. She and Toby had been dating for 3.5 months. He'd been patient long enough, and she knew he was dying to hear the truth. "I'll feel better once I get everything out in the open." "Okay. Want me to stick around? I can cancel my date with Trent." Nicole shook her head. No. You go have fun." Lizzie enveloped Nicole in a hug. "Good luck with dinner too, it smells great." "Thanks." Lizzie flounced out of the apartment, and Nicole was alone with her thoughts for a few minutes before Toby's knock came at the door. She welcomed him in, then showed him to his seat. Dinner was already laid out on the table. She'd made Kahlua pork, slow-baked in the oven since she was fresh out of a yard to bury the pig in, and a fruit salad. The bread she'd bought from the store. They started eating immediately, and Nicole did her best to act naturally. It was hard, and she knew Toby could feel a difference. Things actually had been a little awkward between them since the run-in with Austen. She hoped this wouldn't put their relationship over the tipping point. She really did care for Toby. Nicole realized this increased her chances of not being able to date him, however. The Great Ones didn't want her dating Austen, possibly because he was a very powerful arate, but maybe also because he held such an important part of her heart and life, and his thoughts and feelings really did hold sway for her. Toby wasn't there yet, but she didn't doubt that it might happen eventually. "Dinner was fantastic, Nicole," Toby said. "Thank you." He wiped his mouth, his eyes not leaving her face, and she could sense that her nervousness had rubbed off onto him. "Great. Let's sit on the couch and talk for a while before dessert," Nicole said, motioning to the living room section of the room. Toby nodded, standing. He waited for Nicole to lead the way, then they sat close on the couch, his arm around her with her snuggled up next to him. "Toby, there are a lot of things I haven't told you yet that I feel you deserve to know." He didn't say anything, but she couldn't sense malice coming from him. She held up the necklace. "It has a lot to do with this." "Okay," he said. "I'd like to hear whatever you're comfortable sharing." She took a deep breath. "Well, it all starts with my first class of Professor Coolidge's last year." Nicole proceeded to tell him about the leather journal, and how it had followed her everywhere. How Coolidge had finally found a way to lock it up. She told him about Rebecca's former living place, the tree that used to be out front of the apartment building, and how the woman's spirit had followed her to Arches, wanting her to read the book. She then told him about actually reading the book and learning about her great-great-grandparents. Then she explained to him what had happened in Moses Lake, Washington. "You carried the elixir with you everywhere?" Toby asked after Nicole had finished. She nodded. "I have to. It would become ineffective if I didn't wear it. It gives me a little bit of strength while borrowing energy and power from me." She looked up at him. "But at least you can see why it's so important." "Yes, and I'm glad you told me." He pulled her close, kissing the top of her head. I can understand why you're so protective of it. It's not the only thing I need to talk to you about. There's more? Yes. So Nicole told him about the great ones preventing her from being around Austin, and how she was now a member of the local Tarian chapter. She explained to him about Rebecca wanting her to lead the Tarian group, to help them see the folly of their ways. She told him about how Austin was working with Elizabeth to find out if Rebecca was being honest. Oh good, Toby said. I was trying not to ask you why you believe this woman without any witnesses to what she's saying. At first I did believe her. But now, I really don't know what to think. It's been several months, and apparently, Austin still hasn't heard back from Elizabeth. I hope he does soon though. The World Convention is in a month. Right after finals end for you. Yup. Neither said anything for a moment, and Nicole was okay with that. Her voice hurt from talking. She hoped he'd be understanding. She was happy that he hadn't freaked out yet, as she'd partly expected him to, but Toby was so easygoing, nothing ever seemed to faze him. Nicole? You're still in love with Austin. Nicole opened her mouth to contradict him, but closed it immediately, because she knew he was right. And lying wouldn't make him feel better, he'd still sense the truth. So she didn't respond. Toby sighed. Should we have dessert now? Nicole wanted to snuggle up next to him, but she was worried doing so would make him feel like she was being disingenuous. She'd basically admitted to being in love with another guy. How could she cuddle with Toby after that sort of confession? Sure, she hadn't said anything, but Toby still knew. Yes. That's a great idea, she finally said. They got up from the couch, and Toby helped Nicole clean up dinner, then serve dessert. They were fairly quiet, only talking about safe topics, weather, school, things like that. Nicole sensed a change in their relationship. It made her partially regret saying anything to him about the elixir and the drama surrounding it. Would he ever get over this? Did she want him to? Did she want to keep dating a man she wasn't free to love? That wasn't fair to him, was it? Even if he chose to wait for her, it still didn't seem like the right thing to do. Realizing they'd already talked about enough serious things that evening, Nicole gave Toby a kiss on the lips, promising to talk to him later. She hoped having some time to think over the revelations of the evening would make both of them feel better, would help them know what to do. Over the next 2 weeks, Toby and Nicole went on several dates. Things weren't as strained as she expected them to be, for which Nicole was grateful, but she could tell she was distancing herself from him. She wasn't sure why, and didn't want to think too much about it, so she didn't. She also went on several more Tarian assignments, all like the first. Most got her and those she worked with kicked out of buildings or stores, with angry managers swearing and yelling at them never to return. Nicole was relieved that Andrew and Shayna didn't ask her to do anything that was more involved or serious. With finals looming, she simply didn't have the time or energy to do much more than hand out flyers and study. As Coolidge had asked, Nicole kept track of where her assignments took her, trying to figure out if there were patterns, to see if she was constantly sent to the same area. This would hopefully help her figure out how big each area was, and in turn, maybe give them an idea about the number of Tarians there were now. But Andrew was diligent, never sending her with the same person or to the same location. Nicole wasn't sure if that was because he didn't trust her, or because he was trying to find stuff for her to do to help her feel useful. It had been at least 2 months since she had heard from Greg, the Arate Tarian from Texas, but for some reason as the end of the semester drew near, he started calling, texting, and emailing her again. Nicole never responded. She didn't care what Rebecca or Tiffany said. She needed to maintain at least a little control over her life. Besides, Rebecca didn't seem too worried about any of that. Her visits were still fairly frequent, and she kept Nicole updated on the planning for the upcoming convention. Tiffany's reports started arriving in the mail, hundreds and hundreds of confidential documents. Nicole only glanced through them before getting overwhelmed. She needed to focus on school first. pass her classes. Then she could become the perfect Tarian. Austen still hadn't heard from Elizabeth yet, and Nicole began worrying that perhaps the woman had brushed them off. Nicole knew better than to contact Austen and ask if he could try to find Elizabeth, to call her back again. Perhaps it was harder than TV, and the movies made it look to follow someone around, especially when they were dead. A week before finals, Toby took Nicole for a walk. She was distracted at first, and it took several minutes before she noticed that he was nervous, fidgety. "What's up?" she asked. Toby didn't respond for a moment. He pulled his baseball cap down lower against the uncharacteristically bright sunshine, and dug his hands into his pockets before finally glancing at her. "It's not going to work between us, is it?" Nicole paused, then started walking again. "Why do you say that? You've been increasingly distant. And now I understand why. You don't expect to live much longer. If Rebecca is right, I'll survive. But if the Tarians get their way, then no, I won't be around after this summer. And neither will you. I just have a really hard time taking all of this in." "I know." He glanced at her. "Did I ever have a chance with you?" Nicole thought about his question for a moment before answering. "I care for you and enjoy spending time with you. But it's different. I don't know. Brotherly?" "Yes." Nicole nodded, then realizing what she'd just said, she shook her head emphatically. "No. That's not what I mean. Obviously, I feel something for you that I don't for other guys, especially my siblings." "You." Yuck. Toby didn't make eye contact with her. "But it's not the same as what you feel for previous boyfriends." Nicole sighed. "No, it's not." Toby nodded, hands still in his pockets. He opened his mouth several times to say something, but stopped just before anything came out. They walked in silence for a while. Nicole knew she should reassure him, hug him, tell him things would work out, but she didn't know if they would, and she couldn't lie. She'd been doing enough of that as it was. Toby stopped and turned to her. "I'm not going to beg you. And I'm not promising to wait around for you. That's not fair to me. But I do care for you. And I want you to call me if you ever get over him. I'll probably still have feelings for you for several months." He started walking again. "I think it's time I move back home." "Where's home?" Nicole couldn't believe she'd never asked him before. Toby paused. "Atlanta. In Georgia." She chuckled. "I know where Atlanta is." Toby smiled at her, then tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. "I love you, Nicole." He kissed her gently, then without waiting for a response, turned and left. Nicole stared at his retreating back. He just said he loved her. She'd had no idea. Sure, she knew his feelings ran deep. But love? And he'd broken up with her. How did that make her feel? Not angry or depressed, as she'd come to expect after failed relationships. Instead, she felt empty. Their walk had ended only a couple of blocks from her apartment. Not knowing what else to do, and not having the heart to run after Toby, she headed home. Nicole handled the breakup easier than she thought she would. She missed Toby, and especially missed being able to talk to him, now that he knew what was going on in her life, but it wasn't his kisses and touch that she longed for. This told her he was right, they'd never had a chance. Right before finals started, she finally had the opportunity to begin studying Earth Arate stuff. She hadn't had a moment to breathe lately, due to school, Tarians, and Toby. Coolidge's book gave her a list of Earth sub-abilities that were just under her own native sub-ability. She opened the book on the kitchen table and began memorizing, reading all of the information the book offered on each talent. Lizzie came home while Nicole was studying. She sat at the table, not saying anything for several moments. Nicole glanced up. She recognized the expression on Lizzie's face. She talked to Austen. Or had seen him. "I can't even hear what you have to say," Nicole said. "I know." Lizzie sighed. Then she blurted it out anyway. He's doing well and said to tell you hi, and that he heard from Elizabeth, and she'll be contacting him again soon with some concrete information, and he said in the meantime don't worry about any of that, and he still loves you. She took a breath, sending Nicole an apologetic look. Sorry. Nicole breathed through her nausea, rubbing her temples where a headache had started. After several moments, she whispered, thanks, then started reading the book again. Lizzie leaned toward her. Can I help with anything? Sure. Nicole told her what she was doing, then had Lizzie gather wood items throughout the apartment. Then Nicole explained the list of sub-abilities, the names of which were much longer than the wind sub-abilities she'd learned. Complete wood destruction. Disassembling wood at the level of the grain. Disassembling wooden items, i.e., chairs, stools, etc., into parts. Lizzie was shocked that complete wood destruction would be the easiest for Nicole to learn. Why though? Nicole asked. It just seems so huge. Nicole shrugged. I've done it several times already. And how is it related to your native sub-ability? That's where I'm confused. Maybe it's because I destroy things by nature. I stop sound, not create it. I destroy wood, not put it together. Nicole frowned. Is this why Rebecca chose me? Because to the core, my abilities are destructive? Lizzie bit her lip. I don't think so. Rebecca would have chosen you anyway, because you're her granddaughter. Don't let things like this upset you. I know I shouldn't. But it's disturbing. Lizzie didn't respond to her comment. Since you already know how to destroy wood, let's not start with the first sub-ability. I actually like the wooden items I brought out. I need to learn to disassemble things at the level of the grain. Doing that will destroy pretty much everything here. Lizzie made a pouty face. Then she smiled. Give me a minute. I'll go find a branch or something from outside. She hopped off the bar stool and rushed out the door. While waiting, Nicole decided to skip to the bottom of the list and practice pulling furniture apart. She strapped on the bracelet Coolidge had given her, then turned it on. Immediately, a slight steady shock tweaked the sensitive inner part of her wrist. Ouch. Turning her attention to the stool Lizzie had just vacated, Nicole took in a deep breath, held it, then released it. After making sure she was in full control over the rest of her breaths, she stared at the stool, gathering power while envisioning the joints coming apart and the nails and screws popping out. Suddenly, the entire stool dissolved to sawdust. Oh, did you really need to do that? Lizzie asked from the open doorway. Nicole groaned. I was trying to get it to undo itself. You completely destroyed it. Dang it, Nicole, I really like these stools. I'm sorry. We'll get another one, I promise. Lizzie stepped over the sawdust and sat on the next stool. She handed Nicole a branch. Start with this. Obviously, taking furniture apart is still too difficult. Nicole nodded. She set the branch on the counter. I don't even know where to begin, she said. Lizzie shrugged. Does the book say anything? No. Maybe you need to concentrate longer. Picture the grains. How when I can't even see them? Here, let me. Lizzie got up and retrieved a steak knife from the drawer. She cut off a chunk of branch, then stripped it of bark. She handed the now clean section of wood to Nicole. Now you can see. She scratched her head. Maybe picture the grain? Focus closer on it than you did with the stool? I don't know. We need Coolidge or we could use someone else's help. Nicole ignored Lizzie's slip and placed the piece of wood on the counter, pushing the remaining branch aside. She rested her chin on her crossed forearms and stared at the section of branch, concentrating. As usual, she first got her breathing under control, feeling it rush in and out of her lungs. Then she reached out to her powers, much more carefully this time, and asked them to come to her, aware of the slight shock still being delivered to her right wrist. After she had a small amount of magic at her disposal, she cautiously directed it forward, asking it to envelop but not damage the piece of wood. The wood began glowing slightly. Nicole stared at it, concentrating harder. Her eyes traced the outline of visible grains. The lines separating the grains began glowing. Nicole nudged the wood mentally with her powers and asked her magic to gently separate the grains from each other. It worked. The wood fell apart, but this time in sections. Lizzie cheered. "You did it." Nicole leaned back, rubbing her head. "That was hard. A lot harder than I expected. I could feel my powers pretty much begging me to destroy it. You're not a native Earth Arate. It'll take some practice. I'm done for now." Nicole turned off the bracelet and removed it. She and Lizzie cleaned up the mess that had been their stool, and Lizzie put the branch near the front door, deciding not to throw it out in case Nicole wanted to practice on it again. Finals week arrived, and Nicole put everything else on hold. She stopped answering her phone and checking emails after setting up an automatic message that would tell everyone she wouldn't be available for the next week and to contact Lizzie if an emergency came up. Nicole was doing the same for Lizzie. They'd found in high school that this sort of arrangement really helped with family and friends who didn't quite understand how serious final exams were. No one contacted either girl, which helped them relax and focus even more. Both girls took and passed their finals. Nicole breathed a sigh of relief. She recognized, however, that things were about to get really interesting. For all she knew, that first full semester of college would be her last. She hoped not. She couldn't wait to hear from Elizabeth, though she wasn't sure how that would happen without Austin contacting her in some way. The minute Tiffany learned that Nicole was finished with school, she called her. "Your father and I will be right there to pick you up." Mother, you know I'm in Seattle and you're in Texas." Tiffany didn't respond. "You are in Texas, right?" Just then, the doorbell rang. Nicole groaned and walked down the hall to the front door. She wasn't surprised that her parents were on the other side. She put her phone away and invited them in. "How long have you been in Seattle?" she asked as Tiffany and Dad entered the apartment. "Only a couple of days," Dad said. He looked around. "Nice place you've got here." "A couple of days?" Nicole folded her arms. "Were you really waiting for me to finish finals?" Tiffany waved her off. "Of course not, dear. We also had a lovely visit with Andrew and Shayna." Nicole rolled her eyes. "I wish you'd leave them alone. I hate the feeling that you're sifting through my things and my business." "Andrew and Shayna aren't your things," Tiffany said. "And they happen to like you. Which happened to make us happy." "Well, good. Your happiness is very important to me." Tiffany brushed off the couch before taking a seat, and Nicole rolled her eyes again. The couch wasn't dirty, but her mother loved making it a point that no one was as clean as she. Ridiculous. Tiffany motioned for Nicole to sit next to her. "Now that you're on our side, Nicole, you need to stop being so negative toward us." "Yeah, so I'll eventually get over how you raised me at more than arm's length, distrusting me and hating everything I would become." "Exactly." Dad took a seat. No one said anything for several seconds. "How did finals go?" Dad asked. "Fine. I passed them." "Excellent." Tiffany said, "Have you had a chance to study the material I've been sending?" "Not yet, but I plan to start tonight." Nicole leaned forward. "So, really? Why are you here?" "To bring you home, of course," Tiffany said. "Well, not home. To Vegas. That's where the convention is being held." "When does it start?" "Tomorrow." Nicole jumped to her feet. "Tomorrow? I haven't even started to pack yet." "I'll help," Tiffany said, standing. "Heaven knows you could use my assistance." Nicole led the way to her bedroom. She pulled her suitcase out from under her bed, ignoring how Tiffany looked around the room with disdain. "You know you don't need to stay here anymore," Tiffany said. "It's free. And I like it. The landlord is nice." "Yes, I know." Tiffany ran a finger along Nicole's desk. "At least you're keeping it relatively clean." Nicole folded several shirts, placing them in her suitcase. I use my desk all the time. Don't check my dresser. That's where I store all my dust. Tiffany watched for several moments before stepping next to Nicole and holding out a hand. Here, let me pack. I'm faster. Gather what you'll need and put it next to the suitcase. Fine? Nicole didn't feel like arguing. Mainly because Tiffany was right. She excelled at this sort of thing. When does the flight leave? In 2 hours. Are you serious? Nicole glanced at her mother. Why were we chatting on the couch? It's a private jet, Nicole. It's not like they'll leave without us. Tiffany refolded the shirts Nicole had already put in the suitcase, tucking them next to each other, in what Nicole had to grudgingly admit was a better way than how she'd done it. Go get your toiletries. Nicole stepped out of her room and into the bathroom. She didn't grab any of the generic things, toothbrush, toothpaste, shampoo, knowing that the hotel would provide those sorts of things. Tiffany always picked places that were fully stocked. But Nicole did grab her makeup, hairbrush, and hair products. She returned to the bedroom, placing the items next to the suitcase. Soon, she and Tiffany had finished. Nicole zipped up her luggage, pulling it down the hall and into the living room where Dad waited, reading a magazine. I didn't take you for a makeup and hair kind of guy, Nicole said, sending him a smile. Dad set the magazine aside. You never know when I'll need to learn to tweeze my eyebrows. He held his mouth straight, his eyes smiled. Oh, hold on. I nearly forgot. Nicole dashed back to her room, pulled her carry-on out from under her bed, and began packing the reports Tiffany had sent her, which she still hadn't had time to study. She'd hoped to get to them early, and regretted it not happening. She closed the luggage and hefted it from the bed to the floor, surprised at just how heavy it was. Nicole swallowed. That weight represented a lot of information she needed to start learning. Once she'd returned to the living room, she asked, Is there an agenda or something that'll help me know what I need to learn first? Yes, dear, Tiffany said. She opened her briefcase and pulled out some papers that had been stapled together. If you have any questions, go ahead and ask. When do we need to leave? Not for another half an hour. All right. If you need me, I'll be in my bedroom. Make yourselves at home. Tiffany's eyes strayed to the kitchen, and Nicole knew she'd be cleaning while waiting for her daughter. Nicole pulled the carry-on back to her bedroom, wishing she'd thought to ask her mother for the agenda before packing everything away. She got to work quickly, numbering each item on the agenda. Then she started sifting through the documents Tiffany had sent her, giving each one a number that coincided with the numbers on the agenda. The first thing on schedule for the next day was an overview of leadership around the world. Nicole knew most of the leaders in America already, due to what she'd studied from the file Tiffany had let her borrow back around Christmas time. She would only need to go over those documents briefly to refresh her memory. The international leaders would be more difficult, especially those hard-to-pronounce names. The items on the agenda that most interested Nicole were the ones that mentioned weapon and armor factories. It shouldn't have surprised her that Tarians were manufacturing things like that. They really did plan to have an all-out war with Arates and their supporters. It took 25 minutes to complete the task. Nicole had Tiffany to thank for teaching her to categorize and organize things quickly. She put the documents back into her carry-on, along with the agenda, everything now in numerical order. Dad carried her suitcases out to their rental car, and Nicole locked the apartment, wishing she'd been able to give Lizzie a hug goodbye. Her roommate was out celebrating the end of the semester with her current boyfriend. Instead, she left a note for Lizzie and sent her a text. Then she and her parents drove to the airport. Not needing to navigate through security made things go much faster. Private security was a lot more efficient, so there was hardly anyone there. The trip to Vegas went quickly, as Nicole studied the items in her carry-on. Most of the leadership in the States hadn't changed since December, and she got through them easily. She just hoped she'd remember the names and faces of the international leaders. She got all the way through the first item on the agenda before they'd been in the air for 5 minutes. She took a break, then got started on the next thing. Nicole had barely finished number 3 when they touched down in Vegas. She still had 8 numbers to get through, but her brain had had enough. Especially since she'd studied so much for finals. The Las Vegas heat billowed over her when they stepped out of the airport. It was 80 degrees, 30 degrees warmer than Seattle's humid weather had been lately. Nicole immediately started sweating, but still enjoyed the heat. Tiffany hurried them to another rental car and to their hotel. Nicole's assumptions about her mother's choice had been correct. Everything was provided for them. "Are we meeting anyone for dinner?" Nicole asked. "No, I figured you'd want some time to rest and study before tomorrow." Nicole raised an eyebrow. For the first time in as long as she could remember, her mother had put her needs ahead of everyone else's. Wow. That was journal-worthy. Instead of commenting on the monumental moment, Nicole thanked her mother and retreated to her private room, deciding a shower was in order. She spent the rest of the evening alternating between studying, sitting on the deck, and swimming in the beautiful outdoor pool when her brain needed a break. By the time the first meeting started the next morning, Nicole would be ready. Chapter 8. The opening ceremony was scheduled for 9 o'clock in the morning. Nicole dressed in pumps, black slacks, and a nice blouse. Tiffany approved of the outfit, and she herself was dressed in a dark skirt suit. The larger meetings were taking place in the Thomas and Mack Center of UNLV. Nicole nearly scoffed out loud when she learned that. The place had to seat at least 15,000 and probably more. But then Nicole sobered, realizing her earlier assumptions were correct. The Terrians had been hiding their numbers for years. Wishing she could take a break to call Coolidge, Nicole followed her parents as they walked through the crowds and toward the court where the dignitaries and important people would be sitting. Rebecca appeared next to Nicole, making her jump. "Goodness, Rebecca! I didn't see the spider." A sad expression crossed Rebecca's face. "There are too many people here. The poor darling got trod upon as soon as it appeared." "That's just terrible." Nicole couldn't help being sarcastic, but she hoped Rebecca wouldn't comment on it. She wasn't in the mood for discussing the sanctity of spider lives. She glanced at Rebecca. "There's a ton of people here." Rebecca beamed. "I know. We've grown so much since your grandfather and I created the group." Nicole hesitated. "I thought you didn't like Terrians anymore." Rebecca raised an eyebrow. "Just because I don't like where they are now doesn't mean I can't still be proud that something I created is so huge and powerful." "Right." That was convincing. Nicole and her parents took their seats on a stage in the center of the court, near the microphone. Nicole twisted in her chair, watching as the thousands and thousands of arena seats were slowly filled. Holy cow, the entire place would get used. She swallowed. This was a lot bigger than she'd thought. Rebecca remained standing, her gaze flitting back and forth between Nicole and the other people. "When are you going to introduce me?" "Soon, dear, soon." "What do you think will happen? Will they be okay with me being in charge?" "Yes, of course." Rebecca appeared distracted, and conversation with her quickly died. Noticing CNN cameras all over the place, Nicole turned to Tiffany. "CNN? How did the Terrians manage to get CNN involved?" Tiffany glanced at Nicole. "You haven't finished reading my papers. We nearly own the organization. Enough Terrians have infiltrated them that they pretty much do what we ask." Nicole's mouth popped open. "You're serious?" "Of course. And CNN isn't the only place we've gone. We're in almost every major news station around the world. CNN was the first we worked on, so we have the most power with them." Nicole turned her attention as people began standing. She too got to her feet, craning her neck to see who'd stepped onto the court who was important enough for everyone to rise. Nicole's hand fluttered to her mouth. The President of the United States had arrived, trailed by several foreign and national dignitaries, many of whom Nicole recognized, but whose names didn't come to mind immediately. She quickly folded her arms behind her back, refusing to look surprised anymore. It only labeled her as a naive newcomer. But she couldn't believe that the president was a Tarian. Oh heavens, she needed to talk to Coolidge. And soon. It would have to wait until after the meeting, though. Not long after the president took a seat, a man stood and approached the microphone. His back was to Nicole, so she wasn't able to recognize who he was. His voice didn't help identify him, but she assumed he was the president of the Vegas chapter. It would make sense that the local chapter would run the meetings, seeing as how the convention wasn't always held in the same place. Nicole didn't pay very close attention as the man welcomed dignitaries and such, mentioning them by name. She turned her attention to the crowds, searching for arates. She felt just one, recognizing the flavor as Greg's. He wasn't seated on the court, which surprised her. In fact, he was near the top of the arena in the nosebleed section. She didn't sense any other arates. Andrew, who was sitting a few people down from Nicole, discreetly pulled the alerter from his bag, and Nicole realized he was thinking the same thing she was. "What is that?" Tiffany hissed, staring at the object Andrew held. "The alerter," Nicole said. "I know what it is. I mean, how did he get his hands on it?" "Through me. I got it for him, as my initiation." Tiffany's jaw dropped. "Do you know how many of us have died, trying to do just that?" "A ridiculous number. Why didn't you hire an arate years ago? I'm sure you could have found someone somewhere." "We tried everything, Nicole." Tiffany's eyes hadn't left the object, which now had a red light pointing at Nicole, and another pointing into the audience where Nicole knew Greg was sitting. She felt satisfied when she realized her senses weren't off. She and Greg really were the only arates present. "Do you know how much power you've given to Andrew? This is going to be awful. He's going to think he's important now, and..." Tiffany trailed off, noticing the expression on her daughter's face. "Mother, you only had to ask, and I would have gotten it for you. Are you jealous? Because you really don't need to be. You're the mother of the future Tarian leader." Dad shushed them just then, though Nicole knew she and Tiffany had been whispering quietly enough not to have disturbed anyone. The arena was noisy, and the mic loud enough to cover their whispers. But the occasional camera panned over them, and they needed to look professional. The man continued introducing and welcoming dignitaries. He reached Charles and Tiffany Williams's names, and paused after reading them. "And now we'll hear from Tiffany for a few moments, as she introduces another important member of our family." Tiffany got to her feet, straightened her skirt suit, and approached the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, as a representative of Captain Christopher Price and Rebecca his wife, I am pleased to tell you that my daughter Nicole is here today." She paused as immense applause shook the arena. Nicole's eyes widened in disbelief. They were clapping for her? "As you know, she is an arate, one we've put a lot of hope in for many years. I'd like to formally introduce her as one of our newest initiates." And yes, she joined willingly. More applause, this time accompanied by cheers. So apparently, Tarians had known about Nicole for some time. And something that was also apparent, they'd considered forcing her to join. At least, that's what Tiffany was insinuating. "You all know that I've represented the Price family for a few years, but what you perhaps didn't know is that I am a direct descendant of Christopher and Rebecca." Murmurs spread through the stadium. Tiffany stepped back and beckoned for Nicole to join her at the mic. "Say hi," she whispered when Nicole was close enough. Nicole knew that meant to offer a small speech. She wished she'd had something prepared. "As my mother has already stated, I'm an arate, and I've chosen to become a Tarian. I'm proud of my heritage, and I'm excited to learn as much as possible about how I can better serve the Tarian people." She smiled as the crowd again cheered. Tiffany stood next to Nicole at the mic and said, I feel it important to let you know that Rebecca has chosen Nicole as the one who shall lead us to victory." A hush fell over the arena, interrupted by a multitude of whispering. Nicole had been under the impression that Rebecca would be doing this part of the introductions. Tiffany continued, "Given that we are a group based partially on democracy, I'd like to allow you the opportunity to vote for or against Nicole. Those in favor, please raise your hands." Thousands of hands shot into the air. Nicole knew counting them wouldn't be possible. "Those opposed, please show it." Many less opposed. In fact, only a couple hundred. "Thank you," Tiffany said. "It appears we've chosen our new leader." Just then, Rebecca appeared next to Nicole. Several gasps were heard, along with many confused exclamations. Rebecca indicated that she wanted a turn at the mic. "Several of you have already met me. My name is Rebecca Price. And yes, I'm dead." She waited until the gasps and laughter ended. Laughter probably from those who knew about her already, and gasps from those who didn't. "I thank you for voting Nicole in as your new leader. Undoubtedly, most of you voted yes because you felt obligated to do so. That is fine. She will earn your trust and respect quickly as she has mine." Rebecca took a breath, and Nicole wondered how much power this speech was requiring. She would probably need to rest for a very long time after this. "Nevertheless, and take me at my word, your vote wasn't necessary. Nicole will lead the Tarian group regardless of your doubts or concerns. Those who question my authority will give their names to their chapter presidents. And presidents, I encourage you to get in contact with Nicole. I promise you, I will oversee every doubt and concern brought to her, and shall deal with them accordingly." Nicole didn't miss the threat in Rebecca's tone, and she was positive no one else had either. Apprehension burst into her mind. The fact that the Tarian group still listened to and obeyed Rebecca spoke volumes about their current direction. If Rebecca maintained this amount of control, who was to say the Tarians had truly gone off course, as the woman suggested? Nicole hoped she wasn't in too far to protect herself. Looking around at the vast size of the group, and knowing that the CNN cameras were broadcasting to hundreds, if not thousands, of other Tarians, she felt the first slivers of doubt that she would be successful in her own mission. Especially knowing now, or suspecting now since it hadn't been confirmed, that Rebecca really hadn't turned her back on the Tarian group. Rebecca finished her speech, something about the brightness of the future, and turned the mic back to Tiffany, who asked Nicole if she had anything else to say. Nicole smiled sweetly and said, "No. We look forward to Nicole's leadership and Rebecca's continued help," Tiffany said. "Thank you for your support." Rebecca disappeared, and Nicole followed Tiffany back to their seats. She struggled to keep her face clear of her emotions. Her situation was incredibly precarious, and she couldn't risk anyone suspecting her true feelings. She took a deep breath, swallowed her nervousness, and plastered a smile on her face. She had a mission to accomplish. And with or without Rebecca's help, she would do it. She only hoped Rebecca had been honest with her all along. It would make things so much easier. Tiffany's cheeks held a slight blush, and the smile she directed repeatedly at Nicole during the next several speeches, given by local dignitaries, and which were entirely forgettable, told Nicole that her mother was exceptionally proud of her. Nicole had a hard time not scowling at Tiffany. She knew the woman's pride had nothing to do with anything Nicole had ever accomplished on her own. Her parents were proud because they felt like they had an amount of control and power in the situation. Nicole was still a baby in their eyes. They probably thought they could rule the Tarians through her, use her for their own purposes. They were going to be hugely disappointed because Nicole would not be their tool. She wouldn't bend to their will, and she wouldn't favor them simply because they were her parents. As she continued contemplating the revelations of the day, Nicole realized that the other Tarians must have been very aware of her life. The fact that everyone here seemed to know that she was an Arate and that she'd eventually benefit the group, against her will if necessary, said a lot. The feelings of privacy that Nicole had felt while growing up seemed pathetic now. She'd lived in a glass bowl her entire life. Maybe her feelings were exaggerated, but she didn't think so, as things that had happened over the past several years came rushing back. Times when Tiffany and Dad's friends would come over to visit, and would be a little too interested in Nicole's goings-on. The fact that Walter, president of the Dallas branch and Dad's best friend, had frequently asked Nicole if she'd restarted yet, and before that what her plans for the future were. They might not have known she was Rebecca's descendant, but they had definitely been watching her since she was young. Nicole sighed, leaning back in her seat. Tiffany misunderstood the action and leaned over. Exciting, isn't it? Nicole nodded, smiling. Yes, very. She shook her head. I'm just still so surprised at how many people are here. Tiffany's eyes sparkled. We've been successful at keeping our numbers unknown. Nicole's suspicions had been correct then. The meeting finally ended. It had only been an hour long, but it had felt more like 2 or 3. Nicole pulled out her agenda, an unmarked one, and checked to see what was next. A meeting with the heads of all the areas. Not every country had representatives present, as Tarians hadn't infiltrated every location, but each state had a chapter president in attendance. There would be at least 100 people at the meeting. Nicole wondered who would lead it. She had a feeling it would need to be her. It took 45 minutes to get out of the arena and to the correct building on campus. She and her parents located the small auditorium where their meeting would take place, then rested for a few minutes in the lobby just outside that room. Nicole pulled a snack out of her purse and checked her text messages while waiting. There were several messages from Lizzie, most wishing her good luck, and the last one saying for her to contact Coolidge. Nicole was planning on doing that already, so she quickly sent him a text, telling him about the opening ceremony. She was brief, but let him know how serious things had gotten. He responded almost immediately, asking her to find out if she could get him a stream to watch the proceedings. The CNN feed wasn't being made public. She told him she'd see what she could do, but not to get his hopes up. She didn't want to make anyone suspect anything. Nicole put her phone away and started on her sandwich. While she was finishing it, she sensed Greg's magical pulse heading toward her. He was still outside the building, but she knew he'd probably sensed her and would find her even if she hid. She sighed in resignation. Instead of running away, Nicole pretended not to notice as he entered the building and walked in her direction. Suddenly, arms enveloped her. She pretended to be surprised, wriggling out of his grasp. "How's my babe doing?" Greg asked. "I'm not your babe. That was some speech you gave today. Too bad I didn't believe a word you said." Nicole folded her arms and glared at him as he took a seat across from her. "Believe what you want, Greg. I don't have any reason to prove myself to you." He snorted. "Yes, you do. You basically belong to me." He pursed his lips toward her. "Imagine all the fun we're going to have." Nicole didn't respond, and she didn't have to. Tiffany and Dad beckoned her to follow them. She stood, not saying another word or even sending him a glance as she left. Several chairs were arranged in the front of the auditorium, facing the rest. Tiffany indicated that Nicole was to sit in those alongside her and Walter. Dad took a seat with the rest of the chapter representatives. Nicole felt her palms begin sweating as she glanced around the room. The President of the United States wasn't there, and for some reason, this made her feel a little better. She hoped she would have known if someone that important had been a chapter president. Finally, the chairs were filled, and Dad shut the doors before returning to his seat. Tiffany got to her feet and started the meeting. "As Nicole's mother, I'd like to welcome you all to the 132nd Annual Tarian World Convention." She continued on, welcoming new presidents and such. Nicole tilted her head, hesitating. Rebecca had just told the entire Tarian population that Nicole was in charge. Nowhere on any papers had it stated who would be conducting the meeting, but Nicole was pretty sure it shouldn't be Tiffany. She took a deep breath. What she was about to do would upset her mother. But it was necessary. In order to be a leader, she needed to lead. She knew this would go over a lot better with Tiffany if it were done in private, but for these people to respect her, they needed to see her as a leader, taking control in a tactful manner. Nicole got to her feet and stepped next to Tiffany once her mother had finished welcoming the newest members, ending with Nicole's name. "Thank you for that warm introduction." She knew it hadn't been an introduction. "Oh well. I'll take over from here." "No, Nicole. Return to your seat." Tiffany said this into the microphone. So it was a power struggle. Nicole took a deep breath, trying not to shrivel up inside under the pressure of contention. Only chapter presidents and the main Tarian leader, who has been appointed today, have been invited to this meeting. As you are a secretary, this doesn't include you. But since you are my mother, I would love for you to stay. Tiffany bristled. You are far too young to be leading such a large and powerful group. Be that as it may, I am the best qualified, as indicated by Rebecca herself. Nicole didn't give Tiffany a chance to respond. She turned to the microphone and glanced out over the group. Should any of you still doubt Rebecca's decision, may I remind you that you don't have a say in my appointment. But I do want to reassure you that it wasn't a miss. I might be young, but I am capable. Tiffany returned to her seat, a scowl on her face, and Nicole knew it would take her mother days to get over this. Nicole pulled the mic from its stand and began a slow pace in front of the group. What is the main reason the Tarian group was formed? A man in the middle of the auditorium shouted out, to rid the earth of the Arate scum. Nicole didn't give the reaction he was probably fishing for. Exactly. And allowing rifts to appear in our society will only distract us from that goal. There are several people here with reports to give. Let's move forward with that. We'll follow the agenda as outlined in your schedules. Nicole didn't return to her chair. She sat on the edge of the table, making comments in between each report and thanking those who'd prepared their information. The first report was from a group in Missouri that had been manufacturing small weapons with government approval. Nicole didn't need to be surprised about that, she'd read it the night before. Now that she knew the president, along with many other important people, was a Tarian, she understood how they'd gotten that support. The report concluded with the information that the weapons would be ready by the end of July. 2 months away. The next report was given by the chapter president in Colombia. A company he owned was working on state-of-the-art armor. Light, comfortable, bullet and fireproof, it would almost completely guarantee that the person wearing it didn't die unless he or she did something stupid. A man in Germany reported on a company there that had been putting together safety and survival kits. They were nearly ready. Walter's report on the Dallas group was regarding the martial arts trainings they'd been overseeing around the world. Apparently, several professional martial artists had been convinced to move to Texas years ago and had created a program that most active people were able to learn. As she listened to this report, Nicole realized something. She'd only seen a few obese or extremely overweight Tarians since coming to the conference. Were they being discriminated against and not allowed to join, or were the members keeping themselves trim in preparation for the coming war? Nicole pushed those thoughts aside, but she was astonished at the nearly perfect organization of the group. It was obvious that someone had been helping them maintain their focus for many, many years. Even 132 years. The reports continued. Tarians in many parts of the world were slowly taking over their governments. Nicole was able to see just how successful they'd been. Many countries had proven difficult to breach, and she found herself wishing she lived in one of those until she realized that the USA was one of them. It made her proud, knowing that Americans were still fighting against the tyranny of the Tarians. But seeing how ready the Tarians were, Nicole found herself doubting that Arates would be able to unite fast enough to fight them, even with superior abilities. She needed to get word back to Coolidge, and fast. As several more reports were delivered, Nicole noticed a shift in attitude toward her. The presidents were starting to listen to her, acknowledge her. She did her best to recognize and thank them for the work they'd done. She encouraged applause at the end of each report. And she didn't hog the mic. Nicole was relieved to find that the Terrians hadn't had a lot of success taking over the militaries of the world. Governments, yes, but not militaries. But then she learned that they'd been secretly amassing their own warheads, jets, boats, and submarines. How were these things going unnoticed? Nicole's eyes drifted to the CNN camera at the back of the room, and she knew there was the secret. With most of the major news outlets under the thumb of the Terrians, so to speak, not much would be leaked to the general population. Once all of the reports had been given, Nicole got to her feet again. What sort of resistance have you all been met with? One man raised his hand, and Nicole pointed to him. Not much, he said. We've been in the process of infiltrating these places since Rebecca started our group. With her having lived for so long, she's been able to help us see the bigger picture. She's kept us focused. And now that she's been dead for 8 months, communicating with each other through her is actually easier. Good, Nicole said, though she felt far from that. Our goals from here on out are as follows. Continue with your specific projects and assignments. Have your people report any problems as they arise. Those you can't deal with on your own, feel free to bring to me. From now on, to conserve her energy, Rebecca will be communicating with me alone. I'll arrange meetings for you with her as needed, though I suspect we'll be able to figure out any issues without her help. Come July and August, be ready to receive word that we're moving forward. Nicole held up the elixir. I've got the necessary materials for success. And together, we will have that success. Nicole paused, glancing down at the agenda while nearly everyone in the room cheered and clapped. One last item, my own report. Rebecca and I will be working on finding the particular piece of property where the machine is located, and I will be purchasing it. She wants to meet regularly with me, and possibly with a few of you as needed. As I've already said, the goal is to get everything finished in just a few months. As we maintain focus, I assure you this is possible. Nicole replaced the mic and smiled as the group applauded again. She returned to her seat, exhausted but feeling good about how the meeting had gone. Nicole ignored her mother's stares and snide remarks. She didn't have the energy to deal with pettiness. For the next several minutes, she shook hands and thanked people who approached her individually. Once the room had nearly emptied, Nicole grabbed her things, finding that Tiffany and Dad had a meeting with the Dallas group that Nicole wasn't required to attend. Good. A break would be nice. She slowly made her way back to the lobby where she'd sat before and sank into the armchair, pulling out her phone to check her texts. Nicole had only been in her seat for a couple of minutes when she was interrupted by a guy who sat down across from her and said hi. At first, she thought it was Greg and chose not to look up, but then she realized this guy had no magical pulse. She glanced up, then did a double take. He looked a lot like Austin, but he had bleached blonde hair, a nose ring, and was wearing eyeliner. Nicole narrowed her gaze. Austin, she whispered, her heart doing a fast beat in her chest. The guy half smiled. Guilty. Nicole's jaw dropped, and the sudden urge to fling herself across the distance between them nearly overcame her. She'd missed him so much. How are you here? And without a pulse? Austin chuckled. My heart still beats for you, baby. You know what I mean. What's going on? He didn't answer her question, but indicated for her to get up and follow him. We need to talk. Somewhere private. The halls were pretty much empty by this point, but Nicole didn't argue. She couldn't believe she hadn't felt him coming. And she couldn't believe he was actually there. Austin led the way down the hall, up 2 flights of stairs and into an empty classroom. He shut the door behind them, then flipped on the lights before turning to face her. Have a seat, he said, pointing to a student desk. His dark eyes sparkled, and Nicole could sense his desire to hold her. She forced herself to ignore the racing of her heart as she sat on top of the desk, hugging her purse to her chest, hoping that by so doing she'd resist the urge to touch him, to caress his beautiful face. Kiss his lips. Melt in his embrace. "You got your nose pierced?" she asked. Austin laughed. "It's not real, Nicole." "The hair is?" "Yes, and so is the guy liner." Nicole snorted. "Guy liner? You can't seriously be calling it that." "I'm a guy. And I'm wearing eyeliner. Guy liner is a legitimate thing." "Why the pseudo-disguise?" "I didn't want you to recognize me right away and ruin our covers, especially in that last representatives-only meeting." "You were there? I can't believe I didn't see you. And how did you get here without me sensing you?" Austin sat on the teacher's desk facing her. "I've been here all day. Listened to your speech this morning, at the welcome ceremony. You had me nearly convinced of your sincerity." Nicole shook her head. "Don't believe a word I said." She looked at him in earnest. "I'm so glad you're here. I can't even begin to tell you how welcome a sight you are right now." She held her arms tightly to herself again, resisting the urge once more to throw them around him. "Seriously though, how did you sneak in?" Austin's expression sobered. "If I have time, I'll explain. But first, we need to get through things that are more important. In fact, you have a visitor." Austin fiddled with something in his shirt pocket, and suddenly Elizabeth appeared next to him. She was wearing the same exotic black dress she'd opted to wear the last time Nicole had seen her. Her beautiful red waves swirled around her shoulders, and the same haughty expression was on her face. "Elizabeth, how are you?" Nicole asked. "Fine." She didn't elaborate. "Rebecca is lying to you." Elizabeth stopped, perhaps giving Nicole time to digest the information. Nicole shook her head, ignoring the swell of disappointment in her chest. "I've never fully trusted her, but hoped she wasn't being dishonest. She's my grandmother, after all." "You were smart not to give in completely to her whims." Elizabeth flicked her hair behind her shoulder. "If you continue following her commands, you'll kill all the Arates in the world, and will remove powers from Arates who have gone beyond this world. Basically, rendering me as weak as a regular human." "It would affect all Arates?" Nicole couldn't believe that. "What about Rebecca?" Austin snorted. "I'm sure she's figured something out. There's no way she'd be selfless enough to give up her own powers." Elizabeth continued. "There are two devices located not far from each other in Idaho. One of them is the embryonic manipulator, and the other is what the Terrians call the AD, short for Arate Destroy. The embryonic manipulator has been feeding the AD for a century, but without the elixir, the process cannot be completed. Rebecca told me that the elixir can destroy the embryonic manipulator. Is this true?" "Yes, it is. She has woven truths in with her lies to make it easier for you to believe her." Nicole nodded. That was what Rebecca had instructed her to do with the Terrians, tell as much truth as possible so the lies were more disguised. How was she planning to carry out her plans? "She never intended to tell you that the embryonic manipulator wasn't the machine she would be having you feed the elixir to." Nicole rubbed her face and moaned. "How many people know that she's lying to me?" "At least your parents," Elizabeth said. "I followed Rebecca to their house several times as she kept them updated. They know that you plan to betray them in the end, that Rebecca has been telling you that she'll be doing just that." A sick feeling hit Nicole in the center of the stomach. No wonder Tiffany was struggling with handing power over to Nicole. She didn't believe Nicole's charade. And if she didn't, who else knew Nicole was putting on a show? "Should I try to convince my parents that I'm on their side? I mean, what am I supposed to do from here on out?" Elizabeth shrugged. "That's up to you. But I think your parents know you too well to believe you'd ever betray Arates." Nicole snorted. "They don't know me at all. they've never even tried to get close to me. Nevertheless, they are your parents, and they see and hear more than you realize. How will I know which machine is which? I don't know. I haven't seen Rebecca go there. Nicole glanced at Austen, then back to Elizabeth. Is there anything else I need to know? This isn't all I've come to report, she said. Rebecca has been working closely with the Great Ones. She believes she has them under her thumb, that they'll perform her will, but she doesn't know that by getting their help to destroy Arates, they'll end up destroying us all. Every Arate who has ever lived and possibly every living person on Earth, if they get bored with humans. She is a naive, stupid woman. Nicole slid off the desk and sank into the chair. I can't believe this. Believe it. I've seen her with them many, many times. I'm not questioning you. Nicole actually trusted Elizabeth. She felt it in her gut that the woman was speaking truthfully about Rebecca. I don't understand how easy it was for her to lie to me. Elizabeth nodded. Well, when you're young and trusting, you haven't had to learn how truly evil some people are. She sat on the desk next to Austen, looking tired. I don't have much time. But you need to know that there is a woman in the dimension of the Great Ones who is leading the fight there against them, trying to stop them from meddling in the affairs of Earth. But she's failing. Nicole frowned. Who is it? Would it be possible to help her? You've already met her. Nicole raised her eyebrows. I have? Elizabeth pointed at the pocket of Nicole's slacks. You carry a note from her all the time. She's been trying to reach you through it. Nicole pulled out the laminated piece of paper. In the rush of the last couple of weeks, she'd forgotten about it. The words Nicole, please come. I need you. Were still visible. A crushing feeling flooded over her, as she realized just how long Anna Morse had truly been asking for her to come. We have to go to her, she said. No, we don't, Austen said. Not to another dimension, especially one controlled by such powerful monsters. Elizabeth shook her head. You might not have a choice, dear boy. Join with anyone who will be of assistance. The Great Ones will be coming soon. You'll want to know what to do to stop them. You aren't familiar with them, as Anna Morse is. And you truly don't know how powerful the Terrians have become. She motioned to Nicole. She's just barely coming to grasp the extent of their reach. Elizabeth began fading away. I lack strength to remain. Austen, I'll come back for my husband's journal when I'm able. Nicole turned to Austen after the woman had disappeared. Has Coolidge talked to you about Anna Morse? He's been trying to find a way to locate that street again. Austen shook his head. Hasn't said a thing. I'm sure he will soon though. Now that finals are over, everyone seems to have more time. Nicole nodded, remembering that Stephen Nielsen was also a professor and probably hadn't been able to devote much time to Coolidge's assignment. She glanced at the clock on her phone. How long are you staying at the convention? The entire time, if possible. Coolidge is having me watch things where you might not be able to. I have to admit to being very surprised at everything. Seriously? It's mind-boggling. I can't believe how well they've kept it hidden from Arates. Nicole leaned back in the chair. Have you told Coolidge anything? All but that last meeting. So he still needs to get the most important stuff. Yup. Austen pulled out his phone, hit a button, then put the cell on speakerphone, placing it on the desk and sitting on the chair next to hers. Something new to tell me? Coolidge asked when he answered. Yes, Austen said. And Nicole's with me now. She just got Elizabeth's report. He looked at Nicole and whispered, Coolidge has already heard it. We were together when Elizabeth first appeared. I'm ready whenever you are, Coolidge said. Nicole and Austen took turns updating the professor on all the reports they'd heard in that last meeting. Coolidge's responses were short, mainly encouraging them to continue. When they finished, there was silence on his end for several seconds. This is rotten news, he finally said. We have a lot of work to do if we plan to catch up. Fortunately, they don't realize how much we know. I've been thinking about that, Nicole said. Rebecca knows I'm still planning on turning on the Tarians. The only reason she's allowed me to attend this convention is because they feel they're so far ahead, we can't possibly catch up. And she may be right, Coolidge said. Nicole and Austin met eyes, and Nicole saw the worry she felt reflected there. Let's hope that's not the case, Austin said. Nicole leaned toward the phone, biting her lip. Have you heard anything from Professor Nielsen? Not yet, but I probably will soon now that finals are over. Nicole nodded. That's what Austin had already said. Let me know when you do. They ended the call, and Nicole glanced at Austin. Okay, now can you tell me how I didn't sense you approaching? And why I'm not on the floor puking? Sure. He pulled a weird-looking contraption from his shirt pocket and held it up so she could see it. Bits of twigs entwined around scraps of glass and metal. It didn't have a cohesive design, looking more like something a young boy would put together. What is it? Austin tucked it back in his pocket. It blocks magical pulses, he said. Coolidge and a friend in New York first built it to prevent the alerter from recognizing when an heartache was coming. While they were together, though, pulling the alerter apart to figure out what made it tick, Coolidge realized something. The alerter recognizes an heartache by sensing his or her pulse. The same way other heartaches sense each other. Coolidge speculated that it's the same thing that alerts the Great Ones to my presence around you. The Great Ones recognize my magical print and wreak havoc on your body when I come. By preventing anything outside of me from sensing my pulse, it would protect you from the Great Ones and would keep the alerter and other heartaches from knowing I'm present. Nicole shook her head. That's fantastic. She straightened in her seat, looking at him from the corner of her eye. So, how strong is it? I mean, could I touch you? Austin sighed, slumping in his chair. We don't know. Coolidge figured it was best that we not find out. He looked at Nicole, and she saw the pain in his eyes. Oh, I wish I could pull you into my arms. Smother your face with kisses. But that time in the restaurant, when the Great Ones didn't know I was there until I touched you, that showed me just how powerful physical contact is. In order for this to be successful, I don't think we'll be able to touch again. At least, not until it's all over. Nicole nodded, blinking rapidly so the tears wouldn't fall from her eyes. Do we still have to date other people? I wasn't very happy in my relationship with Toby. I couldn't stop thinking about you. I never started dating other girls. Judith Ann was a horrible accident. His face grew dark, and Nicole recognized just how annoyed he still was at the girl for deceiving him. He glanced at Nicole, obviously realizing something. You're not dating Toby anymore? Not for a couple of weeks now. He realized I would never get over you. He said he'd wait around for a few months, but I think he knows I'm not going back to him. She bit her lips, watching Austin. You really haven't dated anyone else? Austin shook his head. No. I couldn't do it. This time Nicole didn't stop the tears from filling her eyes. I love you, Austin. And I never want to be separated from you again, ever. He nodded. I agree. We're better together than apart. But we need to keep a low profile while we're here. That boyfriend of yours will suspect something. Nicole smiled at Austin's logical response to her emotional one. Then she scowled. Greg? She didn't want to talk about him. What now? We return to the convention and go our separate ways. You should be able to get texts from me and send them in return now. If being with me doesn't bother you, texting won't either. What happens if we accidentally touch? We'll need to do our best never to be within arm's reach of each other so that doesn't happen. Sad day. Nicole motioned to the object in his shirt pocket. I definitely feel better if that was in a more secure location. I mean, what if it fell? Coolidge had barely finished it right before I left for the convention. This is temporary. I recommend a necklace. It's worked great for the elixir. Austin raised an eyebrow. I might be wearing a nose ring and guyliner, but I have no intention of ever owning a necklace. Nicole laughed. I know lots of guys who wear them. He smiled. I'm not one of them. Fair enough. Nicole grinned, meeting Austin's gaze. His eyes searched her face, serious now, and the electrical pull between them increased until he leaned back, breaking eye contact. We've really got to be careful, he mumbled. I know. He cleared his throat. What time is your next meeting? Nicole pulled her agenda out of her purse. 1 o'clock. What's it about? Nicole scanned the schedule, looking for a description. Looks like it's more info about the armor in Colombia. Okay. I'll go wherever I'm able, aiming for meetings you can't attend. And we'll do our best to gain as much information as we can. Coolidge will need everything we get our hands on. He's planning on making more of these blockers, by the way, so he can physically help us without the Terrians knowing. That's a relief. We could definitely use his help. In fact, it never occurred to me that he wouldn't be there. You probably know this, but there's no way we're going to stop the Terrians just by destroying the embryonic manipulator. In fact, doing so will only force us into war faster. Nicole took a deep breath, releasing it slowly. I think we may be able to enlist the help of more than just living Arates. I mean, if what Elizabeth said is true, and all Arates will be destroyed, not just the living ones, it shouldn't be too hard to get their help. True? Austin rubbed his face. I have no experience in organizing a war, obviously. I hope Coolidge will have the right connections. Me too. Austin got to his feet and Nicole reluctantly followed, wishing she could at least hug him. She turned her thoughts from her former, kind of current boyfriend back to the meetings going on downstairs. She had a convention to run. Well, to pretend to run anyway. Chapter 9. After the revelations of the first day, the next 2 days seemed almost boring. Nicole had plenty of opportunities to be a leader, and she was finding that the Terrians responded well. Now that she knew Rebecca was lying, however, she couldn't help but wonder why she was still there, pretending. She knew she couldn't possibly change their minds, not in a matter of a couple of months, and maybe not even in a year or two. Their hatred against Arates was so complete, so inbred, it would take a huge miracle to turn their hearts away from destroying anyone with a speck of magic in them. Nicole saw Austin here and there. They almost never talked, but his occasional smile lifted her spirits greatly. She knew he was listening as she was, gathering information, trying to understand as much about the Terrians as possible. The biggest thing they needed to figure out was just how many people were helping the group. Nicole was getting all sorts of impressions and answers. The numbers ranged greatly, anywhere from 1 million to 1 billion. She hoped 1 million people was closer to the truth, but even that would be difficult to go up against. The convention was normally a week-long event, but this time, in preparation for the big war to come, it would span 2 weeks with a break over the weekend. By the time that weekend came, Nicole was positive everyone was ready for it. Tempers flared and moods were sour. It was with excitement that she packed her things, eager to get out of Vegas and return to Seattle, even if only for a day or two. Nicole finished doing up her suitcase and rolled it into the main area of the hotel where Dad and Tiffany waited. She smiled at the pouty expression on her mother's face. School is still important, Mother. It shouldn't take long to figure out what was wrong with my project, and I'll join you and Dad in Dallas as soon as possible. She turned to her carry-on and pulled out a stack of papers, glad she'd thought of this during the week. Would you two be okay with going through my notes and making sure I'm understanding things? I've marked questions in blue in the margins. You both know far more about the group than I ever will. Tiffany's eyes lit up, and she hungrily snatched the stack from Nicole. We'll do our best. Nicole knew they would, and she also realized they'd turn their findings over to Rebecca if it looked like Nicole wasn't competent enough. Good thing she'd been aware of this while taking notes. There wouldn't be anything incriminating in that stack. I've made comments on people I need to contact for clarity on some of their projects. Feel free to contact them if you'd like and to add your own notes. When I get back from Seattle, we can talk over the progress of the group. Nicole was grateful that neither parent put up a fight when she left to catch her plane. Theirs wasn't leaving until later that evening, and they didn't want to sit around at the airport for several hours. She really couldn't wait to be away from their always watching eyes. Nicole only stopped by her apartment in Seattle for a couple of minutes to drop off her luggage before heading to Coolidge's house, where Austin would be meeting her. Lizzie was home in Texas now, and they would only see each other briefly in Dallas after Nicole's trip to Seattle and before she returned to Vegas. Coolidge's wife, Hala, invited Nicole in warmly, offering her homemade cookies. Nicole accepted too. Then Hala directed her to Coolidge's study, where Austin and Coolidge were waiting. "So, what's this assignment of mine you had questions about?" Nicole asked as she stepped through the door to the study. "It's nothing we couldn't have resolved over the phone," Coolidge said. He pushed her paper toward her. "But I needed you here for other reasons." Nicole glanced over the papers, saw what Coolidge was curious about, and gave him the information he needed. He was right, she could have answered him through a phone call. She took a seat in one of the chairs in front of his desk. "What else did we need to talk about?" "We found a better way for me to carry the blocker," Austin said from where he stood opposite the door. He lifted his shirt, revealing a tan, well-sculpted chest and abs. Straps running down from his shoulders and around his chest held the weird-looking device in place against his upper stomach. "No risks of me dropping it now," he said. Nicole nodded, saving the image of a near-shirtless Austin for later retrieval. "Good thing too. I was getting nervous at the conference. Especially when you wore the same shirt at least 3 times. I hope I'm the only one who noticed." Austin held up his hands. "Hey, I only have a couple of shirts with pockets." He smiled. "I doubt anyone but you noticed anyway." Coolidge asked them to update him on anything new they'd learned from the convention, which they did. It wasn't a lot, just more specifics about what they'd already heard. Just then, a spider ran along the edge of Coolidge's desk, startling Nicole. She casually picked up her homework assignment, flipping through it, wondering if the spider was announcing Rebecca's arrival or if it was simply a creature living in Coolidge's house. Rebecca appeared next to Nicole, answering her question. "Rebecca," Nicole said, giving what she hoped was a warm smile. "What are you doing?" Nicole held out her papers. "My professor had a question about my assignment. I figured I'd answer him while I was in town." "In his personal study? Why not at his office on campus?" "School's out. He doesn't teach during the spring and summer terms." "Ah?" Rebecca wandered the room, inspecting things without touching them. She looked exhausted. How long had she needed to sleep after the energy it took to announce Nicole's role with the Terrians? Watching Rebecca's investigation, Nicole was glad that everything she, Austin, and Coolidge had done so far had only been talk. If they'd had something out that showed what they were talking about, it would have been a problem. Rebecca glanced at Austin, sitting on the couch, reading a book. Nicole was grateful he was wearing a baseball cap, and the elderly woman wouldn't be able to see his new hair color. That would ruin their spying plans. "How are you able to be in the same room with him?" Nicole shrugged. "We haven't dated for months, Rebecca. I was under the impression that you loved him." Nicole laughed. "I'm 18. What do I know about love? People married at younger ages than that in my day." Nicole looked at Rebecca earnestly. "He needed to ensure that I was okay, so he came here when my professor wanted to meet with me. Rebecca, our goal, yours and mine, is so much more important than a boy." That answer seemed to satisfy the elderly woman, and she took a seat next to Nicole. "Give me an update on the week. How did it go?" I wasn't able to attend. Nicole leaned back in her seat. It was great. I'm so impressed with the amount of organization represented there. Rebecca nodded. It's hard work running such a large group. What's going to happen now? I mean, I know the Tarians are planning to kill all Arates in July. Do I ever tell them that I don't intend to follow through with that? No, you leave that to me. When the time is right, I'll make the announcement. Then I'll show you as an example of how Tarians and Arates can work together without malice. What else should I do while waiting? Tiffany says you'll be meeting with chapter presidents and such. That's a great idea. I expect you'll be pretty busy, keeping tabs on everything and everyone. And in the meantime, continue getting to know your leaders and helping them accept you. Trust, Nicole, is incredibly important for us to succeed. If they don't feel like they can confide in us, they'll never see the folly of their ways. Nicole scoffed inside. Trust? Was Rebecca really preaching the importance of trust? All while lying through her teeth? Nicole couldn't believe she'd ever listened to this woman. Outwardly, and glad that Rebecca couldn't read her thoughts, Nicole nodded, agreeing. She sighed, leaning back in her chair. I can't believe how overwhelming it's been. While yes, I'm up to the task, Tiffany is right. I have no real-world experience leading a group like this. According to Tiffany, you've done a fantastic job so far. Nicole waved her off. She was pretty upset when I didn't let her be in charge. Rebecca chuckled. I can imagine. She doesn't cede power easily. Never has, even as a child. Nicole was silent for a moment, trying to figure out how to ask her question without coming across as distrusting. So I've frequently wondered this, especially now, here in my professor's house. How do you know where I am when you come to visit? I reach for your magical pulse through time and space. I used to struggle finding it at first, and sometimes appeared where you weren't. But living in that tree for so long before dying helped me get to know you. It makes me feel more secure, Nicole said, knowing you can locate me, regardless of any situation I find myself in. She sat up, leaning toward Rebecca. Please promise you'll keep a little bit of spare energy, in case I'm ever in trouble. Rebecca nodded. I will. She said goodbye, then disappeared. Coolidge looked up, a surprised expression on his face. She was here, wasn't she? He asked. Nicole nodded. Rebecca didn't exactly make time freeze for other people when she was visiting, but she was somehow able to make them not notice that Nicole was engaged in conversation with another person. I can sense her magical print. I think I've been able to since Moses Lake, but haven't had her around to know for certain. What did she want? She was checking up on me. She's suspicious. Do you have a way to alert us when she's about to come? Things are going to get dangerous now. I have something even better. Something that'll prevent her from appearing, watching, or listening in on our conversations, based on her personal magical print. Nicole thought that over for a second. That sounds great, but will she figure out she's being kept out? Yes. It'll have to be a last resort, because she'll know you've betrayed her. And I'm afraid that as soon as she does, she'll turn on you. Nicole slumped in her chair. I hate being in this position. I would too. Coolidge got up and pulled a file out of a cabinet near Austin. Here are the people I've contacted so far, and those who have pledged help. He opened the file and started pulling out sheets of paper. Austin joined Nicole at the desk, and the three of them looked over the papers. Have you had anyone say no yet? Nicole asked. A few, but not because they don't want to help. Everyone I've talked to has been expecting the Tarians to make a move soon, but none of them thought it would be something as big as this. So why have they said no then? Nicole asked. One of them is in the hospital, and another spouse just passed away. They're all unable to help for health or emotional reasons. Coolidge leaned back in his chair. And as you know, the more emotionally unstable an Arate is, the more powerful they are, yes, but the more they struggle with controlling those powers. Nicole nodded. They spent the next 20 minutes going through the people Coolidge had talked to already, and those he planned to connect with over the next week. Stephen Nielsen was one of the RAs who'd agreed to help, rather enthusiastically according to Coolidge. Has he come up with any ideas where Anna Morse is concerned yet? Nicole asked. Coolidge shook his head. I hope he will soon though. He's trying to get his hands on a device that is rumored to indicate when another dimension is opening up nearby. Once he has it and knows it works, he'll contact me. Coolidge leaned forward, steepling his fingers. But I do have good news. I've found a way to help you eavesdrop on important conversations. Our biggest goal right now is to gather as much information as quickly as possible. We can't have you poking around, asking questions that'll make people suspicious of you, because the moment they feel you're being dishonest with them, they'll do anything they can to destroy you. Coolidge motioned to Austin. Remember what happened to his siblings? Nicole didn't need the reminder. Austin's older sibling's situation had popped into her head nearly the moment Coolidge had said something. They'd been tortured for hours before finally getting beheaded. Their bodies were on display somewhere, reminding everyone what would happen if people ever turned their backs on the group. Coolidge gathered the papers back into the file, replaced it in the cabinet, and pulled a flat white box from a shelf. He returned to his desk and opened the box, pulling out a sheet of paper with different colored circular spots on it. He peeled one off that was the only spot similar in color to skin, and handed it to Nicole. Wear this behind your ear at all times. It bypasses the senses and relays information directly to the brain through waves that replicate sound. You won't be physically hearing anything, but your brain recognizes the waves as if you are. What sort of information will it relay? Coolidge motioned to the other spots on the sheet. Whatever these pick up. They're bugs, so to speak. Plant them in places where you want to overhear conversations. Nicole stuck the flesh-colored circle behind her ear. Is there a way to turn this off? Coolidge nodded. Tap it twice for on, 3 times for off. Oh, and it's waterproof. Nicole accepted the sheet of bugs, placing them back in their box and tucking it into her purse. Is there anything else we need to talk about? I don't think so. Good luck in Vegas. Let me know when it's over, and if you learn anything new. I'll do the same when I hear from Professor Nielsen. She nodded and gathered her things, then left. She didn't turn on the radio during her drive home. She wanted to think about everything she'd been learning recently. The rest of Nicole's stay in Seattle, along with her flight to Dallas, went quickly. She eagerly drove to Lizzie's house, not wanting to wait any longer before finally seeing her best friend again. Brenda, Lizzie's mom, opened the door and invited Nicole in with a hug. She's upstairs in her room. Nicole took the stairs 2 at a time and opened Lizzie's door without knocking. Lizzie was lying on her bed, listening to something playing on her phone. Her eyes popped open and she gasped, jerking to a sitting position and pulling out her earbuds. Nicole? You freaked me out. What are you doing here? Nicole laughed and sat on Lizzie's bed. I'm on my way home. Had to stop by and update you on everything. Lizzie put away her phone. Spill? So Nicole did. She told Lizzie about the convention, Greg, Rebecca, and Austin's surprise visit. Lizzie laughed out loud when she heard about Austin's disguise. I can't believe he bleached his hair. I know. You've got to see it. It's insane. And guyliner. That's crazy. Okay, what's with you two calling it that? It's eyeliner. Lizzie sighed in exasperation. Only when girls wear it. The moment it touches a guy's face, it becomes guyliner. Nicole shook her head. Whatever. Weirdo. So what else happened? Not much. I went back to Seattle, as you know, and Coolidge gave me listening devices, bugs, so I can eavesdrop on conversations easier. Easier? Have you been doing it already? Nicole laughed. No, I haven't. Okay, so I can start eavesdropping. Happy, Ms. English? Of course. Who are you supposed to spy on? My parents. Always my parents. Coolidge gave me tons of the devices, so I should be able to get all the major places in my house. Need help? Nicole smiled. Sure. Lizzie jumped off her bed and grabbed her purse, shoving her phone in it. They left the house after saying goodbye to Brenda, and Nicole led the way, with Lizzie following in her own car. Nicole dumped her suitcase in her room, then the girls set out, finding places to plant the bugs. Tiffany and Dad were in Tiffany's office, so they'd have to get to that room last. They started in Nicole's parents' sitting room, matching the color of the bug to Dad's armchair and Tiffany's couch. Not knowing the range of the things, Nicole placed a couple extra just to make sure she caught everything. Then they went to Dad's study and did the same thing there. Only need access to Tiffany's office now, Nicole said. Lizzie sighed. I'd better get going, she said. If they find me here, they'll have a lot of questions. You're supposed to be turning your back on heartache now. Nicole nodded. You're right. She gave her friend a hug, then said goodbye. Deciding she'd better tell her parents she was home, Nicole knocked on the door to Tiffany's office. Tiffany and Dad were both distracted and didn't have any questions, so after hanging around for a couple of minutes, Nicole returned to her room, hoping they'd vacate the office soon. 2 hours later, she heard them enter their bedroom, discussing plans for the evening, and Nicole snuck into Tiffany's office. She quickly bugged the room, glad to know that the ones in her parents' room were working. Early the next morning, the three of them returned to Vegas. Nicole placed a couple more of the sticky circular things in her parents' section of the hotel room, and one in Tiffany's purse for good measure. Then the convention started, and she had to concentrate on other things. After 3 days, Nicole noticed that someone was hanging around Austin. He wore glasses and had bleached hair just like Austin's. It didn't take long to figure out that it was Coolidge. He was Austin's closest friend, and the only person who would risk coming. Which meant he'd created another blocker. Good. Wednesday evening, Nicole overheard her first important conversation. She was in bed, trying to fall asleep, when she recognized Rebecca's voice coming through one of the bugs in the adjoining room. I still haven't told her, Rebecca was saying. I'm not entirely sure how. Tiffany sighed loudly. You can't put it off forever, Rebecca. She's bound to find out on her own eventually. Yes, I know. There was silence for a moment. Are you sure these rooms are safe for conversations? Of course, we know the owners. You don't need to worry. Rebecca sighed loudly. Good. I'm tired of shielding. If I can help it, I'd rather not waste the energy. It's exhausting. Nicole rolled her eyes. Yes, exhausting to deceive people. She was grateful, however, that Rebecca was talking in a way that transmitted over the bugs. Where's Charles gone? Rebecca asked. Out to get a drink. He's tired of being cooped up so much. Rebecca laughed. With his line of business? Doesn't he sit in an office all day? Pretty much. They chuckled, then Rebecca asked a question. Is this a conflict of interest, Tiffany? Your daughter being forced to sacrifice herself? Tiffany scoffed. You of all people should remember that I had Nicole for one reason, and one reason alone. To rid the earth of the heartache scum. Nicole's shoulders slumped. She'd always known her parents didn't really hold a lot of love for her, but Tiffany's tone of voice made it pretty clear how she felt about her daughter. I still plan to use her body though, Rebecca said. If that's all right. Whatever you need is fine with us. Good. I'd better get going now. This convention is taking a lot out of me. How are your energy stores? Not doing so well. I'll need to start conserving again, in preparation for July. They ended their conversation soon after that, and Nicole turned off her transmitter. She lay in bed for a long time, thinking about what she'd just heard. Rebecca planned to use her body. For what? Possession? So she could live again? Was that possible? Nicole would have to ask Coolidge. Sleep didn't come easily, and she tossed and turned a great deal, finally falling asleep as the first rays of dawn stretched across the sky. An hour later, Tiffany was knocking on Nicole's door, asking what was taking her so long. Nicole grudgingly got up and pulled her hair into a ponytail, then applied some mascara. The day was full of meetings with diplomats, and she had a lot of acting, conversing, leading, and generally being in charge to do. She wasn't looking forward to it. In the last meeting of the day, Rebecca finally revealed the coordinates for the location of the embryonic manipulator. Inwardly, Nicole sighed in relief, glad to have finally learned what she'd come to find. But she was confused. Elizabeth had said there were 2 machines. When would Rebecca tell where the second one was located? Not long after that meeting, Nicole overheard another conversation between her mother and Rebecca. "You only mentioned 1 machine today," Tiffany was saying. "I know. There are 2. Nicole can only know about 1. Call it a test. If she leaves now, using the coordinates I gave in the meeting, we'll know if she's truly loyal to me. Of course, if she does use the machine I gave her access to, she'll end up destroying all our Ates. But isn't that what we want her to do?" "Yes. But we're serious about also stopping the embryonic manipulator. Once our Ates are no longer in the picture, there's no reason why humans can't have as many children as they want. And we need an Arate to do that too." Tiffany laughed. "Oh, I knew I got my genius from you. You conniving old bat." Rebecca joined Tiffany in laughing. "I've been quite successful in stringing Nicole along, haven't I?" Nicole rolled her eyes. She'd only trusted Rebecca for a short while. Apparently, the woman hadn't noticed. That showed just how intelligent she really was. Anyone else would have recognized that Nicole wasn't fully on board. "I'm surprised at how gullible she is," Tiffany said. "She craves the love of her family." Tiffany sighed. "Yes, I know. But I never had room for love. Not when I've always planned and looked forward to destroying her. I've quite enjoyed the limelight she's placed me in, though." "I've noticed," Rebecca said. "I have come to care for the child, though." Nicole bristled at the word child. Sure, she just barely entered adulthood, but she had already seen and experienced far more than even a typical adult ever would. "Yes, it's quite apparent. And yet you still plan her death." "Of course," Rebecca said. "I've sacrificed pretty much everything else, haven't I?" "There's no doubt about that. I admire you for your strength of character. Most people would have lost sight of their original goals by this point." Rebecca's answer and the subsequent conversation showed that they weren't going to be discussing anything else important, and Nicole turned off her transmitter. Chapter 10. Closing ceremonies would take place in the Sam Boyd Stadium. Nicole was looking forward to ending this ridiculous act, but her relief quickly turned to panic when Austin found her and gave her bad news just an hour before the event started, and only moments before Nicole and her parents were leaving for the stadium. He waited until her parents weren't watching, then beckoned her to follow him into an empty room. The closing ceremonies always include a sacrifice of 2 Arates. 1 male, 1 female. Nicole's mouth popped open. "What? You can't be serious." "I am. I just barely found out, heard a few people talking about it, and after quietly asking around, I discovered that it's been a tradition since the group formed." "Does Coolidge know?" "He will soon. I had to warn you first if possible, since you'd be leaving soonest and will be required to witness the sacrifices up close." Nicole tasted bile at the back of her mouth. She cleared her throat and asked, "What do we do?" Austin shook his head. "I don't know. I'm hoping Coolidge will be able to come up with a plan. We can't just sit by while innocent people are murdered." Nicole bit her lips, trying to understand this revelation. But what are they being sacrificed to? A sacrifice is usually done for someone or something in particular. Again, I don't know. Just be ready for anything. Don't give yourself away until you absolutely have to, though. Nicole nodded. Thanks for the warning. Austin's eyes searched Nicole's, and she could sense his desire to hold her, to protect her. Oh, how she wished he could, just this once. Nicole tried to cover her shock and concern with a smile as she left the room and found her parents, but it was difficult. She couldn't believe that the Tarians would be so barbaric. Wasn't this something that happened during medieval times? Or by third world tribes? And certainly not by people who were as educated as the Tarians she'd met seemed to be. Nicole and her parents got in their rental car and drove to the stadium. The entire way there, Nicole couldn't stop thinking about what role her parents played in these sacrifices. How could they be okay with it? Then her thoughts turned in another direction. Who were the Arates who would be killed? How were they chosen? She probably wouldn't know them, unless the Tarians decided to target her university specifically. She shuddered, thinking about that possibility, hoping it wouldn't be true. The ride was quiet, neither Tiffany nor Dad spoke much. That was fine with Nicole. She didn't know what she'd say if one of them asked how the convention had gone, or if they were interested in what she'd be saying in her closing remarks. Nicole glanced at the notes in her hand, what she'd prepared. The thanks she'd give. Should she stick to her plan, or should she do something to try to stop the sacrifices? No, she would do what she'd originally planned. Austin was right, she couldn't give herself away so early. She pulled out the agenda for the evening, knowing she was expected to lead the meeting. How would she do that, when she apparently didn't know everything that was to happen? They pulled into the parking lot, then were ushered past the very long line and to the field. Instead of turf, the field was covered with what appeared to be several feet of dirt. Nicole turned to Tiffany. Why dirt? She asked as they crossed the field, careful not to sink into the stuff. It's less flammable than astroturf, Tiffany said. She didn't look at Nicole, but continued walking forward, and Nicole followed, not speaking again. Why would it matter if the place was less flammable? Maybe the sacrifices would be carried out through fire. Awful. They took their seats on the makeshift stage and waited for the stadium to fill. Right at 8 o'clock, Nicole approached the microphone. She welcomed everyone, then started off with her own thanks and congratulations for a successful convention. Then, glancing at the program, she announced what would follow, including speeches from several dignitaries, one from Rebecca, and a presentation by the Vegas chapter leaders. Nicole figured that was when the sacrifices would be made. Judging by the location of the sun now, it would be dark when that happened. She returned to her seat after turning the time over to the next speaker, and waded through several incredibly self-congratulatory speeches. The way these people were acting, they'd already won the war against humanity and Arates. Nicole bristled inside while clapping and smiling on the outside. Little did they know, they were in for the war of their lives. Once she, Coolidge and Austin were able to gather the necessary Arates and get caught up on the organizational side of things. Nicole's spirits dropped. The Tarians were ready for war to happen pretty much immediately. Sure, they'd have delays in weapons and armor that weren't supposed to be delivered for another month and a half, but at least they had solid plans in place and could take action now if needed. The Arates, on the other hand, they were very ill-prepared. She'd never heard of any of them getting together to figure out what to do about the Tarian threat. Nicole almost put her head in her hands in dismay, but caught herself in time, pretending to be tucking her hair behind an ear instead. She could never forget the cameras that were constantly on her during these meetings, especially now that she was their official leader, even if Rebecca was the one pulling the strings. Speaking of Rebecca, her turn to offer thanks finally came. She didn't say anything earth-shattering or big, and needed to disappear halfway through as her strength waned. Nicole almost felt bad for the woman for how much energy she was going through for this convention. Almost. Then it was time for the presentations. The sun had gone down and it was fairly dark. The perfect setting for sacrifices. Nicole shuddered, despite the dry heat. The Vegas chapter president got to the mic and applauded all who had participated. He nodded to someone at the edge of the field, and just then, the stadium lights turned off. Weird music started playing, a mixture of Gregorian chants with several warbling voices accompanying it. A slow stream of people began entering the field from each end, all carrying lit torches. They wore blue capes with white sashes, their faces painted with blue and white stripes, illuminated by the light of their torches. They chanted as they walked, stopping on either side of the stage. As the Vegas chapter president talked about all of the Tarian achievements, more people stepped onto the field, also carrying torches. Soon, the sheer number of torches made it bright enough to see almost as well as when the stadium lights had been on. Nicole watched as massive amounts of branches, sticks, and logs were brought to the field. They were dumped into two big piles, one on each side of the stage. Many of the people tossed their torches into the piles of wood. Soon, huge bonfires flamed toward the sky, adding their light to the stadium. The smell of burning wood seared Nicole's nose, and the heat grew to an almost unbearable level. Why did they pick Vegas for this sort of presentation? And where were the heartache sacrifices? Nicole's last question was answered soon enough. From both ends of the stadium, a bound and gagged person was led out, one obviously a woman and the other a man. Nicole kept her eyes trained on them as they neared. She didn't recognize the woman. She was a brunette with big almond-shaped eyes who looked terrified. Why wasn't she doing anything to protect herself? She was an heartache for crying out loud. And based on the magical pulse coming from her, she was powerful. Nicole found out quickly when the screen on the opposite end of the field lit up, showing a group of terrified people with guns and knives trained on them. "Remember your family, girl," the chapter president said into the microphone. "Cameras on her." Several cameras turned to the victim, and Nicole almost started crying when the girl's family screamed for mercy and help. Her head swiveled when the chapter president motioned to the male victim on the opposite side of the field. Nicole gasped. "Greg," she said, looking at Tiffany. Tiffany nodded, a smug expression on her face. "You pretty much sanctified his sacrifice by turning down his offer of marriage." "What?" Nicole shrieked. "But Rebecca said we needed his help." Tiffany ignored Nicole's statement. "We didn't feel it necessary to tell you. He knew all along, though, that if you refused him, he'd be tonight's sacrifice." "Mother, this is horrible. You can't allow them to go through with it. Even if I wanted to stop it, there wouldn't be anything I could do. Look around, Nicole. One person's wishes wouldn't even be heard." Tiffany had a point. The stadium was alive with cheers and shouts of exhilaration. But what about his family? It was their idea. Nicole shook her head, despair making her think unclearly. "This is wrong, Mother." She put her hands to her cheeks, unable to accept that she'd actually had a part in any of this. There was no way she'd given permission. To think they'd deceived her like that. But they deceived her in many ways. "Why isn't he using his powers to stop them?" she asked. "Greg has never been a strong heartache, my dear. He probably tired himself out a long time ago." Nicole squinted, trying to see Greg's face better. If he really had maxed out on his powers already, would she be able to tell by how he acted? His eyes were wild. Clearly, he was panicked. Nicole knew he'd never subject himself to something like this, regardless of how much he agreed with his family on other matters. It wasn't until this point that Nicole realized that pretty much all of the Tarian dignitaries had left their seats and were now dancing around the bonfires, her dad included. Only Tiffany remained next to Nicole, making Nicole recognize that she still wasn't trusted. Those dancing began shedding their clothes until they were completely nude, not seeming to care that their actions were being televised to who knew where. Not long after, alcohol was introduced to the mix. The frenzied dancing and chanting went up several notches, while the Vegas chapter president continued encouraging it from the microphone. Tiffany nodded her approval. "This is one of the better presentations I've seen," she shouted over the tumult. Nicole raised an eyebrow in disbelief. This was base, it was vile. Not an ounce of skill had gone into its creation. Her stomach turned, and she really had to fight the urge to throw up, She'd seriously underestimated the Terrians and the depths they were willing to put themselves. To think she was leading this group, that their actions tonight would probably forever be a part of her history. The poor girl and Greg were led to an empty section of dirt just in front of the makeshift stage. They were thrown to the ground, their arms and legs spread eagle. Dignitaries tied ropes around their limbs, then staked the ropes to the ground. Greg's muffled shouting barely reached Nicole. She kept her hands on her cheeks, trying to decide what to do. Not having seen one of these ceremonies before, she had no idea when the actual sacrifices would happen, nor how they would take place. The people in the stands were on their feet, chanting, screaming, throwing things onto the field. How on earth did the Terrians get permission to do something like this at the stadium? Did anyone even know what was going on, or had the Terrians infiltrated enough places for people to turn their heads? Soon, Nicole began recognizing words in what the people were chanting. Shoggoth, Agurch, Great Ones, Elder Things. They were worshipping the Great Ones? What had happened to these people? Were they insane? Several Terrians started picking up dirt clumps and throwing them at Greg and the girl. Most of the dirt landed in puffs near the victims. Then the people started throwing other things, discarded shoes, cell phones, wallets. Many of these hit their targets, and Nicole could tell it was hurting them. Oh, what could she do? How could she stop what was going on? And where were Austin and Coolidge? More wood was brought out, along with several knives. Nicole lunged to her feet, hand on her mouth as someone went after the girl with one of the knives. No, she screamed, watching as the man cut a line down the girl's face. It didn't look deep, only a trickle of blood escaped, but the girl's expression in silent shriek said just how badly it hurt. No one paid Nicole any attention. She fumbled with her pocket, trying to pull out her phone. She had to get Austin down there. It wouldn't be hard. People were streaming onto the field from the stadium seats. Even Tiffany abandoned her guard over Nicole, apparently unable to contain her excitement any longer. Another man started on Greg, inflicting the same cuts on him. They weren't life-threatening. The Terrians obviously planned to torture their victims thoroughly before sacrificing them. The wood that had been brought out was tossed next to Greg and the girl. Nicole didn't want to know what would happen with it. Just as Nicole finally got the phone out of her pocket, Austin and Coolidge showed up by her side. Nicole wasn't surprised that no one had noticed them enter the field. Too many people were there now, screaming, chanting. The dignitaries were too busy preparing the victims for their sacrifices. Coolidge took charge. Austin and Nicole, stay away from each other. What we'll be doing will possibly override the blockers. We can't risk drawing even more attention from the Great Ones. He turned to Nicole. When I give the word, control the wind. Start a storm. Have it build overhead before attacking. We want as much commotion as possible. Seek for wood sources and use it to create a windstorm, similar to what you did in Moses Lake. Nicole nodded and Coolidge turned to Austin. Destroy the field as soon as Nicole has started on everyone with her windstorm. He glared at the dignitaries. And I'll control the fire, putting it out. Once that's finished, I'll help you, Austin, with the field. What about Greg and the girl? Nicole asked, ducking as a random shoe was thrown in their direction. No one had noticed them yet, not even Tiffany, who was now screaming at the Arate girl. Coolidge glanced at Nicole. We'll grab them as soon as people start panicking. Nicole, you go that way. He pointed toward the end of the stage, closer to where the girl was staked. Austin, you go the other direction. He pointed toward Greg's side. Both of you, try to get the victims. I'll stay in the middle. Ready? Let's go. Without waiting for another prompting, Nicole dashed to the left, scaling knocked-over chairs, dodging random articles of clothing that were being thrown onto the stage. She jumped down and ran around the blazing bonfire while at the same time concentrating on her magic, bidding it to come to her to gather. As soon as she could see the girl, Coolidge, and Austin, Nicole stood straight, controlling her breathing, requesting the magic around her to go to the skies and form massive clouds. There wasn't a lot of water in the air, and Nicole didn't have the ability just yet to control it, so she focused instead on forming pockets of pressure, wind blowing above and below the clouds. Once a massive amount of wind had built up, Nicole released it toward the stadium. It hit the makeshift stage with a roar, and the sound of screaming people nearly overwhelmed the sound of the rushing wind. Dirt and debris flew everywhere. Nicole continued building her whirlwind, concentrating on finding the wood in the stadium. There wasn't a lot of it. Most everything was built with plastic and metals. What she did find, she added to the whirlwind, careful not to touch the fires since she couldn't control that yet. Realizing she would be close to overexerting herself, Nicole stepped back magically, allowing Austin and Coolidge to do their thing. She watched in amazement as the dirt around her began shaking, quaking. More people screamed. It felt like an earthquake. The stage collapsed on itself, the stadium walls shivering and groaning. People rushed to get out, trampling each other in their drunken states. Nicole dashed forward, running to the girl's side. Tiffany was there, her red eyes trained on her daughter. "Stop this at once, Nicole," she shrieked. "Let her go," Nicole said. "Never." Quicker than Nicole thought possible, Tiffany sliced through the front of the woman's neck. Nicole gasped, backing away, unable to stop herself from staring at the blood as it gushed to the dirt. "Oh my gosh, oh my gosh." Nicole's thoughts froze, repeating those words over and over again. Just then, the fires in the entire stadium went out. Acrid smoke filled the air, and Nicole couldn't see Tiffany anymore. She coughed, bending over to avoid inhaling so much smoke. Trusting that everyone else would be just as blinded as she was, she stretched out once more with her powers, seeking the other magical sources and finding them quickly. They were rushing in her direction. Coolidge had been right, their blockers seemed to be damaged. "Austin?" Nicole screamed over the chaos. "Coolidge?" The magical sources had nearly passed her when they suddenly stopped. "Nicole?" Austin yelled. "Here." She felt someone grab her arm, recognizing the magical print that accompanied the person as Coolidge's. "Did you get the girl?" "She's dead." He only paused for a moment. "Okay. Let's go." Nicole didn't question. She could sense Greg's very faint print next to Austin's stronger one. They, at least, had been successful. Coolidge led the way through the mangled field, with chanting and screaming people surrounding them. Only a few of them tried to stop Nicole's group. Everyone was too drunk and disoriented. Nicole reached out with her magic again, asking the whirlwind to pelt the field one last time with debris and dirt. They rushed through the crowds, pushing their way until they burst out of the stadium. It took several precious minutes to get to Coolidge's car. The lights in the parking lot flickered on and off, probably struggling with the strong winds that hadn't fully died. Austin opened the front door for Nicole, then shoved Greg into the back and sat next to him. Coolidge peeled out of the parking lot, scraping the rental car against another in the process. Nicole glanced behind them. Apparently, several Terrians had figured out what was going on and were chasing after the car. She wasn't worried that they'd catch up, though. They were drunk and completely out of control. "My mother killed the girl," she said into the silence of the car. "She slit her throat when I got there." Coolidge's lips set into a thin line. "I'm sorry you had to witness that." Nicole didn't respond. Austin and Greg were silent in the back. Actually, Greg seemed to be unconscious. Nicole was worried that being this close to Austin would alert the Great Ones to his presence, but so far nothing was happening. No nausea, no visions. Maybe it wouldn't happen unless she touched him. "My mother isn't going to let me return to the Terrians," Nicole said. "She knows I was behind the chaos, even if only partially." Coolidge nodded. "Let's get your things from the hotel." On the way there, they looked up a hospital for Greg. "Don't think this changes anything for me, Nicole," Greg mumbled, conscious now, his face marred by cuts. "I'll forever be loyal to my parents." Nicole turned in the seat, staring at him. "They just tried to sacrifice you, Greg. How can you ignore that?" He shook his head. "You don't get it, do you? I've watched those events since I was a child. Do you really think them making me be the next sacrifice would change how I feel about them? That it would switch my loyalties? I've always known it could be me someday. Nicole bit her tongue, not wanting to be offensive when it was apparent that Greg was in so much physical pain. We'll drop you off at the hospital. You'll need to find your own way home. They couldn't have Greg knowing their plans, not when he was still a Terrian at heart. Fine with me, he whispered, his energy waning. He turned and looked out the window as Coolidge stopped the car outside the doors to the emergency room. Austin and Coolidge helped him inside, then they returned to the car and Coolidge drove to Nicole's hotel. Nicole gathered all her belongings, including the bugs she'd planted in her parents' room. Then the three of them bought tickets for the first flight out of Vegas they found, not wanting to wait until the next flight to Seattle would be available. They landed in Denver, then bought more tickets and flew to Seattle. Nicole shook her head, staring outside as the plane took off. There was no way the Terrians wouldn't figure out where she'd gone. With all the connections they had, they'd find out pretty quickly. If only regular humans had a magical print like Arate's. She wouldn't be able to protect herself from someone if she didn't know they were coming. Once they arrived in Seattle, Coolidge told Nicole and Austin to go home and get some sleep. He'd have someone watch their apartments and alert them if anyone suspicious approached. It was now Sunday morning, and they had a lot to get finished in the coming week. As an aside, Coolidge said, "I'm expecting to hear from Steve Nielsen any time now about Anna Morse and her dimension." "We'll be ready," Nicole said. Austin nodded. Nicole drove home, grateful to be in her own car again. She'd missed the sense of familiarity it brought, the comfort it gave her, no matter how shallow. She just entered an all-out war with her parents. Tiffany would never forgive Nicole's actions at the closing ceremony. Chapter 11. Nicole woke to the sound of her cell phone buzzing. She'd heard it ringing several times before and had ignored it, but this time she couldn't ignore someone who called 5 times in a row and probably planned to continue until she answered. She didn't know what time it was, but judging by the sunlight outside her window, it was probably late morning. She picked up her phone and stared at the screen for several moments before it registered that Coolidge was calling. "Hello," she said, trying not to sound like she'd just woken up. "Nicole, hurry, get ready. Steve called. He's waiting for us to come." Nicole sat up, trying to take in what he'd said. "Steve? Steve who? Professor Steven Nielsen? Anna Morse? Ohio? Other dimensions?" Those definitely rang a bell, and Nicole got to her feet. "Okay. What do I need?" "Nothing, other than sturdy clothes and shoes. I've got everything else. Austin's on his way to pick you up. He's wearing a new blocker, so you should be good to go." They ended the call, and Nicole dashed around her room, grabbing hiking clothes and shoes and wondering if she had time for a quick shower. She left the front door unlocked, hoping Austin would try the knob and glad Coolidge had people watching the apartment. Nicole hopped in the shower and was out again in 5 minutes. She dried off and quickly threw her hair into a ponytail, then put on one of the sets of clothing she'd picked out. Austin was waiting on the couch. "You slept a long time," he said, getting up and following her. She snorted, locking her apartment behind them. "You mean like 3 hours? It's Monday, Nicole." Nicole halted, turning to him. "No, it's not. It can't be. I wasn't that tired, we'd barely done anything at all." He shrugged, motioning for her to keep walking. "The convention must have taken a lot more out of you than you thought it did." Nicole followed him to the elevator. "Well, I didn't get a lot of sleep this past week. And Saturday night was pretty stressful." They stepped into the elevator and Austin punched the button for the first floor, then turned to her, his expression softening. "How are you doing?" Nicole leaned against the wall and sighed, looking up at him. "I'd be doing so much better if we could actually touch." He nodded. "I know. It's killing me." His eyes searched her face, straying to her lips several times, and Nicole felt chills at his intense expression. Oh, how she wished that they could be in each other's arms. The doors opened and the two stepped out, walking to Austin's car. Nicole sighed to herself. Would she and Austin ever be able to date again? To share feelings and caresses, touches and kisses? A familiar ache settled in her chest, and for the first time in a while, Nicole allowed herself to wallow in the accompanying misery. Austin seemed content to drive in silence, and Nicole stared out the window, hoping he wouldn't see the occasional tear slip down her cheek. This situation had to change soon. She couldn't handle being around the man she loved without being able to express that love, especially knowing he shared the affection. They arrived at Coolidge's house soon enough and met the other person Coolidge had arranged to be on the trip. Nicole recognized her immediately. She was a short girl named Lila who had gone on the expedition to Arches. Lila smiled at Nicole now and stepped forward to shake her hand. It's good seeing you again, Nicole. You too. They quickly got caught up on each other's lives. Lila had completed her PhD this past spring and was now working as a big-time engineer for a prominent company in Seattle. She controlled electrical pulses and wind, allowing her company to provide better service to their customers. Your work sounds fascinating, Nicole said as she helped the others put things into Coolidge's SUV and Austin's car. Oh, the description is fascinating enough, but the everyday work can get pretty boring. Nicole laughed. That sounded like pretty much every job she'd heard of. Coolidge's equipment was a tad on the ridiculous side. He seemed to realize this because he apologized at one point, saying he didn't know what they'd need. He'd brought rock climbing things, spelunking equipment, and animal traps, along with scuba diving gear. Even though she chuckled with Austin over Coolidge's obsessiveness, Nicole recognized that their professor was right. They had no idea what they'd find when they tried to get to Anna Morse. For all they knew, the elderly woman was stuck under an ocean. After everything was packed in, they drove to the airport. Checking all the stuff into security took several hours, and Coolidge was forced to leave a few items behind. He didn't seem too worried, and Nicole knew he could probably just buy anything necessary when they got to Hoagland, Ohio. Nicole got a text from Lizzie. Nicole's parents had arrived in town and had come to see Lizzie almost immediately. Apparently, the visit hadn't been a pleasant one. Nicole called her friend right away, but Lizzie didn't answer. She sent a text saying that she was sorry, but she was driving to the airport and would see Nicole in Ohio. Lizzie's coming? Nicole asked Coolidge as they and the others waited to board the plane. Coolidge chuckled. I thought you could use another friend. Nicole leaned back in her seat, resting her head against the wall behind her. You're right, I definitely could. She looked at Coolidge. But Lizzie isn't very powerful. Will she be okay? Coolidge shrugged. I'm not worried about her. She's strong in her own way, and has enough spunk to handle a lot more than others would. Besides, she's the only native fire arate I know who actually creates fire. She'll be helpful, I'm sure. Nicole nodded, then opened her emails and scrolled through the messages she'd received since Saturday. Several were from her parents, no surprise there. They were fairly scathing, with lots of promises of bad things to come if Nicole didn't turn away from her current course of action. One message was from Greg. It wasn't friendly, but it also wasn't the typical, "You're going to marry me whether you like it or not" crap that she'd come to expect from him. Instead, he was warning her about the resourcefulness of the Tarian group, not to underestimate the things they do to bring about their purposes. Nicole didn't need Greg to tell her that. She'd seen firsthand how dedicated and determined Tarians were. She sighed inwardly, thinking over the past 2 weeks and her very short stint as the leader of the group. Would word have gotten out from her parents regarding her betrayal? Did Rebecca know by now? Nicole sat up, turning to Coolidge. Rebecca. She hasn't visited me since her speech at the closing ceremonies. What do we do if she suddenly shows up? Coolidge shrugged. She won't be able to. I'm blocking her visits. He pulled an old flip phone out of his pocket and showed it to Nicole. How does it work? I had Lila help me reorder the electrical energy of the phone to magically expel the type of energy that comes from dead people. We've been working on it since Austin told me a dead old woman was following you around. We'll be able to tweak it until it blocks only Rebecca, then make one for you too. Nicole smiled her thanks to Lila, then glanced back at Coolidge. How big of a range does it have? A couple of miles. We tested it on Elizabeth. Cool. Nicole settled into her chair, realizing what all this meant. Rebecca would soon find out that her granddaughter was preventing her from coming. If they kept that blocker thing on constantly, would Nicole ever see the woman again? And did she even want to? The flight was long and boring. Nicole spent the time reading, listening to music, and watching a movie. Lizzie was waiting for them when they got off the plane. She gave Nicole a hug. You've got a lot of updating to do, girl. I know. And you too, about my parents' visit. Oh, it was nothing. A couple of threats and warnings. I already told you about them on the phone. My mom pretty much threw them out. Nicole chuckled. That's something I would have loved to have seen. It was pretty epic. Mom has a lot of energy for someone her age. So when did your flight land? About half an hour ago. I haven't had to wait long. Professor Nielsen and his wife were ready for the group in the passenger pickup area. They'd driven separately, and everyone who'd flown in fit into their two cars. Though it hadn't even been a year since Nicole had last seen the Nielsens, she couldn't help but notice how much older they looked. The lines on their faces had deepened, their hair seemed even whiter than before. The stress the Terrians were causing didn't only affect Nicole. She, Lizzie, Austin, and Coolidge ended up in the same car with Professor Nielsen. Lizzie sat in the middle, between Nicole and Austin, to prevent them from coming in contact with each other. Professor Nielsen updated them on the situation as he drove. My detector alerted me to the dimension link only yesterday. I don't know how long it'll be open, so we'll need to hurry, just in case. How did it alert you? Lizzie asked. It comes in two parts. The first I placed close to where I thought the street would appear. The machine has a range of about a mile, so I just had to hope that I was close enough. The second piece of the detector is a small sponge. It swells when the first part senses the link appearing. A swelling sponge? Lizzie said. Sounds fun. It's tons better than a rat that's been dead for 48 hours, Nicole said. Austin and Coolidge both chuckled. Lizzie looked confused, so Nicole explained. It's the thing that measured the amount of fear I was experiencing during the 4th Arches expedition test. Oh, right. So you're coming with us? Nicole asked Professor Nielsen. If I can get my wife's permission, he said. She's afraid my age will hold the group back. Coolidge, who sat in the front seat with Professor Nielsen, glanced at his friend. I'd feel more comfortable having you stay here, in case anything happens and we get trapped in another dimension. We need someone to watch for us who knows what's going on. Coolidge, you make a good point, Professor Nielsen said, shoulders slumping. He was obviously resigning himself to the more boring prospects of staying behind. Nicole's hand automatically sought out the elixir she always wore around her neck. What would happen if they got stuck in Anna Morse's dimension? It would depend on how long they were gone, probably. But being unable to return for a long time might not be bad. If Rebecca couldn't find Nicole, she wouldn't be able to use Nicole's body or the elixir. Her scheming would be thwarted. They arrived at Professor Nielsen's house and piled out of the car. The plan was for some of them to stay there and others to stay in a hotel. They'd leave for the other dimension the next morning. Nicole wasn't sure how she felt about returning to the place where she'd experienced so much terror. But she was looking forward to seeing Anna Morse again, and she was especially grateful that the woman appeared to be alive still. Assuming, of course, that the note for Nicole was actually from Anna Morse and not from someone or something else. The following morning, everyone met in Professor Nielsen's front yard. One other person had joined up with them, and Coolidge gave him a handshake before turning to everyone else. "Team, this is Robert. He and I have been through a lot together. He'll be a valuable addition to our group." He motioned to Robert. "Why don't you tell them a bit about yourself?" "Certainly." Robert clasped his hands behind his back and looked up at the sky, seeming to be thinking over what to say. "I graduated from Armitage University, down in Texas. Top of my class in everything. My native ability was wind, but I quickly learned the other elements." He pointed to his white hair. "As you can see, I'm a silver and proud of it. Unlike Coolidge here, who dyes his hair." Robert chuckled, and Coolidge joined him. "Hala likes my hair dark," Coolidge said. "Plus, it disguises the fact that I'm an heartache." "Good point," Robert said. He continued. "Coolidge and I have been on several assignments together. He's over magical artifacts and items, as you probably could have guessed, and I work with animals. Dead ones, obviously, since we can't control them when they're alive. Some of you will remember the rat Coolidge used last year to test you. That was my work. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed it." He gave a wry smile, then glanced at Coolidge and back to the group. "And that's me." Everyone welcomed Robert, then they got into Professor Nielsen's cars. This time, Lila, Lizzie, and Austin were in the back seat. Nicole sat up front with Professor Nielsen, while Coolidge drove the other car. Professor Nielsen pulled down the street that Nicole, Lizzie, and Austin had spent so much time on last year, trying to find the road to Anna Morse's building. "Keep your eyes peeled, Nicole," Professor Nielsen said. "Let me know when you see that road." "I will." Nicole watched the canal on the right side of the street, the familiar gross smells produced by the rotted water wafting into the car. She leaned forward and pointed. "There. That's it." "Wonderful," Professor Nielsen said. "My detector was right." He glanced sidelong at Nicole. "I mean, I never doubted it for a moment." The twinkle in his eye made Nicole smile. He pulled over next to the narrow street she had walked nearly every day while in Ohio last year. The panic Nicole had felt the last time she'd been on that street rolled over her in waves as she got out of the car and stared at the dilapidated apartment buildings. Hopefully, they weren't about to repeat what she'd experienced before. Lizzie came and stood next to Nicole. "Just like you described over the phone." Nicole nodded. She still couldn't believe that any of these buildings were actually still standing. They leaned precariously, bricks falling to the narrow cobblestoned road. Everyone unloaded the cars, lining the canal on one side with the equipment, where it would wait until they knew for sure what they'd need. "You're positive my stuff'll be okay here?" Coolidge asked Professor Nielsen. Professor Nielsen nodded. "Never had a problem with burglary. Besides, my cases are locked and heavy. And I'll be checking on them frequently. In fact, I may just set up camp across the street and be available in case anything happens." "As long as the missus is okay with that," Coolidge said with a smile. "She understands the importance of your mission." "I could sense that. Thank you to the both of you." Coolidge shook Professor Nielsen's hand, then turned to his group. "Are we ready?" Everyone nodded, and Coolidge rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming. "All right, let's go." He paused, glancing at the students. "Just so you know, depending on how things go, I'm planning on petitioning the university to give credits to those of you who could use them. This will definitely be an educational experience. Afterwards, I'll have you write everything down that happens." When everyone was ready, Nicole led the way across the bridge and up the street. She held her arms tightly around herself, not liking how much this place still affected her. She was shivering in the warm sunlight. She couldn't help but stare at the buildings, wondering if any of the people she'd met were there. She didn't see anyone, though. Toward the end of the road was the apartment where Nicole had stayed. She hadn't gotten a good look at it after running away, and wasn't expecting to find so much of it intact. In fact, it barely looked like a huge monster had torn through it at all. Only one corner was demolished, showing the tiny apartments inside. Mr. Landon, the man who owned the place, was sitting behind the desk near the elevator. He stared at her, but didn't move when she entered and didn't say anything. Nicole hesitated. Hi. I left stuff behind when I left. We're going to go get it. Mr. Landon didn't respond, and if he thought a group of 6 was a lot to retrieve a cello and suitcase, he didn't show it. The elevator was out of order made sense, since the building really was falling apart, and they had to trek up the stairs instead. Coolidge had instructed Nicole to do her best to gather all her belongings, so any beasts from the other dimension wouldn't be able to track her down based off her scent. She showed the way to her room on the 4th floor, and they searched it quickly, finding nothing. They headed to the 6th floor and attempted to search her other room there, but a large chunk of it had been ripped away with the corner of the building that was gone. The floor wasn't solid, and no one dared explore very far. Let's check Mrs. Morse's room, Nicole said. We can search more thoroughly here later if necessary. No one seemed to have a problem with that, so Nicole led them up to the 7th floor. This was where all the damage had taken place. Mrs. Morse's apartment was destroyed. There wasn't a roof and the walls had all been torn down. Debris littered the place. Nicole barely recognized anything for what it had been. Instead of the window to the vast blackness, an entire wall showed the other dimension that Nicole had barely caught a glimpse of last time. She and the others froze, staring at it. No stars twinkled in the inky sky above them. Where had the sun gone? No horizon was visible, nothing was visible. Nicole shook herself and turned to the others. Let's search quickly. No use standing around, inviting trouble to find us. Everyone began immediately, carefully shifting through sections of brick and plaster. Found a suitcase, Robert called softly. Is it yours, Nicole? She joined him where the kitchen had been. Yes, that's mine. She opened it up, but it was empty. Where are my things? Nicole asked, realizing no one would have the answer. She glanced at Coolidge, who joined them. It may be impossible to get everything back. He nodded but didn't respond. What do you want to do with it? Robert asked. Nicole straightened, letting the suitcase fall shut. It's pointless to take it home empty, not when all my clothes are still here. Let's leave it, and if we find anything, we can take it all with us. Nicole? Lila said from across the room. There's a piece of paper here with your name on it. Nicole climbed over the debris and joined the girl. She took the paper and tried to read it. That's Mrs. Morse's handwriting, but I can't tell what it says. She looked up at the others. Anyone have experience reading the handwriting of an old woman from England? No one did, but Robert and Coolidge decided to try to decipher the writing. It was slow going, but they soon got enough of the message for Nicole to understand what was being said. Similar to the laminated note in Nicole's pocket, the message was written recently. It asked Nicole to come find Mrs. Morse, that she'd be in the Dina's temple. Robert and Coolidge weren't sure on that word, and they weren't sure about the rest of the note either. Nicole took the paper, folded it, and tucked it into her pocket. So I guess we really do need to go there, she said, pointing to the void beyond the wall. She'd been hoping Mrs. Morse would be here, in this building. Sounds like it, Coolidge said. Nicole and Coolidge crossed the room to the wall that had been torn down. They peered over the edge. Did you bring rappelling gear? Nicole asked. Yes. Coolidge didn't move to get it though. I'm not convinced that what we're seeing is real, however. He bent over and picked up a section of brick, then dropped it over the edge. They heard it land almost immediately after it fell. Coolidge glanced at Nicole. I expect that once we're out of this place, we'll be able to see what's out there. We should be able to step over and be on solid ground. Nicole nodded. Right after you, Professor. Coolidge chuckled. Fair enough. Everyone else had joined them, and they all watched as Coolidge sat and dangled his legs over the edge. Yes, there's the ground, he said. He stood and wobbled a bit but didn't fall. The moment he took a step forward, however, he disappeared. So that wasn't what I thought would happen, Nicole said. She glanced back at Austin and Lizzie. I'll go next. Wish me luck. Nicole swung her legs over the edge of the wall and stood. The ground she was on felt unstable. It shifted under her feet. She relayed this information to the others, then, taking a big breath, stepped forward. And immediately started falling. The moment her feet whipped out from under her, though, the scenery opened up. The black void was gone, but what she saw instead wasn't much better. She was sliding down a hill of bones. They rattled beneath her with a hollow, dry sound. Nicole sped up, bumping over several that were bigger than the rest, then slowed down and rolled to a stop near where Coolidge was now standing. Are you okay? Coolidge asked, offering her a hand. Nicole nodded, letting him pull her up, then tried to gain a stronger footing. It was still dark. Moonlight frosted the scenery with blue light, but the moon wasn't visible. Mountains and hills of bones surrounded them. Nicole looked up the way she'd come in time to see Austin tumbling down the hill, away from the window where Nicole could still see the others. She stepped back, preventing him from coming into contact with her as he slid past on the bones. Coolidge helped Austin to his feet, and they waited for the rest. No one got injured, but it still wasn't a comfortable ride. Robert was the first to inspect the bones. Rats, cats, dogs, plenty of human bones. That's the majority, actually, though there are several I've never seen before. He hefted a large rib. Like this? Elephant, maybe? But these odd protuberances aren't normal. I'd guess it's a sort of species related to the elephant. After everyone was ready, Nicole and Coolidge led the way on a path of bones that had obviously been traveled. It was darker in color, didn't shift or move as much, and was more solid underfoot. They didn't see anything that suggested creatures, humans, beasts, or even plants lived there. Nothing was green. The air was stagnant, but not entirely unpleasant. The bones definitely represented creatures that had been dead for some time. Occasionally, while walking through canyons, the walls of which were made of bones, they saw shadowed figures following them. Nothing ever approached. After nearly an hour, a tall, dark building rose in the distance. I'm going to guess that's the Dina's temple, Coolidge said to Nicole in a quiet voice. Do we just go in? She asked. Coolidge shrugged. I've never been here. Nicole almost rolled her eyes. Of course he'd never been there. The closer they got to the building, the more of it Nicole could see. It was large, but not structured like any temple she'd ever seen. Instead of spires or pointed roofs that reached toward the skies, long spindles turned from the top and buried into the piles of bones at every corner of the building. Pillars lined massive steps leading to a front door, but even the pillars were different. They had builds that weren't symmetrical in nature and didn't seem to have a pattern. Tentacles were carved into some, while others were completely blank. Some of the blank ones were bulbous and ugly, and others were simple and skinny. Nicole took the first step onto the stairs. The moment she was no longer in contact with bones, she heard whispered voices coming from inside the temple. They sounded human, English, though she couldn't pull out any specific words. She held up her hand, motioning for the others to be quiet, even though they weren't talking. Can you hear what they're saying? She whispered. She was met with blank looks. Who's saying? Lizzie asked. You guys can't hear the voices? Everyone shook their heads. Great, Nicole mumbled. She took a breath, trying to decide what to do. So the last time I was the only one who recognized something, we were led to near deaths in arches. She looked at Coolidge and Austin. Should it concern us this time? Austin shrugged. We need to go into the temple. I don't think it matters either way. Besides, one of the voices might end up being Anna Morse's. Good point. Nicole turned back to the dark temple. All right, let's keep going. She continued up the steps, listening carefully to the voices. She reached the gaping doors, wishing there was a light source somewhere. Now that they were under the shadow of the building, everything was as black as coal. Do we have any flashlights or matches? She asked. Coolidge pulled a flashlight out of his bag and flipped the switch. It didn't work. He banged it against his hand a few times, but still no light came out of the thing. He tried others with the same result. "Does anyone have a torch or stick?" Lizzie asked. "I can light something." Lila pointed back the way they'd come. "I saw some bone by the stairs that had fabric on it still. That would work." She rushed back down, then returned carrying a couple of femurs, wrapping the scraps of rotted cloth around the tops. She held them out to Lizzie. Lizzie mimed drawing in her hand, producing a small flame, which she put up to the scraps of cloth. "Hold on," Robert said. "Without some sort of oil, it'll just burn up." "Oh yeah," Lizzie said, pulling her hand back before the cloth could take fire. Everyone checked their bags, trying to find something that would work. Austin pulled out a bottle of olive oil. "Would this work?" he asked. "If it's pure enough," Coolidge said. "We'll find out, huh?" They covered the cloths with the oil, then Lizzie lit her fire and tried again. This time she got close enough for the cloth to light, and soon they had 2 blazing torches. Coolidge took one of them and stood next to Nicole, and Robert took the other. Then Nicole led the way into the dark temple. Even with the 2 fire sources, it was still hard to see inside. Nicole did her best to keep the torches behind her, so her vision wouldn't get ruined. The interior of the temple was similar to the exterior. Weird, misshapen columns decorated with tentacles lined the edges of the huge room they'd stepped into. Judging by how empty the surrounding land was, Nicole wasn't surprised to find the temple void of any life forms. The voices grew louder the farther into the temple they got, until finally the others could hear them too. Nicole wondered if the elixir made her more sensitive to things from this dimension. She paused when she started recognizing one of the voices. "That's Mrs. Morse," she said, turning to the others. "Let's proceed cautiously," Robert said. "We never know if we're being hoodwinked." Nicole smiled to herself over his choice of words. It had been a long time since she'd heard someone say hoodwinked. The group followed the voices slowly. They entered a hall at the side of the front room, and saw light reflecting off the walls at the back. Once they'd gone that far, Coolidge held up his hand, motioning for everyone to stop, and peeked around the corner. He came back and whispered, "There's a group of elderly people in there, sitting by a fire. They look harmless enough, but how can we know?" Nicole swallowed past the nervous lump in her throat. "Let me see. If Anna Morse is there, I'll know right away." Coolidge nodded, stepping aside, and Nicole took his place and stole a glance. Coolidge had been correct. 6 or 7 elderly people sat hunched around a fire that had a pot of stew cooking over it. Nicole saw Mrs. Morse right away. "Pissed?" she hissed into the room, figuring there was only one way to know if the woman was Anna Morse or not. "Mrs. Morse?" The elderly woman turned to her. She gasped, then a smile spread across her face. "Nicole? Come. She lumbered to her feet, hands outstretched. The other people also looked and smiled when they saw Nicole. "Can my friends come as well?" Nicole asked, knowing that if Mrs. Morse wasn't good with that, she couldn't be trusted. "Of course," the woman said, her thick English accent making it difficult to understand. Nicole turned to her group and shrugged. "Seems okay. Be on your guard, though. Let's see what happens." Nicole approached the elderly people and grinned when Mrs. Morse threw her arms around her, holding her tightly. She mumbled something over and over again, then looked up at Nicole, a questioning expression on her face. Nicole said. "I'm sorry. I don't understand." "She says you saved her life," a man with a thick salt and pepper beard said. "She wants to know if you realize that." "No, I didn't. I thought I'd left her to die." Mrs. Morse shook her head emphatically. Thank you, she said, followed by several more things that Nicole didn't understand. The man translated again. "She says, if you hadn't played her cello and given the Croant a taste of your magic, they would have devoured her right then. Unfortunately, by doing so, you've opened yourself up to possible future attacks." A different man, one with a worn brown jacket, pointed at Nicole's elixir. "All of them revolving around that thing." Nicole's hand sought for the elixir and held it tightly. How much do you know about what's going on? She asked, glancing at the people. A fair amount. The man with the jacket stood and motioned for the visitors to join them around the fire. There were several open chairs, and everyone was able to take a seat. I'm Jack Morse. Anna is my wife. His eyes started shining. She and I were married over 50 years ago. We were separated from each other when we moved into that apartment building, and I was lost into this dimension. Now I can't leave it. Anna didn't know where I'd gone. She only knew that she had to keep the Croant from entering into your world, hoping I'd return someday. Mrs. Morse said something unintelligible due to her thick accent, and Jack smiled, patting her hand. Yes, that's true, my dear. He glanced at everyone else. The Croant followed Nicole, leaving the portal gaping open and unguarded. Anna took up courage and crept through, finding me here. The Croant no longer guard the link between dimensions, believing that the portal isn't open often enough for anyone to cross anymore. He motioned to Nicole's group. But you are proof that their assumption is incorrect. Mrs. Morse tucked her hand into Jack's and leaned against his shoulder, a content expression on her face. Nicole couldn't believe the transformation between what the woman had been before and what she was now. She'd been so hesitant, so afraid. Seeing how comfortable she was now warmed Nicole's heart. Nicole glanced at the rest in her group, realizing they were allowing her to take the lead. Do you know what's going on with the Terrians and Arates in our dimension? She asked Jack. His face darkened. Yes. And we know much of Rebecca, the woman who is leading these Terrians. We also know how much of a fool she is for believing she can do any good with great ones on her side. The more attention she brings to humans in your dimension, the worse it will be for everyone when the beasts do arrive. They are planning on coming? Nicole asked. If she stirs them up enough, yes. Jack passed a hand over his eyes. We're doing everything we can to prevent that, though. Rebecca is a foolish, short-sighted woman. She's been pretty resourceful and patient so far, Nicole said. He nodded. Yes, to someone who lives the length of a human life. But the great ones don't, they live for thousands of years. The life of a mere human is like one of a tiny bug, waiting to be squashed. Let's hope it doesn't come to that, Nicole said. It may. If we fail, it will. What have you been doing on this side? Besides fighting the lesser creatures, I've been gathering intel. That's what I did for the U.S. military before Anna and I met. I have a knack for listening and learning. He leaned forward, pulling a wad of papers out of a back pocket, which he handed to Nicole. Here's everything I've gotten so far. Nicole shifted through the papers one at a time, passing them to Coolidge and the others. The first sheet outlined everything Rebecca was doing on Earth, in Nicole's dimension. Most of it was brief, without a lot of information. That didn't matter, since Nicole knew all of it already. The next paper had maps of the dimension where the Great Ones came from. Apparently, it wasn't where Jack and Anna now lived. Connections to that dimension were here and back near Salmon, Idaho. The last couple of pages detailed everything that would be taking place in the next month and a half. Rebecca's plans shocked Nicole. There was a lot she'd been holding back from her granddaughter. How did you learn this? She asked Jack. He shrugged. Rebecca hasn't always been careful regarding who hears her plans. And she still has people she thinks she can trust. She comes here frequently and visits with Santaya. Jack pointed to an elderly woman with graying dark hair. Santaya smiled at Nicole. My English no es so good, she said. Rebecca don't know I talk. She tell me lots when she need to vents. I tell Jack and Anna everything. Nicole nodded, wondering what Santaya had done to get Rebecca's trust. Thank you, it helps a lot. She turned back to the papers to reread the info Santaya had given them, before passing the sheets on. Rebecca's goal was to allow the Great Ones to come and dwell in Nicole's dimension. The woman hoped that by eliminating the Arates, the Great Ones would have more of a desire to come. Nicole knew, however, that they wouldn't care either way. They gave Arates their powers, and they could take them back just as easily. It wasn't a big deal to them if heartaches were on Earth or not. The end of July marked Rebecca's deadline. The two machines would work together, widening the portal while also killing all heartaches. Nicole found it interesting that Rebecca didn't plan to kill Nicole. The paper stated that she was going to use Nicole's body to bring herself back to life. At first, Nicole thought that meant she would inhabit Nicole and take control, but that wasn't the case. Apparently, she needed Nicole's organs to offer to the Great Ones, who would then fashion her a new body, stronger and more powerful than either Nicole or Rebecca could ever be. Nicole's organs would be stolen while she was alive and awake. She had to live through the removal of every organ, otherwise the spell wouldn't work. Nicole shook her head at Rebecca's audacity. How did she plan to pull that off? And how could anyone live through something like that, without body failure and bleeding to death? Nicole didn't plan to find out. She squealed when she saw a small map at the bottom of the last page. It showed where both machines were located, north of Salmon, Idaho. She looked up at Jack. How did you find this? He shrugged. I'm a good spy. Rebecca left it on her desk once when I was watching. I doubt she even remembers she ever had this. I stole it 40 years ago. Rebecca has a desk here? And why has she been here at all? Ghosts travel frequently through all the dimensions, but the one where their physical body has been laid to rest. This dimension isn't far from the one where the Great Ones exist. Since Rebecca couldn't live in their dimension without approval, she decided to set up here instead. Nicole nodded. The paper was indeed very old and worn. She breathed deeply, exhaling slowly. This has been the thing that has stressed me out the most, not knowing where the machine was. I need to destroy that embryonic manipulator. She looked at Jack. And we need to destroy the other machine too. The one that will kill all heartaches. I mean, I can't leave it available for just about anyone to use. Jack shook his head. Only descendants of Rebecca's can manipulate it. I do agree, however, that it must be destroyed. I'm not sure how that can be done, though, without bringing the Great Ones. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. The thing is this, destroying those machines actually calls the Great Ones. Nicole groaned. What should we do then? You can dismantle them without destroying them. Nicole glanced over at Austin and Coolidge, realizing that the two of them would figure something out. Yes, we can do that. I'll let these two decide how that'll happen. She leaned back in her chair and stared at the smoke-stained ceiling. So the end of July is when everything happens. She looked at Jack. Rebecca said the Great Ones plan to use me for their purposes after all this is over. Well, that's a bit of a lie, Jack said. They don't really care about you. The only agreement they have with Rebecca is that you'll be available for the spell. Nicole tilted her head. Then why do the Great Ones stop me from being around my boyfriend? Your organs need to be clean and pure for her plans to work. If your heart isn't mostly yours, it won't do what Rebecca needs it to do. Nicole frowned. So those visions I was having, the nausea, were caused by Rebecca? Kind of. The Great Ones do control it all. Austin growled from across the room. So, as soon as the elixir is gone, Nicole will be back to her normal self? Jack glanced at him. Yes. So long as she isn't being taken apart at that point. He smiled at Nicole. Which we plan to stop, of course. Do we even need the elixir? Nicole asked. Jack sighed. I've tried to find a way out of using it, but I can't see how. Yes, the elixir is just as important as Rebecca has said it is. It will destroy one or both of the machines as promised. Once poured into the machine, it makes the gears and internal workings stop. There are other magical things that happen too, but I don't know much about that sort of thing. He rubbed the back of his neck. You understand how precarious your situation is, do you not? Destroying the machines calls the Great Ones. Not destroying them leaves open the possibility of future descendants being tempted to call the Great Ones, along with preventing humans from having as many children as they'll want. I still haven't figured out a way through the problem. I was hoping that Anna would have more information, seeing as how she'd been in your dimension so much lately, but things haven't progressed very publicly, and she hadn't even heard of any of this. Anna smiled apologetically at Nicole. Sorry, dear, she said. Nicole was grateful she could always understand Anna's shortest sentences. It made things easier. Oh, please don't worry about it, Mrs. Morse. We really appreciate everything you've done already. Nicole looked at Jack. You too. This is invaluable information. He nodded. Yes, I know. We realized we needed to get in contact with you as soon as possible. He clasped his hands. I only hope we're not too late. I just recently learned the time when Rebecca planned for all this to happen. He and the man with the salt and pepper beard met eyes. The man gestured to Jack's papers and Jack nodded, then looked back to Nicole. We need to find a better way to keep in touch with each other. You have the paper Anna left for you in her apartment? Nicole pulled it out of her pocket. Yes, here. Good. Keep that. We'll communicate with you through it. We won't be able to get word from you that way, though. If necessary, we'll contact Elizabeth, the woman who was helping you for a while. She's passionate about not allowing Rebecca to continue with her plans. But she's also a mercenary and will require payment. Yes, we know, Nicole said. So, if we ever have anything really important to relay to you, we need to contact Elizabeth and do it through her? Yes. And keep that paper with you. We'll write a note as often as possible. Nicole bit her lip, sending Mrs. Morse an apologetic expression. Mrs. Morse, please don't take offense at this. But I can't read your handwriting. Could Jack maybe write the notes? Jack threw his head back and laughed. Oh, that's wonderful. I had the same experience serving abroad in the military while we were dating. I cherished the feeling behind her words, but rarely knew what she was saying. Mrs. Morse Mock glared at Jack, hands on her hips. She spouted something off at him so quickly, Nicole didn't catch any of it. He waved her off teasingly. Only she can write the notes, he said, turning back to Nicole. But I'll help her and make sure they're legible from now on. Nicole smiled in relief. Thanks. I appreciate it. Jack got to his feet slowly. You should be leaving now. We never know how long that link will be open or when dangerous beasts will come. Your safety is very important. He held out his hand. I'll need my papers back. The others gathered them together, then passed them back to Nicole, who returned them to Jack. He shuffled through them and pulled out the paper that had the map to the machines on it, then gave it to Nicole. Keep this handy. I don't need it, it's for your dimension only. Nicole thanked him, and Jack walked with her and the others out of the room and down the hall. Be careful about trusting anyone you meet here. The Croants can resemble loved ones. They're very dangerous. They can follow you back to your dimension, but will lose strength easily, and would prefer to kill you here. You've noticed the bones outside, I trust. This is a dumping ground for many dimensions, and most of the time we never find bodies. Nicole nodded. Thank you for the warning, she said. Jack stood at the top of the stairs to the temple and waved at them as they left the building. Nicole was grateful for the meeting. The information they gained was invaluable. She'd assumed that they'd be taking Mrs. Morse back, but knowing that Jack was here made Nicole glad they wouldn't need to do that. The two of them were happy together. They belonged here with each other. Chapter 12. Just as Nicole's group was getting off the steps, Mrs. Morse came running after them, passing Jack on the way. He laughed when she stopped and said something to him. He motioned her to continue. She reached Nicole's side, panting heavily. I'm coming too, she said slowly, and with much clearer language than Nicole had ever heard her use. She was obviously trying hard to be understood, and Nicole appreciated the effort. Just to your dimension, then I'll return to Jack. Nicole nodded. That's fine. We could use someone's company who knows more about this place. Mrs. Morse hiked up her skirt and walked alongside Nicole. "Why did you come here?" she asked. Nicole frowned. "Because you asked me to." "Oh yes." Mrs. Morse tapped her head. "Short memory. Sorry." Nicole shrugged, realizing that the woman's age would definitely affect her. She was grateful she could at least understand what the woman was saying. The group followed the well-trod path toward the apartment building, which was barely visible in the distance. Mrs. Morse chattered as they walked, her British accent gradually fading as she matched her speech patterns to Nicole's. "Backs to each other," Coolidge suddenly shouted. Just then, winged creatures shot over the top of the nearest bone hill, a magical pulse accompanying them that apparently Coolidge had noticed. Their bat-like wings tucked in close to their sides, and they cawed and screamed as they came closer. Had Coolidge brought weapons? Nicole didn't have time to summon her powers. Coolidge pulled a handgun out of his jacket, took aim and shot one of the creatures. It tumbled down the bones, coming to a rest at Nicole's feet. She cringed when the bullet wound in its chest sizzled. Coolidge took aim and fired several more times as Austin threw bones at the attacking creatures. The rest of the beasts reached the group, sharp talons first. Nicole felt one nick her cheek, and she waved her arms trying to beat the monsters off. She kept expecting a magical attack, but one never came. Why did they have a pulse if they weren't magical? "Must kill them quickly," Mrs. Morse said, looking at Nicole. "Then pull out their hearts. If you don't remove their hearts, they come back to life." The old woman dropped down next to the beast that had stopped by Nicole's feet and reached for the wound in the creature's chest. She wasn't fast enough. The creature emitted a large number of pulses, the wound closing before the woman could do anything. Suddenly, it jumped back into the air again. "Run?" Coolidge said as other dead beasts started rising. Nicole didn't question. She raced to keep up with Coolidge. Once she was running alongside him, she told him what Anna Morse had said. "Good to know," he said. They neared the apartment building, holding their hands over their heads as the winged creatures continued attacking from above. Coolidge's magazine was soon empty, and Nicole saw him working to reload. There was constantly one or two creatures still attacking, while others died and regenerated. As they ran up the hill toward the building, Robert gasped, then pulled something from his bag. He held a hand over it, muttering a few words, and tossed it behind them. All of the beasts dropped to the ground where the object Robert had thrown landed. "Kill them," Mrs. Morse said. "They'll enter your dimension if you don't." The Arates heard her and followed her command. "Remove their hearts to keep them from regenerating," Coolidge shouted. Lila was the first to attack the beasts, as they pecked over Robert's distractor. She reached her hands to the sky, pulling down lightning, and zapped the first creature she saw. It dropped over, dead for the time being. Nicole was impressed at how quickly Lila had summoned her powers. She needed to achieve that sort of swiftness. Lila glanced at Mrs. Morse, a questioning expression on her face. "Oh, I'll do it," the woman said, her English accent barely noticeable. She scurried to where Lila was and dropped to her knees. Nicole noticed a flash of light on the woman's fingertips, moments before they were plunged into the chest of the creature. She yanked out its heart, throwing it away before starting on the next beast, one Austin had just killed. Nicole could only watch with horror and fascination as Mrs. Morse continued removing hearts. The expression on the woman's face disgusted her. The elderly lady was enjoying the task. Nicole saw her lick her hands numerous times. "What the crap?" Nicole shuddered, having to turn away before bile could build at the back of her mouth. Soon, all the creatures were permanently dead. Mrs. Morse returned to Nicole, a smile on her face. She hesitated when she saw Nicole's expression. "Horrible, awful creatures." "Yeah." The group climbed the hill again and stepped into Mrs. Morse's old apartment. They decided to leave Nicole's suitcase. Tired now, they descended the stairs slowly. Mr. Landon's eyes bulged when he saw Mrs. Morse. "What? How?" Mrs. Morse only laughed. "Simpleton," she said. She turned to Nicole. "Well, dear, what are your plans now?" Nicole shrugged. "Like we said, find a way to stop Rebecca." Destroy those machines. Anna Morse nodded and followed Nicole and the rest out of the building. They walked down the cobblestone street and crossed the canal without any problem. Mrs. Morse suddenly slumped against Nicole, coughing. Nicole looked at her with concern. "Are you okay?" she asked. The others gathered around her, ready to help if needed. "I'll be good in a moment." Anna Morse glanced at the rest. "Go about your business. Nicole can assist me." She motioned to the canal. "I need to be close to it." Nicole lowered Mrs. Morse to the gravel by the canal, marveling at how easy the woman's accent was to understand now. She turned her head away from the smell of the rotten water, surprised that Mrs. Morse seemed to enjoy it. The woman breathed it in deeply after her next coughing fit stopped, a relaxed expression on her face. "How can you tolerate that stench?" Nicole asked. The woman didn't respond, but her coughing fits gradually subsided and she closed her eyes. Deciding that it was okay to let the others update Professor Nielsen and load the cars, Nicole pulled the papers out of her pocket, wanting to study the map to the machines while waiting for Mrs. Morse to recover. She shifted through the pages, her breath catching in her throat when she saw that a new note had been written for her on the laminated paper. "Nicole, the woman with you is not me." Nicole glanced at Anna Morse, just as the elderly woman looked at her. Mrs. Morse held her hand over her throat and coughed again. "Help me." Nicole warily put the papers back in her pocket. "What do you need?" "You." "Closer." Nicole shook her head and slowly started getting to her feet. The woman lunged at her, hands going straight for her throat. Only a fraction of Nicole's scream escaped before it was cut short. Was it enough to catch her friend's attention? They were across the street with Professor Nielsen. Instead of the choke Nicole had expected, the woman's fingers punctured her skin. Nicole gagged as blood flooded her mouth, watching in alarm as the woman's wrists began turning invisible. Anna Morse's eyes rolled back in pleasure, her mouth open, panting. She was feeding off Nicole. Nicole struggled, trying to pull away, but felt her strength disappear fast, numbness taking over. She didn't have the ability to fight off the creature that pinned her to the ground. Only moments passed before half of the woman was invisible. Nicole tried to shout, but her vocal folds wouldn't cooperate. Suddenly, Lizzie was screaming, and a second later the old woman got tackled to the side. Nicole could no longer move in any way. She could hear though and could still see, even though her eyes wouldn't move. "Help!" Lizzie gurgled. She tumbled across Nicole's midsection, paralyzed. Austin and Coolidge appeared in Nicole's vision, trying to yank the beast off Lizzie, Coolidge holding his gun, but obviously not sure where to shoot when most of the woman was invisible and he might hit the girls. After a scuffle, they too became victims. They dropped motionless near Nicole and Lizzie, Coolidge knocking Nicole over so she wasn't looking up into the sky anymore. Now she was staring to the side, where she could see Robert and Lila hesitating, trying to figure out what to do. How was this beast acting so quickly? It had paralyzed 4 people in moments. The only thing visible now was Mrs. Morse's head, as she watched Robert and Lila, who were maintaining their distance. Dawning crossed Robert's face, as he apparently realized what was going on. "Lila," he shouted. "Blood makes it invisible, it's not an old woman anymore. We can't see what it really is." His guess had to be correct because just then, his legs were whipped out from underneath him, even though Mrs. Morse's head was at least 10 feet away. Lila stepped outside of Nicole's view, then back in as she tried to stay away from the woman while assessing the situation. Realizing she didn't need to move to control her powers, Nicole reached toward them, but felt the dam she hadn't had to deal with in months stopping her. Apparently, whatever had paralyzed her had dampened all her senses. Robert stumbled to his feet. Obviously he hadn't been poisoned yet. He looked up the road. A massive wind roared down the street, slamming into Mrs. Morse, and Nicole remembered that Robert was a native wind arate. The wind didn't have an effect on the creature. Robert was forced to change tactics. He called a massive storm overhead. Nicole felt the pressure growing. Lila must have understood what he was doing because lightning flashed in Nicole's peripheral vision, striking Mrs. Morse several times. Robert's storm was still building pressure and was darkening. But his concentration was divided, and just as he started forming a tornado, his legs were pulled out from underneath him and he fell 20 feet away. This time, he didn't get up. Mrs. Morse's invisibility rose to her forehead. Nicole gasped, realizing they wouldn't be able to see the beast at all. Lila sent down bolt after bolt, using the electric pressure Robert had built, striking the top of Anna Morse's head. Nicole longed to help. She stretched out mentally for the girl, wishing she could join powers with her. Her fingers twitched. She could feel them. They bent and straightened at her will. Would her powers be available again too? For a split second, she debated what to do. Call her powers when her brain was still foggy, and take over what Robert had done, losing precious seconds. Or, her eyes dropped to Coolidge's gun just out of reach. Making up her mind, Nicole stretched as hard as she could. Her fingers brushed the butt of the gun, pushing it farther away. Nicole growled at her stupidity, then took a breath and reached again, this time not touching the gun until her hand was just over it. Using her fingertips, she slid the weapon closer. It moved only a fraction. Lila squealed and ran 30 feet down the street. Had the girl felt Mrs. Morse trying to grab her? The woman's head bobbed in and out of view as she moved around a car. Nicole turned her attention back to her task, working her exhausted fingers, forcing them to continue dragging the gun closer. Finally, it was near enough for her to grasp. She raised it, her hand shaking from the exertion. She waited until Anna Morse was in view again, now only 8 or so feet away, and took aim at the area just below the tip of woman's head, the only visible point now. She pulled the trigger once, twice, then over and over again, emptying the rest of the magazine. The echoing cracks nearly deafened her, but the noise of a massive body toppling also sounded through the air, dust billowing up and flowing past Nicole. Lila was the only thing standing now. Nicole lowered the gun, letting her hand rest against the gravel. She panted, struggling to keep her eyes open. Lila approached the top of Anna Morse's head cautiously. What do I do with it in case it isn't dead?" Nicole opened her mouth to answer, but still couldn't talk. She took a breath, then tried to mime tying a knot with her free hand, knowing that without a second hand the gestures wouldn't look like much to anyone watching. The energy it took to do even that made her arm slacken again. How long would it take for this stuff to wear off? Either Lila caught on or she figured out on her own, probably the latter, because she started digging through the bags in the cars, pulling out piles of rope. It wasn't until then that Nicole realized she hadn't seen Professor Nielsen in a long while. Where was he? She tried to turn her head to see more, but couldn't. She felt Lizzie stirring, still draped across her, and decided to wait for more strength to come. She continued watching Lila. The girl was near the top of Anna Morse's head and feeling her way down it, a grimace on her face. "This thing definitely isn't human," she said, tying the rope around what Nicole assumed was the creature's neck. After a few minutes, Lila had the rope tied in several places, and Nicole was able to move enough to shift Lizzie off her. She tried to get up, but wasn't successful. At least she could breathe better though, without her best friend lying across her. Lila noticed her struggling, and sent her an apologetic expression. "I'd help you get up, but I think this is more important." Nicole tried talking again, but only managed a groan. She raised her hand to her throat, surprised to find that whatever wounds the beast had inflicted were cauterized and rough to the touch. Those scars would be pretty, she was sure. After half an hour, Nicole and the others who'd been paralyzed were able to move enough to get into sitting positions. Nicole cleared her throat and coughed. "I can talk," she said, her voice barely above a whisper. "Me too," Lizzie responded. Austin and Coolidge shook their heads, but Nicole guessed it wouldn't be much longer for them. Lila was resting against a car, holding one end of the rope in both hands. She tied the creature in multiple places and to multiple things, huge trees across the road and boulders near the canal. "I'm going to guess it's dead," she said, "since it hasn't moved yet. "We can only hope," Coolidge said in a rough whisper. As they continued to gain functionality over their bodies, they inspected each other, making sure none of the injuries required immediate care. "It's like a mosquito," Coolidge said in wonder. "It administered a type of numbing agent as it started to drain our blood. I would guess that the agent targets the brain, since I couldn't control any of my senses." Nicole nodded. "I couldn't use my powers." She motioned to the gun. "Good thing that dropped next to me." Robert sighed. "Sorry I wasn't able to finish it off. Without being able to see what it was doing, it was hard to predict where to attack." "How does blood make it turn invisible?" Lizzie asked. No one had an answer for her, but Austin did have an idea for how to reverse the invisibility. By draining the blood from the beast, they might be able to force it to come back into view. Lila was the only one able to move well enough to inflict that kind of wound. She took one of Coolidge's knives, and turning away started sawing. It worked. Blood began pouring from the wound, and the beast slowly became visible again. Nicole shakily pulled herself to her feet, and leaning against a car, approached the creature. It had 5 very long arms that ended in humanoid hands. Each finger had a sharp point that resembled the beak of a mosquito. 3 massive legs practically sprouted from a thick trunk. It was obviously not human, and it was also obviously dead. Nicole found herself wishing the creature had finished transforming into its real self. Anamorse's head still sat on top of its now nearly severed neck. That was an image she wouldn't soon forget. Professor Nielsen took the longest coming back from being paralyzed. He'd only had his blood sucked for a split second before Robert started attacking the thing, but he speculated that his age made a difference. He probably would have died if Robert hadn't acted so quickly. Shaken, weak, and exhausted, the group got into the cars and left the creature where it was, deciding to do something about it the next day. That evening, Nicole found a new note on the bigger piece of paper that Mrs. Morse had given her. "Mr. Landon saw you fight and kill the Croant. He told us you're fine. Thank goodness. We'll keep you posted on anything new we learn." Nicole tucked the paper away, grateful Jack and Anna knew that she and the rest were safe. The next day, the beast wasn't there anymore. Instead, police tape surrounded the area, the road to Anna Morse's building had disappeared, and no sign of the altercation remained. Coolidge glowered. "Stupid government," he said, pulling out his cell phone. He made a few phone calls, then, several minutes later, shoved his phone back into his pocket. "The creature is being held for testing. I doubt we'll ever see it again, especially with how much control the Terrians have over the government." Nicole was fine with not seeing the beast again. She hoped news of the monster would spread, helping to increase awareness of the dangers that existed. The next month and a half would be very difficult. Now that they had the map for the location of the machines in Idaho, they needed to gather a team to travel there, hopefully arriving ahead of Rebecca. They had information on their side that Rebecca didn't know they had. They had powerful people who were experienced with their abilities. Thanks to the convention, they knew what they were up against. The only thing they needed was to gather enough Arates to fight their end of the upcoming battle. Nicole looked at her friends, all seated around her in Professor Nielsen's home. She trusted these people more than anyone she'd ever known. They would be successful, she was sure of it. And if not, they'd die together, fighting for what was definitely a worthy cause. Austin's eyes met Nicole's and she grinned at him. He returned the smile, his warm brown eyes lightening with the expression. And as soon as the elixir was gone, Nicole would have her boyfriend back. She couldn't wait. This has been Observe, Mosaic Chronicles Book 4 by Andrea Pearson. Thank you for listening. Would you like to know what was on Austin's mind when he first met Nicole? Why he was so annoyed with her? Austin's Perception, the audiobook, is available only to members of Andrea's Readers Group. Click the link in the description for more information.